Hey everybody, what's happening? I came in a little. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Hey, welcome. Happy Saturday evening, my friends. I'm David Snedeker. This is the Indoctrination, and I'm happy to be here with you this evening. 1 week to the date of the assassination attempt on Donald John Trump, and I am. Let me see if I can do that and this and the other thing, um, so that I am a little bit well. Let's so you don't see the reflection of my glasses. By the way, I hope it's refreshing to you to grab a guy in a t-shirt on a Saturday night who just got done walking his dog and rushed and threw on a fresh shirt and is doesn't have a teleprompter. And I was thinking about like guys like Hannity and guys on Fox and stuff like that. I was thinking, how do those guys like not, I don't know, cough, blow their nose, whatever. It's almost like they're not human, because they're trying so hard to come across as perfect to you and edified. Not to pick on Fox, not to pick on those guys, but you know, um, that's what we have to get away from. We have to get back into more natural, like real. If we're not seeing, if we're talking to somebody and we're not seeing them process things, or we're listening to somebody and we're not seeing them process, and we're just seeing them read a script. See, that's the difference between a great actor and a great and just a bad actor. A bad actor will have no emotion in the dialogue, in the delivery of the message, right? Um, and will just read what's before them. A good actor, which is your Mockingbird Media, and so many others, they will read that script, that teleprompted script, but they'll come across as if they just thought of it. And that is the sign of a good actor. Now, somebody that's just going off the cuff, like I do and so many others do, this is actually more of a, I'm writing as I am speaking. So you're seeing me process the words that are coming out of my mouth. And we've gotten away from that as a society. From the moment we wake up to the moment we go to bed, we are absolutely being programmed every step of the way. And it is disgusting, and it is dumbing us down. Okay. And I want us to get away from that. Miss Mindersu, first one in the door tonight. Good to see you. Howdy, Angie. Kevin Hall, thank you. Oh, drop on Telegram. Thank you, Kevin. Let me do that. Unless you guys want to do it. If you want to drop the Rumble here, I can do it real quick. And I've been meaning to do that, like not just on Telegram, but also over on Truth, just so that folks can see it, but also can put it, pay it, make sure that they catch it, right? So let me see. Here we go. Let's see how that goes. Let's get some in from Telegram. Let me go over to Truth. And let's see. There we go. Let me drop that on Truth. So easy to do, and yet I don't do it. And I was talking to my friend today, my buddy Ed, who's been on the show with me, and I was basically saying, I have no promotion going on whatsoever for my broadcast. Like, if I just promoted a little bit and I had somebody, and by the way, I welcome you all to take excerpts from my show and to, this is live, Jim, and to share it. Like, if you want to take, excerpts that are meaningful to you, please do so. You have my permission, as long as you don't make me look like a jackass. I know that's really hard to do. Make me look like a jackass, because I do a pretty damn good job myself. So, but at any rate, And Mr. Sciatica, Kevin, good to see you. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. And uh, what did anyone know what time Dave's starting tonight? Yeah, I've started. Shayna, good to see you. Hello, beautiful humans. What do you? He's already starting. He's already starting. I think I got to get him a bone to keep him busy for a while. Good to see everybody. Good to see everybody. They're floating Killary again. Desperate Dems. Yeah, I want to talk to you about that. So, the first thing I want to do, I said, you know what? I said 8ish, right? And here I am. Here we go. Let's see. Hawk Dave and Sir Oliver Trump said free fall, looking at Tom Petty's song Free Fall. What? I'm sorry. I'm doing a show. Come on. You want to jump up and say hi? He's so good. He's not jumping up. Okay. Okay. Good to see you, buddy. I don't have any more of your those treats, but I'll get you something here in a minute. Okay. Good to see everybody. Yes, please hit the thumbs up. No. I don't have anything, buddy. And you haven't finished your dinner. So, yeah, we are rolling and stop. And 1 week away, and I'm really looking forward to getting into what we've learned this week, and more importantly, not so much what we've learned from what the mainstream has been, dropping, but also from what the COMMS have been. And the COMMS have been really dasting and very, very compelling. And Carrie, good to see you. Welcome. Anthony, good to see you. And Sporter. And by the way, let's see. Let me do this. Thank you, patrons Noel and Greg Cerniak. Much appreciated for your donation, folks. If you want to support this Truthcast, you may do so. It is not mandatory, but if you knew, I did 9.5 hours yesterday, and I don't know how much we'll do tonight, but I think it's really important for us to support the people that are giving us real value in this revolution. So I invite you to do so, and I welcome your support. And back to the comments. Notified early. Thank you, Rumble Yvonne. I'm so glad. Hey, Uncle Dave, are you on YouTube? Yes, Susie. Let me drop that. We're on Hawk's channel on YouTube, so I got to be good tonight, folks. You can't let me, ruin another one of Hawk's channels, okay? Because I'm going to blame you if that happens, okay? Because I'm not doing anything wrong. It's all you people. I'm just hanging out. You guys are the problem, not me. So that is, and we're also on Hawk's Facebook of Hawk's Mustard Seeds. We got about 460 over on multiple channels, and we have another 260 over on Rumble. Ask you to share this out, maybe in a group or with some friends, because this is going to be a really, I believe, a very interesting show. And Sir Oliver Pollock is going to be in here, and we have remedied the problems from last night. Hawk has been on that. Thank you, Hawk. And I'm really looking forward to spending some quality time. I want to thank Script Keeper. Last night, a lot of great feedback on the show. I've been remiss in reaching out to you, Script, today to thank you. Because between sleeping and catching up with house stuff, and as 9.5 hours yesterday was took a big chunk out of things. And but thank you, Script. That was really awesome. And next time we do it, I'm going to be better with the technology. I'm going to dial in your channels beforehand. And give you the space that you deserve in terms of like fluid motion. Like it was a little clunky last night at the beginning, and I take responsibility for that. I mean, I blame my audience. I mean, I didn't. I'm sorry, I misspoke on that. So yeah, bear with me, folks. Bear with me, right? How many times have you watched one of my shows and I had some technical difficulties? Yeah. And bless him falling asleep. Yeah, I just want to say that I think he fell asleep when Hawk was talking, not me. Nobody falls asleep while I'm talking, right? 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 You're getting sleepy. My voice, I've been told, has put many a young lady, many a young man to sleep late at night through this revolution. And so I am so happy that I do not have the grating voice um, of some of the pundits who are trying to sharpen and trying to stop your attention and grab your attention and just have it presented the things that I need to present in a very calm way, because the storm we're riding out right now is very intense, and it's I don't think we need more intensity. I think we need to just kind of pull ourselves back from what's happening, kind of pull the emotion out of it, kind of pull all the bright color out of it, and all the music and everything, and just look at it analytically, because so much of what they're doing is getting us off balance, getting us you know discombobulated, so that it's easier to control them. You ask any martial artist, what's the first thing that you want to do if you want to take somebody down? It's like you want to get them off balance, right? So you do these actions to try to get them off balance, and then you can do with them whatever you want, because they've lost their foundation, they've lost their power, they've lost their strength. How you doing, buddy? What can I do for you? Huh? What can I do for you? I took you for a walk. I threw the ball for you outside. I climbed a tree, which you were like freaking out about. I let you play with the deer. What else? What else? What can I do? This is a very needy relationship right now, and so my apologies. But Yvonne, thank you so much for your donation. Excuse me. No, no. Lay down. Lay down, buddy. Come on. And I think he wants another treat. He really likes these treats I got yesterday. So Yvonne, JMJ, thank you for sharing your insights and deep dives with us, Dave. You're very welcome, Yvonne. Thank you for that. And let me show you that comment. Hold on one sec, folks. Let me just share this. This is a comment that you can do in Rumble, and you can go up to the dollar sign, over the dollar sign here, and you can do a rant, and then it takes and puts your whatever you have to say up to the top. So I welcome that. Also, here's your bell notification. Here he is. Come on, let me show you. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come on. Come here. Come on. Come up here. Come on. Come up here. This is Jasper, my friends. This is little old Jasper. He is a little over 4 weeks old. He is absolutely fabulous. He's potty trained. He is just doing wonderful. He's hanging with the deer he's got a fence between he and the deer, but he's absolutely fabulous. He's great on the leash. He stays with me off leash unless there's a deer, and he'll go after that. So I have to have the deer on him on the leash with the deer, or I have to have him behind the fence. And he wants to go out because the deer are out front right now. So thank you guys. He's pretty awesome. Pup needs his own show. Yeah, I'm working on that. I've got plenty of video that you guys would love that I'm going to share with you. So I'm working on that. So thank you. He's pretty awesome. So love you. So needed him. Hey D, good to see you. Good to see you all. Yeah, he is a sweetheart. Uh, all over Bastard, and yeah, okay, all over Ireland. I don't know what that means, but thank you. Excuse me, I just burped. So he is a labradoodle. He is the runt of the litter. So I got the guy who's going to be the toughest, I think, and he's not going to be your normal big old labradoodle. He's going to be a little bit smaller, I think. So cheers, everybody. Let's check our coats. If you're coming to this Sned Shed here for the first time, my name is David Snedeker. This is the Indoctrination. I welcome your presence here tonight, and I am glad that you decided to join us. And it's going to be a cool hang. So please feel free to share this out to somebody who is cool. Cool people only, awake people only. I'm just kidding. If somebody stumbled in and was fast asleep, it would be absolutely fine. And so because we just ask you to open your mind and be kind, and we do a process here where you imagine you're coming in out of the cold with a big heavy coat on that has in it all your preconceived notions, unconscious bias, and ego and indoctrination all wrapped up in this coat. And it's warm in here. I got short sleeves on. The gun show is on, and you're just going to take off your coat, check it at the coat check, and grab a claim ticket and grab your favorite person, your favorite snack, your favorite pet, and your favorite you, and come on in. Let's download some info. Cheers, everybody. Good to see you. So what we have, my friends, is warm and loving Arizona greetings, brothers and sisters. Edward Patriot, thank you. I am getting notifications on time now. Thanks. Great Truthcast with Script, Hawk, and Sir Oliver last night will push out and donate. Thank you so much, Edward, and thank you for sharing out. But what I was going to say is, if you guys see like a clip that you like or that really spoke to you, you could screen record it with your phone, drop it on TikTok or whatever platform, and just link them back to me somehow, DavidSnedeker.com or my Rumble channel or at DaveSnedeker on True Social, because that's what really spreads the information, is when people have that kind of connection with a small blurb because we do shows that are so long. I don't know what you're doing, buddy, but it's starting to annoy me. Do you have to go outside? We just came in from outside. So, my friends, let me get into the show tonight. Last night's show with Script Keeper was awesome, and also thanks to Hawk and Oliver for coming in later. And I want to do that again with a little bit better technology. So, my friends, as we okay, I have to put him in the crate. So let me pull up something that can entertain you for a moment, and I will go take care of that. And he's fine; he enjoys it. But let me get you to this. Okay, all right, and
philosophy that would be ordinarily quite niche and geographically constrained, so that the sort of the fallout area would be limited, was effectively given an information technology weapon to propagate what is essentially a mind virus to the rest of Earth. And the outcome of that mind virus is very clear if you walk around the streets of downtown San Francisco. It is the end of civilization. A philosophy that would be ordinarily quite niche and geographically constrained, so that the sort of the fallout area would be limited, was effectively given an information technology weapon to propagate what is essentially a mind virus to the rest of Earth. And the outcome of that mind virus is very clear if you walk around the streets of downtown San Francisco. It is the end of civilization. A philosophy that would be ordinarily quite niche and geographically constrained, so that the sort of the fallout area would be limited. Was
I could have picked maybe a longer video, but it's the real thing is that I'm seeing that Hillary Clinton is probably going to come back into the picture. And I want to say that I shared with you all that that would be the case. I felt that would be the case. And if this were a white hat operation, which I believed it to be. And I also thought that Big Mike might be involved because then they're coming at Trump with a Clinton, Obama White House. And that they're going to be able to show the power of all four people. And even if this were a back alley fight, even Trump would still win. But I do not. Here's the thing about Joe Biden that just saying that you may step out of the race and that you're considering it is a death knell. It is the death bell. There is no coming back from that. There is no, well, I don't know. I'm thinking about, stepping out of the race. And then everybody is recommending you step out of the race that is in your party. He's already gone. It doesn't matter what he so-called decides. He's already gone. If he doesn't step out, they'll take him out. That's without question. It's not even a consideration for me. Because the moment you say I'm thinking about stepping out, you're done. How you going to come with that? Game over, right? Ren's bubble. Game over. So but no, it's great that it's going to be Hillary, Mr. Brightside. I think it is going to be, it's absolutely fantastic. And I'll tell you why. Everybody's awake now. Everybody's ready for, so many more people. Think about this. From 2016 to 2024, 8 years, we have had to awaken through the, through the CV, through all of that. People have awakened and continue to awaken. They're ready for Uranium One. They're ready for Benghazi. They're ready for justice. They're ready for the Gaddafi. They're ready for Fraz El Drip. They're ready for the crimes against children, the Clinton Foundation. They're ready for the truth about Haiti. Look at Jackson Lee, who died yesterday. She was involved with the Clintons. She was involved with Haiti. She's involved with, she gave an envelope to the lawyer for Christine Blasey Ford in the Kavanaugh hearing. And then they paid her. They propped her up. Her story had more holes in it than a block of Swiss cheese. And then when nobody bought it and he got confirmed, they left her hanging out to dry. They didn't continue to go after Kavanaugh. They didn't continue to fight because she had served her purpose. And she got paid quite well for it. I am sure of that. So people are now ready for the reality that is Hillary. And so what I think, Hillary, I've always said that I think Hillary will be the first arrest and Obama will be the second arrest. And that's Zero Drop and the first drop both mention Hillary. Also, Q mentions many times that Obama is that we would see a picture of Obama on the net with an AK-47 in Muslim guard, pointing his AK-47 at something. We don't know what it is, but that it would awaken humanity and disturb humanity. And they will say that it's fake. And yet they have backup with video and verification. And that will be the end of Barry Soetoro. And also, we have enough evidence on Hillary Clinton that that will be the end of Hillary Clinton. And I believe those are the first two arrests that will shock the world and direct us towards future action. And so think about if Hillary steps back in and gets the full support of the Obamas, maybe even Big Mike as VP, maybe Obama as VP. I don't put anything above them or past them because they are so desperate. If you're looking at this from a black hat situation, and yes, she is gone. Yeah, I believe this is absolutely somebody in a suit or a clone. I do believe that. And I know Nisi, you said that, and so, or she's absolutely playing her role and reading her script. But I do think it's an actor reading her script. So Kim Clements' prophecy says Happy Christmas. I may play that tonight. I meant to play it last night, but I had that queued up and I didn't go with it. But it's pretty powerful. Let's see. Yeah, Q also said Donald was insulated, Billy Jack. You're absolutely right. 100% insulated. And that's why if you watch the end of my show, you'll see my take on that. Even if you watch the last 5 minutes of that show and then come back to this one. So at any rate, this is and by the way, the message is unite. He is uniting. He invited Bird Woman and said this was about uniting the party. He brought in J.D. Vance, who was a never Trumper. That's about uniting. He's bringing the country together through this assassination attempt. That's uniting. I think he's uniting the Black community. But Q tells us that, and this is a big one. I think this is the catalyst, and this is why so many. So this is why so many people got into this movement, is for this reason right here, and that is 4908, October 21st, 2020, the Great Awakening. Look at all these people. Look at all these people looking into the sun, looking into the light. The darkness is behind them, and it looks like they're moving towards the light. Sometimes you can't tell the public the truth. You must show them. Only then will people find the will to change. Crimes against humanity, I'm sorry, I botched that. Crimes against children unite all humanity. Kill brackets, cross party lines, question mark, difficult truths. This is what I believe is going to unite all of humanity. Why do I think that? Because it's common sense, first of all. And second of all, Q told us that. And now all we're seeing out of the Trump camp is unity, is uniting everybody. 430 over on Rumble, 751 on X, and 560 on my X, 8 on Hawks X, 159 on YouTube. Welcome YouTube, and welcome Facebook 28. You're not used to seeing me except through Hawks channel, but I'm also going to be bringing out my channel, and you can, let me see. I have it in the banners. I'll share that with you. But this is, if you go to this is my profile. I don't even know. Can I put that in there? Let me see if I can put that in the chat. But that is David Michael on YouTube, on Facebook. And I just discovered that I had, gotten that some time ago. And I was able to log in under it because Jen and Barbara are trying to get me back into the Snedhead fan page. And so, and Jen, Barbara, if you're listening, could you drop that link to the fan page, or anybody else that has it? If you could drop the link to the fan page on Facebook, the Snedheads, please do so, so that people can access that. Let's see. Yeah, that was interesting, right? Yvonne, Roger Stone and General Flynn were not present at the RNC. What could be the reason? Don't you mean what could be the treason? This is something that we've been talking about for quite some time, and Flynn wasn't raising money for Trump. He wasn't promoting Trump on his bus. He wasn't. It's all been all about Flynn. And a week ago, when we were doing the thought experiment of, what could this be? What could be going on? And I said that if I'm a detective and I'm looking at this objectively, that who benefits, cui bono, from this assassination attempt? And I said, if I'm looking at this objectively, Mike Flynn would have to be a suspect. Now, that's not saying that he's guilty. It's not saying he was involved at all. But you have to look at who has motive and who has means. And he has both, because if Trump goes down, you and I are having a very different conversation right now about the state of our country and the state of our world, the state of our future. And the person who has been, out front and center in front of everybody, the most over these past couple years on the Reawaken America tour, and his Flynn movie, his biopic, it's been General Flynn. And we've also had some major questions about him. And I showed a clip last night of the Sum of All Fears, when Ben Affleck says, as a CIA agent, says to, as Jack Ryan says to the head of the CIA, Morgan Freeman's character, he says, who's that guy with the president of Russia? And he says, that's so and so, is it? And he said, does he know where the bodies are buried? And Morgan Freeman says he's probably the one that put them there. And we've been given COMMS to the Sum of All Fears, and we've also seen at the end of the Sum of All Fears, that opera song, which is beautiful, that they ended the RNC with. And this is all on last night's show. That's the reason why I'm not redoing it. I may add, show some a little bit later, but I'm just kind of walking you through the things that we know since a week ago. And at the RNC, the closing song of the RNC was the same song that they played in the movie, The Sum of All Fears, at the very end, when they were taking out all the deep state players, right? And so we believe that was a comm, that they are taking out the deep state players. And then this was on the day of this CrowdStrike fiasco and Microsoft fiasco. And folks, if you look at two of the technology firms that are at the top of this this cabal, this deep state, you have to look at Microsoft with Bill Gates, and you also have to look at CrowdStrike, because they're the ones that allowed Hillary to get away with stealing money from Bernie Sanders. So the Democrats already took the nomination away from Bernie Sanders in 2016. Okay. They stole the nomination in favor of Joe Biden in 2020. Okay. Joe Biden wasn't polling. And then now they're kicking Joe out and they're bringing Hillary back in. What it looks like, and so this is and let me play just a little bit of this song. I don't want to play too much because I don't want to get any strikes, but this is that song from the end of the RNC. All this is the sum of all fears. So, Sum of All Fears was mentioned 9 times in the drops. This is these deep state players tried to keep. I have to stop this so we don't get a strike. Had to keep. They tried to put Russia and the United States at war with each other, like the deep state has put Trump at odds with Putin, and and has caused potential lead into World War III for the Ukraine Russia war, and problems with China, problems with Taiwan, and this is the Nesidorum, and it's all these guys are being executed because they were part of the plot, and this guy's car was blown up. He even had somebody go out and start his car for him, and the guy was breathed a sigh of relief because he didn't blow up. But now this guy gets in, and they didn't do it to the ignition. Excuse me. In my days of making movies, I've blown up some cars in my day, and it's a lot of fun, actually. But that was a pretty badass explosion. That was a boom, and what we've seen from these drops is that Trump even said boom, 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 and which takes us to multiple booms. But also it takes us to this one, boom, 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 a week to remember. Now, remember, a week to remember was also, let me see here. Okay. Oh, that's cool. I don't think I've ever done that one. But then I've got that backdrop. That's kind of odd. But I like this better, actually, because it's also easier to read, I think. So, boom, 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 a week to remember, dark to light, blackout necessary. Remember, a week to remember, folks, was the Q drop for July 14, the day after Trump's. I'm sorry, the day after Trump's assassination attempt. We had a week to remember. A week to remember right here. So, so that told us, oh my gosh, yes, this is a week to remember. It was the assassination attempt on Donald John Trump. And so, so that also took us to this boom, 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 a week to remember, but also his boom, boom, booms. But also, here's another caveat that, and it's not on this one, it's on the next one. But let me get to it. All of these have boom 3 times or 4 times, and I am. By the way, boom, boom, boom. A week to remember, dark to light, blackout necessary, and what happened yesterday was no. These are all boom, boom, booms. I really should pull up. I need to pull up. That particular one. What time was Trump shot, and it was 611. Okay, which takes us to 1464, which takes us to the boom, 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 a week to remember, dark to light, blackout necessary. Look at the name of this file. Look at the name of this particular image file, 611, and this is in the shape of an upside down gun. Do you think that is a coincidence? Then number 100, don't know what that means, but dark to light, again, we've been seeing that. 107 marker, Trump in his speech said 107% the other night. He was taking us back to this drop to make sure that we got here. Do you believe in coincidences? And then this YouTube video is absolutely phenomenal. I'm not going to show it to you tonight, but it's United States, North Korea, Singapore summit video where they're trying to convince Kim Jong-un to open up his country and connect with neighboring countries, and you have an opportunity to change your country and change the world. Yes, also 6 and 11 is 17, Barbara Ray. Yes, absolutely, nice catch. And so, yeah, HRC is coming back, Alex says, and I have some thoughts on that as well, primarily on Alex that I want to share with you. Blackout and Black Rock, that's a nice catch, Nisi. The future proves past, Billy Jack, absolutely. You're too funny, Dave. Thank you. I don't remember what I said that was funny, but thank you for that. And welcome, Navy vet. Glad you're in the chat, my friend. Yeah, and he said boom, boom, boom early on in his RNC speech, gave you goosebumps. Absolutely, especially when you know when it's connected to it, right? So all planned with Trump getting shot, Dave. I want to take you over. I'm going to take you back to that drop that I ended the show with last night. Mr. Sciatica, Dave, I immediately thought double meaning 611 was also Hunter Biden court case. Yeah, exactly. And by the way, Nisi, I do want to come back to that. I'm not putting that off. I want to come back to that, but I want to dig into it a little bit deeper when Oliver joins us. And Oliver, I want to make sure that I am in touch with you. I know you've been in touch with Hawk. Send you the link. No, that's okay. So this was at 8:50. So basically, go on to StreamYard and on Brave browser, and just let me see, and just log in with Hawk's email that he sent you. Okay, you got that? And I want to show you guys something, and I want to go. Let me see here. Let me go to my feed. Little man is getting a little restless, and I need to probably let him out. So check this out. If you haven't seen this already, this I reposted earlier, and let me do this here. Short little video.
Key factor that would be considered there, that we wouldn't want to put somebody up on a sloped roof.
Think you're an operator? Think you got what it takes to get on top of this slightly sloped roof? Well, we've got a career opportunity for you. The Secret Service is recruiting operators for its new sloped roof division. For too long, bad guys have been getting away due to the Secret Service's inability to get onto slightly sloped surfaces. That ends now. Slightly sloped roofs are the most dangerous obstacles our agents face on a daily basis. That's why the Secret Service is forming an elite force of ninjas, capable of climbing onto the most treacherous roofs with a 2%, sometimes even a 3% slope. Let's hear a word from Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle about the dangers of these slightly sloped roofs.
Has a sloped roof at its highest point. And so, there's a safety factor that would be considered there, that we wouldn't want to put somebody up on a sloped roof.
Do you have what it takes to join this elite team? Apply now and become part of the Secret Service's sloped roof division.
How about that? That is absolutely fantastic. I don't know who did that. My apologies, but hopefully I brought some attention to it and some love to that by sharing it today. And they have, I think she's made herself look like an idiot, but certainly the Anons have jumped in, the Patriots have jumped in and taken it to another level. Especially, I just love that when we call these absurdities out, that now more and more and more people are actually tapping into the absurdities. And I think that's really, really important. What was I just going to take you to? I was going to take you to a drop, and I can't remember. What happened? What did I do? I was just going to, my apologies. I just completely spaced on that. And I don't know why. But I'll tell you 04, and I'll take you to 04 and just, Oliver, if you just send, if you just try to get in on StreamYard, even without that link, and you put in Hawk's email, that'll get you in. And Hawk, are you on that for him? Are you communicating with him? If you would, please. I appreciate that. So do I think they will take down the Federal Reserve note before DJT takes over? No, I don't. I think this has all got to come from him, folks. Even if it's before he officially takes office, it's got to be clear that he's the one. Numgared, good to see you. That he is the one that is making these great things happen. The drop you ended the show last night, Lindsay. Yes, thank you for that. It's number 4, and I want to go back to that. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to the show from last night. I don't need to say this again. I need to show the end of the show last night and kick back, kick my feet up and enjoy. I did 9.5 hours yesterday. Let me take just 5 minutes of that and see what I can bring to you. And I'll bring that up. Yeah. I rarely have ever done that. So I'm looking forward to this. And that way I get to see how the sound is too. So, I'll pull that up in a minute. So thank you for that. And, let's see. Yvonne, let us have faith in God, and he is orchestrating something for our benefit, even when it's not visible to us. God's delays are not rejections. I actually used to have a sign on my wall when I was at the University of Iowa. Actually, that was me at the University of Iowa, and at Carver Hawkeye Arena, which sat 15,500 people, and it was sold out every single game. It was in a very exciting place to play. Didn't work out for me because my coach, Lute Olson, left, and I had to work it out with George Raveling, which didn't really work out for 2 years, and I left to play for Rick Pitino at Providence College. But when I was at the University of Iowa, I had my room that looked across to the Children's Hospital, and that I used to visit with the team. We used to visit, and that was, wow. The Children's Gynecological Ward was one of the saddest places I've ever been, but it was also beautiful. I got to meet some really beautiful young children that were, battling cancer since they were born, many of them. So I'm going to play last night's show, but just about, I think it's literally about 4 minutes. But thank you, Yvonne. But it said God's delays are not God's denials, and I love that. So, all right, my friends. So let me pull this up. Yeah, we are the Hawkeyes, the Wave, Jan Marie. Yeah, the Hawkeyes. All right, I have to, yeah, I just caught myself. I forgot that I have to do it at, I have to do it on my, Brave browser, because Brave browser is where the thing is. Oh, I you know what? I'm going to set it up with the Ingersoll Lockwood folks. The Ingersoll Lockwood connection is very strong, and I sent you to Ingersoll Lockwood, and I have proven that Ingersoll Lockwood is absolutely 100% connected to Q, and it's also not just connected, but it's dropping comms that are very helpful to the Anons and the Patriots. So here it is. Let me pull it up for you here. And here we go. A new Ingersoll Lockwood, and to me, Oliver reminded me of that because Q has been giving us some really beautiful comms on Ingersoll Lockwood. So I want to take you there and finish with that because it should be very short. So let me there. Let's see. And it should be, I haven't looked at it yet. My buddy Max sent this to me. So you scroll down and there's a little symbol down here. I don't know the symbol yet, but it says Ode to the Trump of Glory. And it's an MP3.
Trump of glory standing tall, guided by the heavens call, shine the light and never fall. Save our land, restore it all, with his family by his side. Through the stormy waves they ride. God above will be their guide. In his heart our faith abide. Oh, America, be strong again. Trump will rise among the men. He'll protect us from the sin. Let the great new dawn begin. Darkness tries to spread its might, but our hope is in the light. With brave souls we'll take the fight. Pray for strength through every night. Guards together we shall stand. Trump to lead this blessed land. Build the future hand in hand, following God's perfect plan. Oh, America, be strong again. Trump will rise among the men. He'll protect us from the sin. Let the great new dawn begin. Darkness tries to spread its might, but our hope is in the light. with brave souls we'll take the fight. Pray for strength through every night. Hands together we shall stand. Trump to lead this blessed land. Build the future hand in hand, following God's perfect plan. Oh, America, be strong again. Trump will rise among the men. He'll protect us from the sin. Let the great new dawn begin. Thus together we shall stand. Trump to lead this blessed land. Build the future hand in hand, following God's perfect plan. Oh, America, be strong again. Trump will rise among the men. He'll protect us from the sin. Let the great new dawn begin.
Very interesting, my friends. This is, this music that Ingersoll Lockwood has been doing has been very much Ingersoll has given me many COMMS, and many of you have seen this, and they've been spot on, like literally predictions. And they told me about the piercing of the firmament by Musk on the day it was going to happen. We saw that through visuals. I've shared that. It's on my Rumble. The indoctrination, no space. The indoctrination on Rumble, and that is it told me those dates. It told me the disease, the day that Tedros was going to mention that. It told me the day that was going to be transferred from the pig to human, to the day. And so Ingersoll Lockwood is absolute gold. And it's legitimate. And we know about Ingersoll Lockwood. I'm not going to bore you with it, and it's very late. But we know about Ingersoll Lockwood because of the Barron Trump books. And we've looked at a lot of time travel. We just saw this video with JFK Jr. and the gentleman describing in detail and if you want to go back and watch that, please do. I know I'm going to. Describing in detail how Project Looking Glass works. And when you look at what the white hats are doing, excuse me. When you look at what the white hats are doing, what you're seeing is somebody that has obviously seen the future because of the way they're navigating the landmines that are placed in their path, and ingeniously so. That's why you never see Trump, worried. Bear with me. With all the stuff that's been hitting him, man. That audio is 4 minutes long. And obviously you want to listen to the lyrics, but I want to take you to drop 4, because I have been at this drop multiple times over the past week, including with Oliver on Wednesday night. And we did a 7-hour show. And folks, if you have not seen that show, I highly, highly recommend that show. And that is on my Rumble channel. We've got about 620 on Rumble and 2,083 on X right now. So I'm going to step off this channel and I'm just going to show you the content. And it is Trump dodged bullets, Biden caught a cold. David Snedeker live. Sir Oliver joins us to take us on a dive of the comms we are receiving. I'm telling you, folks, that is time very well spent. If you want to, speed up the audio, you can get through it a little bit quicker. But talk about absolute gold. And with Rumble, the great thing is you can scroll through and you can see when we go into the dives, and you can see some of the significance there. So at any rate, but back to this drop that I've been to many times in the past week. Let me read it to you, and then I'll close out the evening. This is October 29th, 2017. This was the day I discovered Q. This was the day after the first post. Some of us come here to drop crumbs. Just crumbs. POTUS is 100% insulated. We've been looking at that all week because obviously there was concern over whether or not he was insulated or not because of the assassination attempt. Any discussion suggesting he's even a target is false. Okay. So we can't even have this discussion if we're really paying attention to the drops. All this discussion, all this back and forth, where's the shooter? Where's the other guy? Who's behind this and all that? If you really study the drops, any discussion suggesting he's even a target is false, and we've been sent to this drop multiple times this week. Not just, by the way, News Unlocks the Map with the 100% insulated, but we've been sent to this with the actual numbers. POTUS will not be addressing nation on any of these issues as people begin to be indicted and must remain neutral for pure optical reasons. This is for obvious reasons, right? To suggest this is the plan is false and should be common sense. A little odd phrasing there. I've always kind of got caught up on that, but I think it's kind of a typo. To suggest this isn't the plan, I think is false and should be common sense. Because the POTUS needs to be separated from all these people being arrested and terminated, executed for treason, sedition, and crimes against children and humanity. Focus on military intelligence, state secrets, and why might that be used versus any 3-letter agency? We'll look at all the 3-letter agencies that have been exposed, and then we know we have military. The only way was only mentioned once, whereas transparency, accountability, justice is the only way forward was mentioned 20 times. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. That's why Anons are sharing their stuff. That's why Script's doing what he's doing. Hawk, Slow Country, Oliver, because the real way forward, the real way out of this enslavement, this human enslavement, the real true way is transparency, accountability, and justice. What Supreme Court decision opened the door for sitting president to activate what must be showed? The treason within these organizations Why is POTUS surrounded by generals? Again, we've known that POTUS has not relied on Secret Service his entire term. He always kept his private security, and he was always surrounded by Marines. Was that little video that I showed earlier, those Marines, the military coming around that truck, was that to show us that the Marines are really protecting him? I don't know. I don't know what that thing was, but it was very odd. They were waiting, and then they were cued. I've directed movies. I've been the assistant director of movies, handling the background people, handling the actors. Okay, when the truck goes past this point, you guys come, and there's even somebody waving them off camera for something like that. It was very odd. It felt very scripted. It felt very unnatural. Again, there are a lot more good people than bad, so have faith. This is Q reminding us that, hey, as bad as it gets, they try to kill our president. As bad as it gets, there are a lot more good people than bad, so have faith. And how many times have you said to yourself, I'm done with this world. I'm so done with all these bad people and all these bad players and all the art, the movie, the movie stars that I loved growing up, and all the musicians I loved growing up, and all these people. Now I'm finding out that they went to Epstein's Island. I'm just done. I've had it. I'm all the woke NBA, the woke NFL, the woke Major League Baseball. It's the taking a knee, of the national anthem. It's the people that are being awarded, the men that are competing in women's sports because they identify as a woman. All these things have really gotten us down. They drag us down, and Q is to remind us there are a lot more good people than bad. So have faith. This was a hostile takeover from an evil, corrupt network of players, not just Democrats. Don't fool yourself into thinking Obama, Soros, Rothschilds, Clintons, etc. have more power present day than POTUS. If you think that these people were that close to assassinating Trump, maybe we're not reading this post correctly, because that would make us agree that those people are in enough of a control that they could get access to him. Clintons, etc. Operation Mockingbird. That's the mask. That's the veil that we have to break through. That has been the brainwashing apparatus since we were born. Patriots are in control. Sit back and enjoy the show. Of the 100 times that Q said, enjoy the show, this is the only time Q said, sit back and enjoy the show. The rest of Q has been about engaging our minds and engaging our faith, engaging our spirit in order to fight this revolution. And that's what it did with me. And that's what it did with a lot of people. So to say that Q is some LARP or some thing that just, made people passive or sit back and eat popcorn, that's not what this is all about. And if you think that's what Q is about, you've misread Q or haven't read Q at all, and have allowed yourself to be bamboozled by fake anons. My friends, I am at closing in on 6 hours on this broadcast, and 9.5 hours total for the day. I am wiped, and I appreciate your joining me tonight. And none of my shows are obligated to do anything, buy anything, any So what are your thoughts on that, folks? Because that is, again, I was taken to number 4 on the drops multiple times last week. Once with Oliver, I think we ended up there a couple times, and also we're getting 34 quite a bit. We got 34 with Trump's. I'm sorry, 34 with Trump's uh, conviction, right? The 34 counts, all guilty, right? He's been dropping 34. It's been showing up in the drop. So you take 34, which by the way is Q Clearance Patriot, which is a beautiful, beautiful tribute. It's kind of tells you, what's going on. And I recommend that for you. But also it gives us Dave, we appreciate your dedication. Always been with you since the beginning. Awesome. BRLPL 1106. I feel like I know you. There's that numerological connection. So, what do you think about that? I really want to know. This is that we're talking about the by the way, Sir Oliver had an issue at home he's got to take care of, so he's being delayed, but he's going to come a little bit later, hopefully. Shay McGar, Dave, I enlarged that symbol on Ingersoll's website, and it says DJT surrounded by some stars and stripes. Thank you. I've had a problem doing that. Let me see if I have a little bit. See, Ingersoll Lockwood has these images that has these images down at where you click on it. I'm going to show it to you, and I would love to see that actually. So I do want to see that. By the way, Ingersoll Lockwood Inc. is not a nonpartisan group of Americans with distinguished careers serving our great nation. We don't believe in the QAnon conspiracy, nor would we ever. Please tell this to all. Team IL. Me think doth protest too much. And my friends, this is what website would have that on it if they weren't connected to Q. Also, they don't believe in the QAnon conspiracy. First of all, QAnon is not what Anons call Q. That's when they're repeating propaganda. And then the other thing is, am I not down there? What's going on? Oh, there I am. I was covered with the what do you call it? So I'm taking you to this, and I'm going to take you. Actually, I like this a little bit better for this particular one, because down here is where we click on to get that song, and I'm going to blow this up. Let me see if I can. Oh no, it's just going to that. But let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger. But I can see it's got DJT, and I'm gonna do this. This might help. And then I'll blow that up. Let me try that again. So this is definite comms. All right, DJT, and let me show you this. This is the best I can do. So let me show you what I have here. Can't really make out much, but it says DJT, and it's in like a flag, stars and stripes, surrounded by stars and stripes, right? So, but I promise you, folks, I've done enough research into this, and I've gotten enough prediction comms from Ingersoll Lockwood. I can flat out tell you that it is worthy following them, and it's definitely some very, very strong connections, and it's a shield. Yes, Angel, thank you. It's somewhat of a shield, isn't it? Dave, use Zoom on your settings on the site. Okay, let me try that. That might be something that I haven't oh, I see. Oh, okay. All right. All right. That's badass. Thank you, Shay. All right. That is really badass. Okay. Man, that is a nice, nifty little trick. I really appreciate that. I'm going to show you all that right now because there's something else in there that I did not see. Did I make it too big? There it is. Okay. Oh, I got to get rid of this. All right. All right. Now there's something else on there. DJT is on there twice. And I think I'm going to be able to blow this up enough to really make a difference here. No, that just I'm better off just going in. Okay. So let me show you what I'm looking at. Excuse me. Okay. Here it is. It's a little shield, and it says DJT, and then it says shade. You know what it says after that? I need to make it a little. No, it's bright enough. It's kind of a weird J, and it goes down into a star, almost like a shooting star. It's got 3 stars in gold right above it, and then it says DJT and 101 number 1 or LO1 number 1. Anybody, if you can, here I got an idea. Let me see if I can do it this way. Sorry, Hawk, I pocket dialed you there. That's what I'm trying to read right there. That little part. I can't make that out. So if anybody can do that, can figure that out, please put that in the chat. Or maybe you could find somebody that maybe decoded this. But that's as best I can do. And the other side of that says DJT. Can't get any bigger, need a magnifying glass. Yeah. Okay. But thank you for that. That was a really great tip. Yeah, Ingersoll is protecting Trump. Ingersoll is a part of the Q communication. Awaken Trillium, it says LO101. Any thoughts on what LO101 is? Binary numbers, maybe if it was 10101. But I think it might be LO1 number 1. I'm not sure. Also, my friends, I had asked you what you thought of me ending the show with that number 4 drop last night and what you think that's all about. And especially given the assassination attempt of a week ago. Yeah, what do you think? What do you think was the situation with last week? Dave, any guesstimate of when the military will take over the media to really wake people up? I don't really, get into the guesstimation of that stuff. I used to back in the day, just for fun. But if I was to guess, I would say it's very soon. That I would say that it's already in action. We just don't know it's in action yet. And this whole CrowdStrike thing was really big. And again, it's a week to remember, which will go down this week, will go down in history as a week to remember. But I think it's happening. I've seen some military activity, and I think something is going to go down within the next couple weeks for sure. And I think it's going to happen before the election. So we'll see. But that's just my thoughts on that. Right. Let's see. Let's see. Right click. You're saying open image in new tab. Would that make it bigger? Oh yeah. Okay. Another good trick. That was deplorable. Adorable, deplorable. Thank you for that. So it looks like, let me take you with me. I've done a lot on Ingersoll Lockwood, and I didn't have these two tools because I would just scroll in with my Mac, but it says DJT, and then it looks like either 101 with the underline over the underneath the 10, or that's an L, a weird LO1 ST. So it could also be the 10 maybe first, the 101st, or any thoughts on that, my friends? Dave, what are your thoughts on last night's Baptist church fire in Dallas? Parisian, I did not even know about that. I'm just not dialed into that right now. What are your thoughts on that? Let's see. Looks like LO18 and maybe a fraction. Can't tell. RJ Minnick. Yeah. Is anybody seeing? See, I don't think that this is a 1. I think this is now an S or an 8. And then S1. Yeah, read the fine print. Well, the fine print up here in the actual website is 2024 7, which is normally July. Let's look at 4794 and see what comes up on QDrop 4794. Sorry. Let me do this. Are you with me? Yes, you're with me. Okay. Ren's looks like LO 181. So 4794 is let me read that to you, because that is in, by the way, the drops, a few of the predictions that I've been able to make as a result of following Hawk thinks is 10181. Hawk, what do you think the significance of that is, if you think it's that? Dusker Who, the 101st, very well could be 101st. What's the 101st division? If you guys wouldn't mind digging on that, I think that's a great guess. Okay, 101st, DJT 101st, Maureen. I think, I think you guys got it. Now take me to the significance of that, if you would. Parisian, I want to. You're answering my question, so I want to give you the floor. Dave, last week's shooting was completely staged by the White Hats, in my opinion, setting the stage for disclosure of many conspiracies. I'm going to get into that a little bit, but thank you for that. So Parisian thinks that was completely staged. IL 101 is Ingersoll Lockwood 101. That's a good call, Lady Blue. That's a really good call right there. I think you might be... you may have, but it's not. I don't think it's IL though. That's the only problem. Yeah. I looked it again. I don't think it's IL. Do I ever use Lindsay? Do I ever use QAG.news? I do, but mostly I use. I went from QAnon Pub, if you remember, years ago, to now QApp. I'm sorry, QAlerts.app. QAlerts.app. Okay, so the 101st Airborne, Tennessee Ridge Runner 2, 101st Airborne, Fort Campbell, Kentucky, I believe. Very interesting. What do you think? The 10th Mountain Division. I thought about that, Benjamin, because that is the 10th Mountain Division is a very important drop. And I'll actually take us to that with this 4794 because it may be taking us to that. Let me see. No, I don't want that. I don't want that. I want this. 10th. Okay. I think I went past it. Okay, here it is. So 4414. Okay. June 4th, 2020. Okay. The EAM loyalists. Let me see what it looks like here. No, I'll keep it here. The EAM loyalists, but I'll move. Can I move this up here? How do I move this? Okay, never mind. If you look at the EAM loyalists, this is the message that's going to be coming across. Red one, POTUS Twitter removal. So we had that with after J6. By the way, I went to this drop. This hat I wore at J6, and I did a show that night from the hotel room. Told you the story. I had tear gas in my eyes and in my system. And we went live, and I took you to this drop, POTUS Twitter removal. That happened a couple days later. Central Communications blackout, continental U.S. We were thinking that was going to happen. Classified movement, Pelosi or Pence. Well, they had moved them out of the Capitol on that day. And then Red 4 was the movement of military assets, the 10th Mountain Division, 10th Mountain 1st, right? So, which this could be referring to. Marine CPSD, Marine QVIR to central locations under guise of citizen riot control. Red 5, National Military COMMS Central. We thought that Trump would go there. And then Red 6, Secretary of Defense Instruct 1, U.S. Secret Service, which is in the news, obviously, and Castle Rock, which many of us thought that was the studio that they were doing some of the work out of, especially once Biden stepped into office. It was not in L.A., by the way, that studio. I went down and I debunked that in Culver City. It was not at those studios because I'm aware of those studios. And so that's very interesting. So I'm very, very glad one of you put the 10th in there, the 10th Mountain Division. That was Benjamin. Thank you for that, Benjamin. And let's see what else. 101st Intelligence Squadron. I need some receipts on that, please, Angel. I'm not familiar with them. If you wouldn't mind putting that in as well. Let's see. Okay. All right. So there you have it. Look at the shield again. Let me see. Here's the shield again. No, DJT is in kind of like this box. There's not an L. It's just kind of in this box. 8, 12, 16, 20, 4, 27, 30. There are 27 stars here. this one, if that's a star. I don't think it's a star. 3 here and 4 here. So that's interesting as well. I think we were at a dive last night, 27, with Oliver. I hope Oliver can make it, and I hope everything's okay. Yeah, that we were taken here to 27. Thank you, Sandy. I'm glad you sent me back there because I was able to, find out a little bit more. November 1st, 2017, not everything can be publicly disclosed because so much ties back to foreign heads of state. Much will be revealed. We want transparency, but not at a cost we can't recover from. I don't know what it was, but Oliver sent us there last night. I can't remember. And by the way, there's 27 likes and loves on up at the top here, which is pretty cool, of my StreamYard. As I'm looking up, drop 27. Pretty cool. I'm always happy to have a happy coincidence like that, which how many coincidences before mathematically impossible is basically the message that we're getting from I'm sorry. From Q and in the drops. Let me look up something here real quick. Okay. So let me get rid of that. Davis, CIA Director Gina Haspel is blocking declassification of remaining Russiagate documents. So we're taken there from this Q drop, which is where is it? Here it is. Which is 4794, which is Ingersoll Lockwood. So we know that there was a huge intelligence agency cover up of this whole Russia collusion, which is all connected, by the way, to CrowdStrike. I'm sorry, I make that mistake a lot. Not here, but I made it today with talking to some friends. I'm sorry, CrowdStrike is accurate. CrowdSource is not. So CrowdStrike. So I think I was accurate. And Gina Haspel, Sean Davis reported herself as standing in the way of the declassification of documents related to the Russia investigation, right? And so let's go back to the drop here. And some believe the protection of the agency is what matters most. Some believe the declassification, public exposure of truth. What did I do? Okay, I didn't want to do that. Hold on. Let me see here. I'm sorry, folks. Why is that doing that? For some reason. Let me try this. See if I can do that any better. Okay. Okay. Some believe the protection of agency is what matters most. Folks, what are we talking about right now? What are we talking about? The CIA, right? And how they were involved in the JFK assassination, maybe the JFK Jr. assassination, or attempted assassination. And we believe that they were involved in this, certainly this deep state intelligence community. We believe that they were involved in last Saturday with President Trump. Now, and I have a theory on that. I was going to wait for Oliver, but I may have to get into that a little bit before he gets here. But let's get through all the information first. So some believe the protection of the agency is what matters most. Some believe the declassification, public exposure of truth, and rebuilding of agency is what matters most. Apply same to FBI, apply same to the State Department. Any attempt to buck the system, no matter severity of crime, they will fight back self-preservation. look what is being exposed right now. Shadow game, prevent public exposure of truth. Why? People united, there's unite. Okay, we were just talking about that. Have the power that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes. And accordingly, all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. That is powerful. Mankind, all experience hath shown, we've experienced this, that mankind are more disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. I've said this many times. Our enslavement is brought about by our laziness, our desire for convenience, our desire for technology, our desire to have the next best thing, the next best iPhone, the next Tesla, the next, a refrigerator that talks to the internet. Why do we need refrigerators that talk to the internet? We don't need that. This is how they've gotten us, in that we would suffer the evil rather than right them ourselves by abolishing the forms to which we are accustomed. We aren't willing to make sacrifices that are necessary, that we should. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered, yet we have this consolation with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. My friends, this number 4794 was in the address bar of the Ingersoll Lockwood website. What reminded me of this, and I go to these those all the time, because that's how I found out about the date of the DISEASE, like X, like Twitter, and the date in which Tedros announced it, and the date in which it jumped from a pig to a human, just like what we experienced. And so this is big, because what a lot of people have been saying is that this is, Trump, when he was in Milwaukee, was staying in the same hotel that JFK stayed in. Okay. The anniversary this week of JFK Jr.'s plane crash, the talk of Hillary. And I'm going to take you to a very important truth by Donald John Trump. Let me, I've got to pull him up on Truth anyway. So let me do that. And let me see. This is his truth. Let me pull this up for you. that he dropped today, and it was this: the Russia hoax. Okay, I'm going to make that a little bit. Ukraine, impeachment number 1, impeachment number 2, crooked Joe Biden's civil and criminal election interference witch hunts against his political opponent, and all other attacks on me and our great MAGA movement are falling apart like a rotten house of cards. Proud to be an American. Okay. So I want to do a couple things. First off, I'm going to come back to this. But first off, let's go to 804. And also, I like to drop the zeros. So let me go to 804 and also 84. Okay. By the way, guys, listen, I hope you're enjoying the dives into the Q drops, because in I hope you don't find it's boring or anything like that, because here's the problem. Q said no outside comms, no outside comms. Most of the people's experience with Q has not been you reading them yourself, has not been you spending hours and hours and hours of news unlocks the map, future proves past, timestamp dives from Trump and Scavino. We were doing timestamps from the U.S. military, Grassley, Pompeo for a time. We were doing dives into the timestamps of Hillary and Huma, and finding out that there's no way that they were in charge of their Twitter accounts, because the drops would go into a very disturbing drop about the Clinton Foundation or human trafficking or all that kind of stuff, and it's like there's no way, Huma and follow Huma and Muslim Brotherhood and all that, and it's like there's no way they're doing their own tweets, and there's no way that they have control over what they say. So let me take you to this one, which was 804 and 84. Needed to remind myself. 804 and 84. We've been getting a lot of mirrors lately, so I'm going to take it to 48 and 408 as well. Just for shits and giggles. Don't you love that term? So 804 is Delta 6 confirmed, comms good, operational. Okay. Now, this is very significant because of what we believe is happening. We do believe some military operations are taking place, and the comms have been good. The comms have been really, really good. And I don't know the Delta 6 confirmation. A lot of times when we see that, we think that that's like a Delta Force communication. It could be a Delta 6. It could be a 6-year Delta. I don't believe it is, but if we can do the Deltas as well today, we can do the basically July 20th. And see what July 20th has to say. We've got Flynn on Twitter. Flip uploads his header at 11:42. Real American Hero. Let's see. Yeah, that's not much today. Not much today. And it's not much primarily on Flynn, which is interesting because everybody today kind of came out and said, hey, you know what I noticed last night? No Flynn, no Roger Stone. How come? 408. Did you find the exchange 2 days ago regarding White House executive orders today? We listened. Feel proud. Eric Schmidt, Google, resigned today post executive order. Coincidence? This was the executive order of December 19th, 2017. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick. 19th 2017 executive order. Let me see if it comes up easily. And yes, so this was the executive order blocking the property of persons involved in serious human rights abuse or corruption. This was an executive order that was established by Donald John Trump, and it has not been rescinded. It has not been closed. This is still very, very viable. And this is basically saying, if you've, done bad things in human rights abuse, we're taking everything you got, folks. And if you're wondering how we're going to go into this new world with all this money and these changes in the financial system, well, then let's see. Then what you're going to see is that these people like Soros put his money into nonprofits. A lot of resignations, like tens of thousands of resignations that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Oliver and I were talking about this last night. So Eric Schmidt resigned. Coincidence? Why did he resign? Because what they're trying to do is distance themselves from the very corporations that they are connected to, so that those corporations don't go down when they go down. Oliver is close. His device is not connected yet. But Oliver, I see you. Just keep trying, brother, and connect with Hawk if you need to. And I think we got you, brother. Do you have, let me see. Hey, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, but I'm coming up as you.
Hey, I've never seen you look better, bro. I'm telling. Now I know why Trump told you twice you're a good looking guy. Now I know. I couldn't figure it out before, but now
I'm going to change it. I'm going to change it right now.
Okay.
This is better. This is better.
No. There you go. Hey, looks like I gained a little weight there. Hey, I think you have access to, like, you can put something up there, and I think you can add your avatar that you have. You've got a cool avatar.
Yeah, I gotta find it because yeah, I gotta find it, and I'll toy around with this.
Okay, but no problem, no problem. It's I listen. The only thing better than hearing myself talk is actually seeing myself talk to myself. So this is going to work out just fine. How you doing, man? Hey, okay, all right. I'll deal with it. I'll deal with it.
It's a looking guy Trump was talking about.
Yeah. Hey, how you doing, man? Thanks for coming in. And sorry, hey, how was this coming in this time?
Well, I forgot that I had to be on Chrome. So once I switched over to Chrome, everything was fine.
Do you know I can't access access StreamYard from Chrome. I have to use Brave. That's really interesting. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Some people are saying hi.
Yeah. Welcome, man. I'm glad you're here. I was just going over a few of the dives. I'll get you caught up, and then I want to hand it over to you. But let me finish this little dive. Now, I went into Ingersoll Lockwood, and there was this. This was on there. Can you see that? Okay.
Yeah. So I'm able to switch my screens around. Okay, cool.
Isn't that nice? Yeah. Okay. Now see, we gave you too much control now.
You're seeing everything that I'm doing?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Let's do that.
There you go. So it says, so this is the one that you click on, and I played it already. And basically, it's a song. It's got some great words about Trump and the whole bit, like the old timey song that we've been hearing. And this was the logo, or the button that you click on, and we saw DJT, but we can't figure out what this is in the upper right hand corner. We think it might be 101st, possibly. But if you have any thoughts, I welcome them, but we've been trying to figure that out. But it also, I went from, last night after you jumped off, I don't imagine you saw the last 5 minutes of that. But I went to Ingersoll Lockwood, and I did the drop. An LO 181 legal officer of 181 Infantry Brigade is what Christina says. Christina, would you mind doing a dive on that for me? And if you need to send me something, send me whatever links you have. You can send them to my email right there. So Oliver, it was 4 minutes long, the audio portion. It was 2 different songs. And so I went to drop 4. And you and I were at drop 4, not just Wednesday, but I think like a week ago, because you've been going to 4 a lot because of 34 and all that, right? And so I went to 4, and 4 really explained what happened last week, a week ago, with Trump, in my opinion. And it really is the white hats in control, I think. And I want to talk to you about that. I want to get your take, but let me finish doing this dive. Also 84 popped up because we were at 804. Was Trump's post right here. Okay. And I don't know if you dove on this today at all. Did you dive on this one? Can you hear me okay? Oh, you're muted. Yeah, just so you know, you're muted, Oliver. So this is so it took us to the House of Cards, which we have not done that dive yet, because there's many House of Cards posts. So I went to 804, and I also went to 84, and we're on 84 right now. Please add crumbs above a new complete graphic, organized and in order, critical for understanding and review. Spiderweb, Hillary and Saudi Arabia, Alice and Wonderland, see above. This is staged and deliberate. Snow White, Godfather 3. Godfather 3, Elon Musk posted Godfather 3 scene last night. This is staged and deliberate. There's much talk of Hillary returning. Now, Alex Jones said that, but I did not confirm that. The Hill did not confirm what he said. But that's what our guess is, especially to me if it's the white hat. So that is, and then the Mirror 48. What is Q clearance? Which we've been going to 34, which is Q clearance Patriot, but Q clearance is the highest security clearance. It's nuclear clearance. DOE, Department of Energy. It also across not all divisions, not just the energy. Who would have the goods on uranium one? Again, Hillary is back in the news. And I was saying earlier that we're going to expose her if she comes out. Everyone's ready for what we have to say about Hillary Clinton. Does stating Q refer that person works in DOE? No. Does it refer that someone dropping such information has the highest level of security within all departments? Yes. Why is this relevant? May 2010, Barack Obama, Russia should be viewed as a friendly partner under Section 123 of the Atomic Energy Act of 1954, after agreeing to a new nuclear weapons reduction deal and helping U.S. with Iran. Who is the enemy? What is being continually stated by all Dems? Russia is what? What did the Russian reset really provide? Clearance pathway to complete the Uranium One deal. Why is the Canadian Prime Minister so important? They never thought they were going to lose the calm before the storm. This is all related to Hillary, and it is a timestamp from Donald J. Trump's Truth. But here's the other thing about this, and this was from Kevin Rottello today. House of Cards. The capital letters are on H and C. Hillary Clinton. And both posts, several of the posts were about her. Any thoughts on that before? Oh, he's out. We lost you, Oliver. I hope this isn't going to be a problem for him tonight, because I want him to join us. Folks, we are at 1404 on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and then we were at 800 on Rumble. So we're at 2200 combined. So welcome everybody. I'm David Snedeker. This is the indoctrination, where we expose the indoctrination of humanity and we break free from it. Okay. Susie says, looks like leader at 13th. That's interesting. Am I still using the Healy? Yes, every day. Mine's not working. Try to contact the company and see if you can get a replacement. Let's see. Rick, good to see you. Viola, good to see you. Angels welcoming Oliver. Lemerins welcoming Oliver. Thank you guys all for your love for this man, for this patriot. Patriot Dana looks like LO 121 to me. That's interesting. I didn't see that. Let's see. Okay. All right. So, Carol Marine 13, the sum of all fears, Nessun Dorma. Yes. That is huge. Trump mugshot. The sum of all fears, we covered that. And let's see. You must have facial recognition for that Q clearance and a signed NDA. Yeah, I believe both of those at least. Let's see. You're welcome, Kevin. Thank you for that. Oh yeah, you know what, Shay, I've addressed this before. Dave, on the Ingersoll Lockwood site, they promote Jim Caviezel's Sound of Freedom movie, so they must think he is okay. Some don't agree because they think Tim Ballard is scum, and he may be. So my take on that is they promote a scene that is a very important scene in the movie, because Jim Caviezel is talking with the gentleman who is not who's kind of like fighting this fight against human trafficking. And so I think it's really, really important that that be the primary factor. The problem that I had with Sound of Freedom is the controversy surrounding Tim Ballard, and also the controversy of the funding of the marketing of it, which came from Carlos Slim, who is a huge financier of the Clinton Foundation. And when they do movies like this, and when I did my show, which is what you see here, From the Ashes We Rise, I did a live show here in Austin at an underground speakeasy. And it was pretty awesome. Some of you were there. Maggie was there. And I spoke to this because The Sound of Freedom had just come out. And I said, the best thing about Sound of Freedom is that it is putting Jim Caviezel front and center in media talking about adrenochrome. And he is the most famous person to speak about it openly, with the exception of actors that have talked about it as if it's an okay thing, and they dumb it down a little bit. But also Mel Gibson, had a quote about it, but it was like kind of a weird rant, whereas Jim Caviezel was actually speaking openly and having a conversation about that. And I thought that was very healthy, but I also challenged the way that it happened and the funding, and Tim Ballard and his controversy in Utah. And so, yeah. So at any rate, let's see. Oh, this is good. Gusto 66 was breaking down this. Let me bring it up. Uh, 4 stars total. 3 stars is lieutenant general. 1 star is brigadier general. 4 star is general. Okay, interesting. 1, 3, and where's the 4? Those combined, possibly. Okay. Thanks for that. That's good. So let's see. Well, yeah, Vance also has a book and a movie, right? Like Flynn, promoting himself. And that's why he's so popular, is because of that movie. And by the way, that movie was a Netflix movie, which is where, Barack and Big Mike are on the board of creating new content. Also, Valerie Jarrett was a part of that. I think she stepped aside when she started putting together she's the director of the library. And for those of you who don't know, I've decoded the snake, and I showed that her father-in-law was partners with Oscar Brown Jr. In Negro Newsfront out of Chicago, that wrote the Snake song that Trump recites all the time. So for me, there are double meanings exist, certainly, but also talking about, I believe, Obama and his whole group, and Valerie Jarrett is his right hand. So, okay. All right. So, that movie has been on Netflix for almost a year and a half. Man, thank you for that. I have not seen it. And I guess I probably need to see it, but I'm really, I'm more on the side of doing the digging into JD Vance, because think about the two realities that we're living through right now. You have the RNC, you have Trump talking about Vance. He's going to be around a long time. He's a great man, et cetera, et cetera. Everybody propping up Vance. Script said he called Vance like 4 months ago, I think, because he heard Donald Jr. Say that everybody in DC is corrupt except for the possibility of JD Vance. And so there's that. So you have this world, this people are seeing him. Yay, JD, I saw your movie. I read your book, Hillbilly Elegy, and all this kind of stuff. And he's good for Ohio, and he's red pilled. And yeah, he was a never Trumper, but he's turned things around, and Trump is pulling him together, and unity and uniting. By the way, Oliver, I would love to get you back in, brother. Hawk, I don't know if you're in touch with him, but something happened. And let's see. Let me see. Let me see if I can connect with Hawk. Is Hawk in the chat here? Lost Oliver. That sounds like a movie right there. So, so Netflix Obama. Yep. I didn't care. Benjamin, I didn't care for his wife either. Maggie, I don't trust JD. Came out last July 4th. This year we got The Sound of Hope, subtitled. The Look, Vance got the look. Also, he worked for Ambrosia, which I also think is why they brought Amber Rose to the stage of the RNC. Amber Rose, Ambrosia. I don't think that's a coincidence. Whitney Webb has some good info on JD. Whitney Webb. Okay, good to know, Vic. Thank you for that. Guys, I think and you'd find her on X, I believe, right, Vic? Let's see. I don't really follow Whitney Webb. I don't think at all. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm sure. I follow Whitney Webb. I like her stuff. So let me show you who she is. Thanks for that, Vic. This is Whitney Webb. Okay. Unlimited hangout.com, author of One Nation Under Blackmail. And here she is. JP Morgan's ties to Epstein, JD Vance, deep ties to the surveillance state. And she was interviewed by Jimmy Dore. So very interesting. Okay. So that's awesome. So thank you for that. This is we were also directed to Trump's full roast of Hillary Clinton last night when he was basically exposing her for the Haiti incident. Folks, I think if she is announced as the Democratic candidate, okay, I'm telling you, there's going to be an arrest, and I don't know when it's going to happen, but I believe her to be the first arrest without question. So this is yeah, and I think Oliver Chrome didn't work for me. Brave worked for me. Let's see. Let me get down to here. Yeah. So Brendan O'Connell called out Whitney Webb research. Lady Blue, can you give me a link for that, please? Brendan O'Connell, I was in touch with over the Mike Gill nonsense, and he and I communicated, and I checked out some of his stuff, and he's pretty solid. He's a loose cannon. He's not a Q guy. He's not a Trump guy, and he thinks that Q guys and Trump guys are retards. So I don't like that part about him. But at any rate, yeah. Dave, great picture. Debbie, what picture are you talking about? If it's a picture of me, I'm sure it's great. I'm just trying to narrow it down here. Yeah. How am I doing? So let's see. I believe it was just announced tonight. Hillary is running for president. Cakes, I need some receipts on that if it was just announced. The only receipt I have so far is what do you call it? Alex Jones. And let me see if that comes up. Oh, that's good. I might do it. Eric Trump was the most significant speaker at the 2024 RNC convention. I heard some of that speech, and I do believe it was significant. I need to listen to it again. Actually, I want to listen to the whole thing. So he didn't do this. They installed Biden to make the controlled demolition of America appear as incompetence. You know that, right? That's a part of it, without question. So this is not where it was. Maybe it's on InfoWars. Maybe he did it there. And this is what he says. Okay.
All right, folks, it's Saturday night, and we saw the Hill, all the news reporting Hillary set to replace Joe Biden. I called Roger Stone. I called other sources. They said, yeah, that's the word. They're really going to try to replace Joe Biden.
So we already know they're going to try to replace Joe Biden. I checked the Hill. There was no story on Hillary replacing Joe Biden. So that's not true, unless I missed it. Roger Stone is somehow in the know, but wasn't even at the RNC. Okay.
Chicago with Hillary Clinton, with all of her criminal activity, all of her background, all of this. So they are literally involved in a Democrat civil war, a power struggle over what puppet gets control. Biden had a closed election. He had a closed primary. That was all rigged. He stole the election 4 years ago, tried to take Trump off the ballot, and now Hillary is swooping in to be the nominee above Big Mike, Gavin Newsom, Governor Whitmer, Kamala Harris, all of them. This is huge. It's all over the news. They're actually going to try to do this. This is how arrogant and crazy they are. So Hillary Clinton thinks, with the deep state behind her, that she's going to be there because they want her. She wants World War III with Russia. She said that. And Trump says he'll end the war. He talked to Zelensky today. So to stop World War III, we got to get President Trump elected. But that warmongering, evil monster Hillary thinks that she is about to swoop in and last minute be the nominee, and then they try to steal the election. It's not going to work. They already tried to kill Trump. We're in epic times. Pray for Trump. Pray for America. Pray for the world. And I think Hillary's going to fail again. She was going to be the Madam President. Newsweek printed up all the magazines. She was the president. It's all a lie. Hillary Clinton, you'll never be president. Just like the neocons and the Bushes and all of them, you're done. Your time is over. America's coming together. God bless everybody. I'll be covering this all live at Real Alex Jones on X. Please follow me at Real Alex Jones on.
All right. So I was unable to confirm what he said. By the way, you're exactly right, Dave. Too many people nod and act like they've read the drops. Yeah, there are a lot of posers. There are a lot of non-posers, my friends. Just because you put a non in your name does not mean you're an anon. Parisian, Dave, Whitney Webb, not trustable. She's more like controlled opposition and handled by dark side. I think that's probably why I didn't know of her name right away, because even though I follow her, I didn't say, it didn't really resonate with me. I think that's why, because I've already caught her maybe in some stuff. But and I don't always unfollow, because I follow to see where they go. But thank you for that. I do need to check into her and confirm that for myself. And folks, if you ever hear somebody say, oh, they're not reliable, or even if you hear me say that person's not reliable, just either demand receipts of that, which should be really easy to provide, or just say to yourself, I'm gonna find out for myself, right? Kim Clements prophesied they would try to get a witch Hillary in the White House, which they've already tried to do and obviously still trying to do. Whitney Webb is on Redacted a lot. Redacted, my brother watches Redacted, and I think they do some nice work, but also I wonder, that guy used to work for Fox, so did Tucker. And I tell people beware of Tucker, but I think the white hats are using him. Tucker is a guy who, he was controlled opposition. He was the opposite end of the spectrum of the controlled opposition paradigm until he got fired. it wasn't even him leaving. He was fired, and for some of the things he was saying, absolutely. But I'm not all in on Hunter. Craig the Hunter said, I saw a commercial from a Dem group asking Joe to step down. That's interesting. How young are you, Dave? Your complexion is very youthful looking. I am. I'm 27, but I know I don't look a day over 59. So, Lady Blue, I follow. Thank you for that, by the way. This is a very nice compliment. I followed Bill Cooper. I agree. AJ is a bald-faced, stinking, cowardly liar. Well, let me go into that a little bit, Lady Blue. Let me go to something else that I wanted to share. And that is, let me see if I can find it easily, because I honestly don't follow him. So, I mean, I follow some of the stuff he does. This is Scott Lebedo. That's a pretty cool shot, pretty cool painting of President Trump. And obviously he's with President Trump, I think, presenting it to him. I did a Spaces with Rob Cunningham of Cool, the Cool Show, and Scott was on, so I got to meet him through Rob. Seems like a pretty cool dude, man, and very, very talented artist, and I love his stuff. Let's see, where the hell is his thing on cue? Here's Weinstein and Hillary and Huma, who are both married to sexual predators. Very interesting. Yeah. And they're flanking Weinstein. Russian lady knocks out a Muslim immigrant who was harassing her in St. Petersburg. How about that? Self-defense is important. These foreigners are not used to women resisting. Nice. 1-2. She knows her stuff. Russians are tough. So, this is Gretchen Whitmer, 86 and 45. We covered that. Let me, I don't know why I'm having such a tough time with this damn Alex Jones. Maybe it was under real Alex Jones instead of his InfoWars. But I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but it's important to do this. And let me see. I'll give it another minute, folks, and see if I can't. If you know what I'm talking about, it's basically him saying that Q is real. Okay. And finally, by the way, and I'm not seeing it. This was the Hillary Clinton announcement, so it should be a couple days before that. Here it goes. Hold on. Any of you guys know this link? Kevin, could you drop me the link if you know it? I need to see Alex Jones basically admitting Q is real. That's what I need to see. Okay. And if you guys could find that and drop that for me, I would appreciate that. So sorry for that little delay there. Let's see. I do want to show that Kim Clement, by the way. Sorry, Starsky. Yeah, I was not actually trying to show you. I was scrolling, and I did think you were with me, but you weren't. But Starsky, good to see you. Thanks for the feedback on that. Isn't it the moon landing weekend celebration? I don't know. Is that now? Pascal, he's not Space Force. He's got a website, which is something weird, and it's just forwarded to Space Force, but he's not Space Force because Q told us operators never divulge. And he was saying some pretty outrageous things, and he was wishing harm upon people. and even people I don't like, and I don't like that. So so I don't follow him, and especially again, guys, you don't listen, you don't follow a rookie. Okay, a rookie into this movement, you don't listen to. That's why Michelle Moore and Mike Gill, they're babies in this movement. Gill, yeah, he knows stuff about New Hampshire, but he couldn't prove his innocence from 2 different court cases as of defamation against the people that supposedly he's going to save us from. And Michelle's been around like a very short period of time and was, giving platforms to people, including Gill, who should not be, getting platforms. And she's horrible, by the way. Her research and her intelligence level is, hypertoloric. It's so at any rate, Antifa.com, you end up at the White House. They forward that to them as well. 55 years since the moon landing today, I think, which never happened. So 55 years from that lie, and imagine the level that they went to. Oh, Carol, thank you for dropping this. I wonder if I can. Let me see if I can. Can I opinion campaign? Let me see. How come I can't grab that? Yeah, I'm having trouble grabbing that. So let me pull it up over here. And thehill.com forward opinion forward campaign 4780301 Hillary Clinton 2024. Now, don't get me wrong. I think this is going to happen, but I didn't get confirmation on it yet. And I thought they were going to give him the weekend to do the right thing, which is step out. Ready for round 2, why we need Hillary more than ever. Okay. The strongest argument against replacing Joe Biden is the notion that no. So this is an op-ed piece. This is not an announcement that she's going to take over. So this isn't confirmation at all. And Alex, a little bit of disinformation by Alex. Thank you, Carol, for that, to confirm that Alex is using a source that did not say what he said. They show up like Jan Happer Hayes, but claim to have been in many administrations. I have followed politics for decades and never heard of her. I kind of did a pause on her as well. And we communicated and she was willing to do a show, but I needed to see more of her. And I just waited like literally a couple weeks before I started seeing things that were concerning. Let's see. Rick, House of Cards, Kevin Spacey, Epstein. Yes. And also, this was, Tucker's interview with Kevin Spacey over Christmas about the House of Cards. I did a decode of that, and wow, that was just pure theater. That was pure show to show us, I think, that Tucker's a part of the show. And that was my take on that whole thing. That this is, obviously Kevin Spacey is an actor, if that was actually him, because I know he's going down in a big way if he hasn't already. So let's see. So at any rate, I basically said that this is part of the show, because this is what they're showing us, is that this is acting. This is what's going on. Yvonne says, did you notice Melania and J.D. Vance's wife were both wearing red dresses at the RNC and 2 more on stage? Do you think there's any meaning to it? I did see that, but I didn't read anything into it. Do you think there's meaning to it? What are your thoughts on that? So I agree about Mike Gill, total windbag, but I do agree with him about Flynn being a POS. Well, I do too, and I was already there. Script was already there before Gill came along. He didn't tell us anything we didn't know. He still hasn't told me anything of value that I don't know. Let's see. Sorry, Dave. I had only seen the Alex video as well. My cousin posted on Facebook about the moon landing today as well. I commented it was fake. She replied, no, it wasn't. I watched it on TV, laughing my ass off. Cakes 816. That's good stuff. I'm sorry that you got to deal with that. Yeah. What if Hillary was a VP pick and she did a debate with JD Vance only to have JD unmasked and it's JFK Jr.? That would be biblical and shock the world. Yeah, that would. Okay, so let me get to yeah. If anybody can send, we're at 1526 on the three platforms, and we're over 900 on Rumble. So welcome everybody to this Saturday night edition of the Indoctrination. I am David Snedeker. We are exposing the indoctrination, and it is yeah. So here, so I wanted to. I'm going to drop this a few times. I'm really not. I really have been doing this a little bit more than in the past because of the. I don't make a lot of money from this at all. I made less than $45,000 all of last year, but that was not enough for me to sustain myself, which is why I had a home situation problem for 239 days. But I do put this from time to time, and I've been putting it out lately, but I'll give you an example. Yesterday, I had a few donations, I think totaling $35. And I really appreciate the people that donated yesterday. I really appreciate that. Fortunately, I had a very nice donation from Walter Newbert the day before the show yesterday. But 9.5 hours yesterday. So I actually made $3.60 per hour. So it's not a lot, but it is. I'm trying to get it to sustain me because I don't want to be in a bunch of different businesses. I don't want to charge you a fee to see me or hear my things. All my shows have been free since I began this over 5 years ago. And I did 200 shows before I ever dropped a link. So if you want to exchange energy with me, if you want to BYOB, if you want to tip me, you may do so here. I have been canceled off PayPal. I've been canceled off Venmo. And my donations dropped significantly as a result of that in 2022 when I lost both of them. And that just goes to show what happens when your convenience is affected. So people, it's inconvenient, so they don't get involved. They don't get on CashApp, or they don't do Zelle, or they don't go on Give, Send, Go, or whatever have you. So, but I'm not going to do this a lot. I don't do commercials, but I got to shift into something different because I'm wanting to do, especially with this significant time we have in human history right now. You want me on this wall. You need me on this wall because I have been at this for going on 18 years, and I bring a very unique methodology and intellectualism to this revolution that we're fighting. And I've always taken this revolution very seriously, which is why I've never charged it. I've never written a book. I've never done a movie. I mean, a movie about me or anything. I've never charged entrance for any of my events. I've never charged entrance to any of my shows. So This is, and there you go, Starsky Mooney. Thank you very much for your donation on Cash App. Very much appreciated. Long-time listener, beautiful human. Much, much appreciated. So at any rate, folks, and by the way, I'm not of the thing of like, I'm a grifter because I accept donations. Listen, if you think that, I don't know what to tell you. But here's the thing: we need to shift this paradigm. We need to stop giving money to Netflix and Amazon and Apple TV and Disney and Shapiro's and all these people that are making mega bucks off this movement, and then turn around and justify, Israel, those kind of things. This is not about, becoming a communist. This is about an exchange of energy, an exchange of value. If you find value with what you're seeing here and you cannot afford to donate, that's why it's free for you, because I don't want anybody to not be able to get this information. Sherry Timms, thank you very much for your donation. Much appreciated. So I'm not of that at all. Okay. I don't, there are people that have been scammed by Phil Godlewski and Charlie Ward and what's his name? Simon Parks, and people like this all along. And it's like, and then they turn around, if they've been scammed by somebody, then they turn around and they say anybody that is receiving any kind of money is not okay. Well, no, it's not about getting rich off this movement. It's about being able to sustain myself, because I used to think this was going to be over 5-6 years ago. It's still going. I'm still going. And it's been a long, long ride, and it has not been fun. When you get canceled off many platforms, when you get demonetized, when you get metered, when you lose followers on X, when you lose your accounts, it's shitty. It really sucks. It really sucks. So it's not fun. It's not lucrative. So if you like what you hear here, I ask for your support, and those who can support, I ask for that, so that those who cannot are able to still get this information. So thank you for that. But I'm not going to do a lot of that, and I've gone whole shows without dropping any donation link across the screen and all that, and this is a very important time in the revolution, so I'm not going to allow money to get between us. Yeah, people pay for sensationalism, then they get pissed off when they find out they were lied to. Yeah, so Lady Blue, that's a great point. This is one of my major problems with the fake anons, is that they give dates, they say Trump's coming back here, Trump's coming back here. They talk to you like they know what the hell they're talking about, and they don't. And then when nothing happens, you get discouraged. And that is a big problem in this movement. And they have slowed the Great Awakening through this bullshit. So, let's see. I will always help the ones that are helping us stay one step ahead of the government. Thank you, Starsky. And you have been doing that. So thank you all. Thank you all. So, let me get back to that. Patriot First, thank you for saying that, Dave. I'm old and fixed income, but so enjoy your knowledge. And this is the thing. If you're on fixed income, if you can kick in $1 or $2 or $3, that's great. But if you're so tight you can't even do that, I don't want you to be feel obligated or feel bad about not kicking something in. But we need to make sacrifices for each other. We need to make, I make this sacrifice every night. Every night I do a live. And so we're all making sacrifices for this movement. But the most important thing is we keep this going. Yes, Lacey, I'm still getting the monthly fees. Some of you paid for Truthcast app. And by the way, Lacey, you guys are producers and executive producers of this show. and I'm going to do a show specifically for you all. So thank you for that. Some of you got involved with the Truthcast app and support me by $12 a month, and I really appreciate that. And you didn't really get what you're paying for, or what you were offered anyway. So yeah. So let's see. Hunter Sabo, I'm so nervous with my first grandson coming and trying to back them off the shots. I just pray the truth comes out before September. Dave, do you have old videos on this? Well, yeah. I mean, I think the most powerful video is the one I did with did this 18-minute rant save. That was the 18-minute rant that is in Rumble. When I was pissed off because they took away our medical exemption rights for childhood vaccines in California. And I went live and I said, they're coming for the adults next, and they're going to create an event and they're going to follow up with it. But I don't want to get into that topic because I don't want to affect Hawk's channels. Susie, Hawk, I want to send money to Uncle Dave, but I only have PayPal. I'm a little nervous putting in CashApp on my phone, and I send the money to you when you send it to Dave. Yeah, Hawk and I do that. Like, people send me money for him and I send it on, and vice versa. But don't be nervous about CashApp. CashApp is solid. CashApp is not, canceling people like me. So I welcome you guys to really, check that out. As a matter of fact, let me see if, let me try something here, but I don't want. I'll do it when I'm showing you guys something. Yeah, Hawk. I thought he was banned from PayPal and Venmo as well. Let's see. Okay. So, so my friends, let me take you. Hawk, did we hear back from Oliver, by the way? Because we lost him and he was ready to go, but then we had some problems. Jason Miller is claiming Hillary is running also. This is one of those things, 21 grams. Thank you for that. This is one of those things, like, I could tell you Hillary's running, but where are my receipts on that? So I don't tell you that. But there are people that are trying to get out ahead of this and be the first. Oh, I heard it from Jason Miller that she's running. I heard it from Alex that she's running, etc. But it's not verified. It's not confirmed. I predicted that they would bring her back in, especially if it's white hat controlled. But that's just speculation. So I'm not really ready to go there until we have actual, confirmation. And maybe they think they do, but the Hill was not confirmation. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna pull up Kim Clement because I want to share that with you all tonight. And let me see if I can pull that up. Whether you guys like Kim Clement or not, I just ask you to check your codes, keep an open mind, because there's some really, powerful stuff in some of the things that he says. If you don't believe in a prophet, but if you don't listen to somebody because you think it's blasphemous because people call him a prophet, I will flat out tell you that is absolute indoctrination of your mind by the very mechanism, which is religion, that has controlled humanity. My opinion, folks, and this is just my opinion, we cannot move forward with religion of any kind. It has not been a good string of history with religion. It has not served humanity well at all. Now, if you want to talk about a connection with your creator, a spiritual connection with your creator, that's a different story. But if you're going to separate, how you can be a Muslim and feel like you're beautiful and you're deserved. And by the way, the certainly extreme Islam and their Sharia law gives Islam a very archaic and very ancient, primitive look to it, right? And so I wouldn't say that is on par with, like, for example, Christianity. Judaism with the Talmud stuff is coming out about that. But, Christianity is over here and there's stuff coming out about that. Like, there were 14 religions before Christianity that had the same exact story about going back to Horus of Egypt. So you got to question that. And this is what many have said is, like, you can't wake up to government. You can't wake up to medical. You can't wake up to the border. You can't wake up to Hollywood. You can't wake up to the music industry without waking up to the religious structure that we all agree that we were created by a sentient being or beings, and we pray to those beings and we ask for those beings for help, or that being for help. But the moment you drop in these prophets, that's when everyone's separated. That's when it divides everyone. And, and only through them can you get to our creator. That's, I believe, a construct, honestly. And I think I've become closer to God through my very, very difficult last 2 years of my life, but have gotten away from religion. So we need to at least look at everything, right? So let me take you to Strange July. I'm not going to play all of this, but I want to play some of it because there's some really significant points in this. So let me just.
Strange July, strange July. Hypnotic November. And oh, Christmas, where winter shall say, and me, I will make them happy. For God says, I have chosen each season to manifest something. My will shall be done, and it shall come to pass that I shall bring sign after sign.
Now, I'd like to come from this prophecy of Kim Clement stating strange July, and then hypnotic November, but strange July, over to this prophecy from roughly 3 months ago by this man named Brandon Biggs.
And then I saw an attempt on his life. This bullet flew by his ear, and it came so close to his head that it busted his eardrum. And I saw he fell to his knees during this time frame, and he started worshiping the Lord. He got radically born again during this time frame. I'm talking, people say he's saved now, but he becomes really on fire for Jesus, for what I saw coming.
But here, if I look over at Leviticus 8 is always a new number of new beginnings, just like there were 8 people on the boat. It's where you get your infinity symbol from. In Hebrew, it would be the letter Het. But if I look in 8, beginning in verse 23, and Moses slaughtered the ram and took some of its blood and put it on the lobe of Aaron's right ear. Now I'm going to read down in the text to 24. That's a number of high authority. So he would take the blood and he anointed Aaron's ear. This is you're going from being a citizen to a priest and political figure over God's people, God's nation, in this case, Israel. Verse 24, number of high authority. Moses also brought Aaron's sons forward and put some of the blood on the lobes of their right ears and also on their feet, from head to foot. An anointing is being stated in Leviticus 8. And isn't it interesting that this verse and these prophecies are leading forward, tying in with Kim Clement's Strange July, Strange July.
And you're going to see acceleration in war. And he told me, he said, these things are going to, he said, for my son's return is imminent. And he told me this. He said, when this happened, when Passover, this time of Passover happened, there would be such a great, is almost, and he told me about weather. And he told me, he said, there'll be great temperature rising in Chicago, through New York, and some of the other areas up east. And he said there'll be record-breaking temperatures during this time frame. And he warned me about storms, long-track tornadoes, and for the body of Christ to take their authority over these storms, because they would be these tornadoes, they'll be the largest tornadoes we've ever seen in history, potentially being long-track tornadoes. And then he said microburst. He was talking about 150 mile per hour winds would come out of these microbursts. And he was talking about taking authority over that and praying over that. But I just saw a great acceleration of things from Passover to Rosh Hashanah going into the fall.
And it shall come to pass that I shall bring sign after sign, and in the fall, that which comes down is that which was able to be shaken. And I will build and release the resources, and in the fall will show you whom I have chosen to pray for and guide this nation. You shall rejoice, for it is my man. It is my chosen. David, says the Lord.
In light of recent events, I'd like to draw attention to a couple of prophecies. This one here behind me comes from Kim Clement, coming from June 14th of 2014. There's just a couple of years before Kim Clement would pass away or die. One of his largest prophecies, or what most people would consider one of his largest prophecies, was that Trump would become president of the United States, that he would have 2 terms, that he would be a praying president, but not a praying president when he started.
Trump shall become a trumpet, says the Lord. No, you didn't hear me. Trump shall become a trumpet. Are you listening to me? I will raise up the Trump to become a trumpet. He will be a praying president, not a religious one. But I will fool the people, says the Lord. I will fool the people. Yes, I will. God says, the one that is chosen shall go in, and they shall say, he has hot blood. For the Spirit of God says, yes, he may have hot blood, but he will bring the walls of protection on this country in a greater way, and the economy of this country shall change rapidly, says the Lord of hosts. Listen to the word of the Lord. God says, I will put at your helm for 2 terms a president that will pray, but he will not be a praying president when he starts. I will put him in office, and then I will baptize him with the Holy Spirit and my power, says the Lord of hosts.
I cannot emphasize to you enough how stunning the hours of history that you're living in actually are. Behind me on the screen is this all the stuff they put this man through on the road to this. And as it's commonly stated, they're not trying to get to him. They're trying to get to you. He's just standing in the way. This is the mugshot of Donald Trump behind me. Now, in a interesting sense, we're doing some things right now in the tabernacle, in the Ark of the Covenant, but how similar a lot of this is to rituals, specifically the scapegoat ritual, along with many others. But in that particular ritual, you would take all the sins of Israel, and you would lay them upon an innocent animal. You would lay them upon this goat, and they would all put their bloody hands on the goat to send off, to put all of their sins and send them away, to brush them aside, to get rid of their sins. It's so stunning, the hours of history you're living in. This is Donald Trump's mugshot. Now, we fast forward just a little, and here is Donald Trump just seconds after an assassin has shot a bullet right by his head, specifically his ear. That'll become important in a minute. And how stunning this is that it nicked. See, it wouldn't even have the effect. It's not just that if it went a little to the side, that it would have killed him or disabled him in a way where he couldn't speak anymore, at least not the way that he used to. But it nicked his ear, so you have the effect of blood on his face with the flag of the United States. The land that our forefathers in this place, no matter what anyone says about them, they were men of prayer. And they went before the Lord and they said, Lord, if you would just give us another day, give me another day, I will give freedom to these men that are willing to lay down their lives for it. And you're walking through those hours. And the fact that you have prophecies, that the Lord actually wanted you to know this in advance. And he highlighted all of those prophecies by having one of the men that gave you some of the most stunning ones, his life would be over at about the point that all these dramatic prophecies literally begin. Let me put that another way, that many of the greatest prophecies that the Lord would ever place in this man's lips to give, prophecies that he was literally called a fool and a false prophet in his hours for, prophecies he would never live to see, but yet he still sat there and he boldly gave them, even to the very end, because God knew that those prophecies, that though he wouldn't live to see them, that you, watching right now, that you would.
Now God says a president that I will bring into the White House. And they will say he is ungodly. He does not know God. But even as Jesus disguised himself for the great feast, so I have disguised this man's heart. And when he comes to the White House, not only shall he be mine, but he shall pray as a man that has never prayed in the White House. Is anybody excited about this? That same man says the Spirit of God shall put his feet onto this platform, and God says they will say, how did this take place? Laws shall change. Young men and young women shall have access into the kingdom, and with authority into politics, and with authority into the industries that now have been controlled by darkness. Because of this man that shall rule for another 2 terms, for 2 terms, God said, do not fear, for the Lord says there will be no unnecessary stuff, but there will be things that men shall question. Fear not, for he shall sit in that seat, and suddenly my Spirit shall come upon him and baptize him with a fire and with anointing, says the Spirit of the Lord.
Now, it's not just the prophet.
So I want to pause that there because Oliver's back. I stepped away, Oliver, so I don't know how long you've been back, but hey, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. All right, awesome. Everything okay on your end?
Yeah, I just had to take care of a few things. I'm sorry for leaving so abruptly.
No, that's okay. I was able to jump onto other things. No worries.
Yeah. Okay.
What would you like to talk about?
Well, I mean, the COMMS keep coming.
Right?
It's nonstop. White Hat pointed something out. Did you see that? Did you see what White Hat posted?
No.
So he posted the drop. Remember the CIA was the drop that said the CIA was attacking POTUS right now, something to that effect. Let me see if I can find it. Give me a second. Because what I thought of immediately was control, and how the White House, how they've said in so many times, that they're in control. Patriots are in control.
Yeah.
You know, everything is fully controlled, so on and so forth, right? So I don't
Yep.
know. This is not working. Do you follow Whitehead?
I'm trying to look for him now. Do you know the his address?
Yeah, it's Ed Rayner. Let me see if I can find it. I apologize. I was on Chrome, and then I went down to my basement. So I'm not used to using Chrome, and my signal is weaker down here. So, yeah, I apologize. I'm having technical difficulties.
No worries. Take your time.
It's not even coming up. It's not even coming up. Hold on. It was a good one. It was a really good one.
What do you think about what's coming out about Hillary? So far, I haven't gotten any confirmation of value.
I called it.
Yeah, same. We both did.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw. I don't follow him, but he came up on my feed. Alex Jones
Yeah, same.
saying that he has a good source saying
By the
that
way,
Hillary, huh?
his number one source was The Hill, and they did not do a story saying that Hillary is being pulled in. It was an op-ed piece about what if.
Okay.
So that was not true. And then his second source was Roger Stone, who wasn't even at the RNC, I don't believe. And then he said he had some other people.
So why would he say that? Why would he come out and say that?
Because he's sensational and he wants to be first. And by the way, I wanted to find his announcement about Q, and I couldn't find it today.
Who made an announcement about Q?
Alex said Q's real.
Today?
Yesterday or the day before.
Oh, and you know what? We've been doing this a long time. You probably longer than I have, and it's funny to see everybody coming back to the drops now.
Yeah, right.
Where 2 years ago, I was being called a Q-tard and saying to stop, follow the drops. The drops are over.
Yeah.
There's no more Q. Q was only for a short period of time. He's not around anymore. Blah blah blah. And now everybody's jumping back.
Yep.
And I I like it. I'm happy because I've spoken to some OGNRs and I've actually encouraged them to come back and start posting like they used to about the drops. Because for me, it's all there.
Yeah.
It's all there, and news unlocks the map. So the more eyes on, the better.
I was thinking about this today, and I was looking forward to having a conversation with you about it. And that is that let's see. I want to talk about this about Q, but and it was just I felt really inspired today by the show last night with Script and you and Hawk and here's the thing. We got to call out all the OG and ons. What's happening right now is the reason why we were let into the huddle. Because this is the operation right now. And
Right.
we were let into the huddle. And I've used this analogy many times in a basketball game. You call a timeout, you're down 1 point, you go over to the huddle, and the only people who are in the huddle are the players, the coaches, and the managers who are handing out water and towels. The scoreboard operator isn't, the cheerleaders aren't, the parents, the friends, the biggest boosters, the biggest diehard fans of your team ever are not in that huddle, even though they want you to win more than anybody. The only people given the information about the play that is hopefully being drawn up to win that game are the players, the coaches, and the support of those people. That's it. It's a need to know only, right? Q said less than 10 know the whole picture. So at maximum 9, because it's less than 10, 9 know the full picture. 3 military, 3 civilian, and we believe 6 military.
Right.
So, but you and I and other Anons were shown the playbook in a very cryptic format, in a very time, flipped around and upside down, and all these different ways in which we've been exposed to this plan. I believe now what we're seeing, and now as we're down the final stretch, I believe we need to get the veterans back off the bench and out of the stands and onto the court to win this game. Because the reason why we were let into the huddle was to let the audience know we've got this. We've got this, and show them why we know. Thoughts?
Right. Yeah, no, I agree. The only thing is we got to be careful. And I realized this last night after your space. We got to be careful because this happened before. This happened in 2020 where we were so over the target, we were all purged. That's my opinion. I think that's the real reason why, they got us off Twitter, because we were ahead of everything. And so now when we start, analyzing certain situations and breaking it down so much so that it's irrefutable, they may come in and put the brakes on us again. So we got to be careful. Look, I was telling my wife yesterday, what I'm saying, what you and I are saying, most people don't believe, and I'm okay with that. What most people believe is what they saw, and that was the purpose of that incident. In my opinion, that was the purpose of that whole incident, so that the people can see what's going on. They can remind themselves or be reminded, or maybe even shown for the first time what happened to JFK. Different town, maybe definitely different people, but seemed like the same situation almost, where we're finding out now there was possibly a second shooter, maybe a third. The Secret Service may have been involved, FBI may have been involved, maybe some Congress members were involved, so on and so forth. So that's one of the reasons why I believe, we're being shown, right? The word show means a lot of different things, right? We're being shown what's going on, but not everyone is looking at it the same. And that's okay. If 20 million people woke up after that incident last Saturday, perfect. Perfect.
Yeah.
Mission accomplished. But you and I know, just judging off the comms prior to and immediately after, there's no doubt in my mind that what you just said is what's going on. They're talking to us.
Right.
So Whitehot is a clock fag. He's an original Anon from the board, and he's a clock fag. He knows that clock very well. You know, he was there when it was created. And so when he posts, when he drops stuff, I pay attention. I'll just say that. And this one drop that he posted, it's got 1 million views already. You know, and rightfully so, because it's perfect. And how can I share? How can I pull up one of his?
So you can pull up one of his drops, and you can click the present button. But you have to pull it up in the same tab that you're in.
I don't know how to do that.
So basically, are you on your phone or computer?
I'm on the laptop.
Okay. So basically, you know how you have tabs up top? You might have more than one thing open.
Right.
Just add a tab.
Right.
And then hit, once you get that tab, click the present button, and then a box, and it'll say down at the bottom, you have, right? You see it?
Right.
Then click share screen.
All right.
And it'll give you the options of which one you want to click on. And you click on that, and then click on that one, and then click share, and that'll pull it up on screen.
Okay, something happened with my privacy with Google. Let me bypass that and see what happens.
Okay.
Oh, there it is. You see it?
I do. Yes. Okay.
So I'm only seeing that. How do I get back to all of us and this?
You mean all of us in what way?
Like I want to be able to see you and me. And is Hawk still here?
No, he hasn't been here. It's just you and I.
So I want to see you as well as this screen and the chat.
I'm seeing you and I, and the chat is on the comments. If you click on the upper right-hand corner,
I don't.
Oh, interesting.
StreamYard.com. Oh,
there we're gone.
Okay,
and
I
then
got it.
There, you and I are back.
Okay, I got it. Good. All right.
Okay.
So I don't know if the viewers can see this because it's small.
Oh, white hot mic. Yeah. White hot mic. I've got white hot mic.
Yeah, white hot. Yeah.
I thought you were saying white hat.
No, white hot.
Okay, white hot. Okay.
I don't know how to make the screen bigger for the audience to see, but basically,
okay.
You know how? I mean,
I do. If you could zoom into it. What kind of laptop do you have? Mac or PC?
Mac.
Okay. On your mouse pad, take your two fingers and zoom like you're looking at a picture on your phone. You know, you're zooming in on a picture on your phone. You do that on the mouse pad.
Okay, I don't think that helped.
So you got to click on the actual thing first on the not on the StreamYard, but go to the actual tab that's open, and then click on this.
Oh, okay, I got you.
There you go.
All
right.
You.
Well done, man.
So it's not coming up though.
Yeah, I can see it. It's
I don't see the whole thing though. Part of it is cut off for me.
I'm seeing the Trump deleted truth, reposted again 68 seconds later. Oh, I did see this today. Yeah. Go ahead and read all of drop 66 out loud to yourself.
So drop 66 says, let's be clear. You're telling us POTUS is currently under attack by our own intelligence agencies? Let's be clear. The CIA just attacked the command and chief, not commander, command and chief, which was immediately detected by NSA military intelligence and alerted POTUS. Re-review all my crumbs, including today, yesterday, weekend. What does this mean? Remember I showed you the drops, the posts before it happened, right? The night it happened, and the rest. We went over it on your live.
5:23. There were 5 hours and 23 minutes between the post before the assassination attempt and the one after. And we went to 5:23 last night, which was white hot.
Checkmate.
Checkmate. Yep.
Right. So they're literally telling us right here in this drop, you know, and I know that the Anons got it, and that's probably why he got 1 million views on this, because all the Anons all over the world are agreeing, in my opinion, with what's going on. What does this mean? What actions are immediately occurring? If this leaks or the immediate action ongoing at Langley, you'll have your verification ahead of schedule. So we talked about them panicking. We talked about them probably scrambling to get their shit together because they didn't call this. This is me speaking. They didn't call this. Were they planning on assassinating him? Probably. But they didn't call this. Says
They
right
didn't
here,
call, they didn't call what?
the hit.
Who's they?
The black cats, the bad guys.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm with you.
It is my opinion, for those listening, it is my opinion, and follow along because this drop right here pretty much describes what I'm saying. Right? The CIA just attacked the command and chief, which was immediately detected by NSA military intelligence and alerted to POTUS. Now, how do we know that something else didn't happen prior to this? Right? We've heard many different assassination attempts against POTUS in the past. But right here, he says, re-review all my crumbs, including today, yesterday, weekend. What does this mean? What actions are immediately occurring? So I believe, again, and I said this before, if they say we have it all, you have to take that, you know, quite literally, not figuratively.
Right.
They have NSA, military intelligence, and Space Force. They can listen in on us right now. They can look through our walls and see that I'm in my basement. They have it all. But what they don't have, the bad guys, is what they used to have. And that's Snow White and Corona, right? They're blind in the sky.
Right.
And that came up, I believe, yesterday. It's past midnight now. Yeah, that came up yesterday. And that was part of one of my decodes, recent decodes, because they want to remind us of what's going on. And I think it's more for us to remain faithful and hopeful and know that things are being done. Things are being taken care of behind the scenes. And then to confirm, just to confirm, Sheila Jackson Lee dies of pancreatic cancer. I mean, come on, you can't make this shit up.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? So the world thinks she died of pancreatic cancer, but we know what the fuck happened. You know,
Right.
I'm sorry to curse people, but you know, she was.
Listen, I cuss all the time, so listen, there's no censorship here. I believe that, you know, stopping cursing is a form of censorship, and I don't approve of that in any way.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. So we know she was a pedophile. You know, we know she was down with Hillary and Oprah. You know, she visited the Bahamas, and we know what went down in the Bahamas. What's his face had the island there. Oh, jeez.
Epstein and also
no.
the Bahamas.
Was it Bronfman?
Yeah.
Was it Bronf? No, not Bronfman.
No.
From the Virgin Atlantic.
No, his is wasn't in the Bahamas. His was in the Caribbean as well, not too far. It's I've met him. I've spent some time with him.
I thought his was in the Bahamas.
Richard Branson.
Richard Branson.
Yeah, no, it's in the Caribbean. It's Necker Island.
Necker Island. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
Yeah.
That was north of Epstein Island. The other one was it Nygaard? Peter Nygaard that had the island
Yep.
in the Bahamas?
I believe it was.
Yeah,
I believe it
one of
was
them.
Nygaard.
One of them. But anyway, we know what she was all
Yeah.
about. And so I when I saw his post, I immediately thought control, right? You know, the drops talks about control a lot. But you go to drop 2266,
It was Nygaard, by the way, confirming.
Peter Nygaard, right? That's what I thought. I got it mixed up at first, but I thought it was Nygaard. Okay, so let me go back to share. How do you do it? Present. I forgot how to do it.
So click present, then go to share screen. Share screen.
Okay, present, share screen, and I want this one.
Yeah,
Share.
you might like this, brother, to make videos.
So check this out. Do you see it?
Yes. Let me get rid of the banner here. Okay.
Check that out.
Remain calm, Patriot.
I don't know how to scroll. What am I doing here?
Let me do this.
Not
Remain. I
scrolling.
just made it bigger.
But it's not
Remain-
scrolling.
So always go back to the page where you've got it.
Right, you mentioned that.
Okay. And then also what you can do is while you're on that page, you can see the view of us, like together with this.
While I'm on the page?
So when you go back to the page of that this is on, look up at the top and it says
View tab?
view. Yeah.
Right. So right, but I want to be able to scroll and I can't. So if I go to view StreamYard, I can't scroll. Can I?
Okay.
Let me see.
Yeah, I'm not
I
sure.
I can't. No. So just for the
stay in
purpose of
it.
showing everybody this, right? Check that
Yeah.
out. Can you read that? Can you see
Yeah,
it?
remain calm. Patriots are in control, and it's him holding a gun.
What a show.
What the hell is this?
What is it? It's a drop. 2266.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
Hello.
2266?
Whitehouse said he posted, he deleted, and 66 seconds later, he posted again. So I said, wait a minute. That to me, that he's letting us know that because of that drop that I read from Whitehot, he's letting us know, you know, we're in control, right? So I started scrolling through the posts. I mean, you can't make this up, bro. You can't
Wow.
make this up. What a show. It's
Trump.
him holding a gun. It's Donald Trump holding a gun. It says remain calm, Patriots in control. What a show.
Wow.
We're witnessing / watching the systematic destruction of the old guard. Power will return to the people.
Wow.
Can't make that up, bro.
Wow.
Now watch this. I think the other one is 2206. 2206. Another. Nope, not that one. Bear with me. 2606. Right here. 2606. How do you know the future? Remember the Q&A? That Q&A session with Q?
Yep.
When the Anon asked, how do you know the future? And his response was control.
Yes. Yeah, you control the future.
Hello.
Yeah, that's huge, dude.
2606.
2606. And how did he get there?
I got there, not him.
How did you get there?
It just, I remembered the whole control aspect of Q and letting us know that,
Nice.
you know, we're watching a show, we're in control. But when I brought up that 2266, because the 66 stuck out to me, that's their number. The sixes are their numbers. So when I heard 66, I'm like, wait a minute, let me look up 66, and that was one of the drops, the
Wow.
2266. That's undeniable right there. Look at
That
that.
is, man. That's unbelievable. I forgot about that. I forgot about that entire drop right there. And
So the-
power returned to the people.
Yeah. So the
Crushing
drop
the oligarchs.
inside that drop, we see a lot. We've seen a lot. You're witnessing the
Man.
systematic destruction of the old. We've seen that a lot, but this one doesn't come up a lot. This didn't come up. I looked for it. I brought it up.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Isn't that crazy?
Hey, by the way, the power will return to the people. So last night there was a sorry, one of my lights is off here. There was a bear with me here. Okay. So last night there was a Ingersoll Lockwood post. That was a song that went for 4 minutes, 2 songs. And I went to drop 4. I told you that. And I'm gonna take us there real quick.
Like the hat, by the way.
Hey, thanks, man. I wore that at J6. So this has been right there in the heat of it.
I remember that.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, now that you mention it, yes. I told you I was there.
Yeah, dude. Well, I had another hat underneath it, like a stocking cap, because it was a bit chilly, and I had this over it. Yeah, I just unearthed this recently, but thank you though. I like this as well. This was from a listener, sent it to me years ago. Okay, so I'm pulling up this. I kind of let me do something here. And I'll so the 4 minutes took me to 4, right? And so I went over this last night, and I showed it again at the beginning of tonight's show. But since we have another 1,000 people in or so, we're almost at 20. We're almost at 2,800, I think, across both platforms. So welcome everybody. But let me take us there again. Drop 4, October 29th, which I had been here with Oliver a couple times this past week. Some of us here come here to drop crumbs, just crumbs. POTUS is 100% insulated, which a lot of Anons went to after the assassination attempt. Any discussion suggesting he's even a target is false, which kind of makes us question the whole who was in control of that assassination event. POTUS will not be addressing the nation on any of these issues as people begin to be indicted and must remain neutral for pure optical reasons. So it's not seen as revenge, right? It's not seen as the kind of oppression that the Biden administration is showing Trump, right? That the deep state is showing Trump. To suggest
Jay, I'm sorry to cut you off.
That's right.
I just saw someone in the audience asked who Sheila Jackson Lee is. So
go ahead.
Just to be clear, she was a congresswoman of over 20 years, I believe, who hated Trump. She was one of the loudest voices against Trump. Yeah, thanks for bringing her up. But she was famous amongst the Anons for wearing a pedophile's logo ring.
Yeah.
Wore that ring proudly. So I don't know if the woman who asked, I'm sorry, it's Rick, not a woman, I'm sorry. Rick Duplantis asked who she is. So, just look her up. You may find a photo of her wearing a ring, but I mentioned, and I don't want you to lose your train of thought, Dave, but we talked about this the other night. when she was, I forget what hearing it was, but it was a recent hearing in Congress where she
Yeah.
looked entirely different. It did not look like her. You know,
Interesting.
she
Well, I'm going
made
to show you. Here's Goodison. Sheila Jackson Lee appears to be wearing some pedophile themed jewelry. This is the FBI symbolism for pedophilia. And this is her. And this is the ring that
that's
she
the
was
famous
wearing
shot. Yep,
right there. That's the
that's
shot.
the famous shot. Yep.
Why would anybody ever wear this symbol? And if you're a member of Congress and you don't know what that symbol is, then you get your head so far up your ass. But
And this was after the FBI had already put out there what the symbols
exactly.
for pedophilia were.
And I got to show you something else. I think I showed this. I think I showed this last night. Let me. Okay, here it is. I think. Yeah. Here it is. Let me get you over with me here. Yeah, Rick, I'm glad you asked that question because this is, a lot of you're probably asking it for a lot of people. This should be a video. Here we go. I'm going to play this for you. It's 15 seconds long. Watch. Sheila Jackson Lee is touching her glasses right here behind.
Wait. That's during the Kavanaugh hearings.
Yeah.
For all those who are wondering.
That's Christine Blasey Ford. Okay. This is Christine Blasey Ford's lawyer. Okay. This is Sheila Jackson Lee. What? Watch what happens. What did she just hand him? Okay.
Probably a check. Not a check.
I think it was a thick envelope.
It looked pretty thick. Let's
See?
rewind that. Let's
There's
look at
some
that
girth
again.
to it.
Yeah, that's pretty thick. That's a nice check.
And even what I was saying last night is after Kavanaugh, got the hearing, won the appointment, they dropped her. They flat out dropped her ass, and you never heard from it again because she was no longer,
Blasey Ford, you mean?
Yeah, Blasey Ford. Yeah, they completely dropped her.
Yeah, she's gone.
So I'm glad you asked that, Rick. Thank you. And I want to show. Let me get back to where I was here.
Drop 4.
Drop 4. Let me present that. And would you walk everyone through that? I got to take care of the little dude here for a second.
Yep.
Thanks.
So, and we went over this the other night. What stands out here the most to us is POTUS is 100% insulated. He will not be addressing the nation on any of these issues as people begin to be indicted. I believe you're going to begin to see that when the summer's over. After the summer's over, when Congress and SCOTUS is back in session, I believe you're going to start to see a lot of indictments. I'm a firm believer in when they say they have it all, they mean every word of that. And so, you're gonna begin to see indictments. You may even see a 2020 election interference case that's currently at SCOTUS. You may see that a judgment made in favor of. I believe Mike Lindell has a case now at SCOTUS. We know the Brunson brothers do, and there's another one. Her last name is McGill. I always forget her first name. I don't know why. Forgive me. but her last name is McGill, where she challenged Mayorkas, Austin, Harris, and many others of their fraudulent oaths of office. So that's another case that can remove many people from Congress. And I believe one, if not two, of those cases are going to be heard. Focus on military intelligence, state secrets, and why might that be used versus any three-letter agency. So, again, they have it all. SCOTUS will uphold state secrets. If a president invokes a certain act, i.e., the Insurrection Act, Act of 1807, and he does it through PADs, Congress is not privy to that. He does not have to consult with anyone in Congress before he invokes those acts. Excuse me. This one, I always like this one. Why is POTUS surrounded by generals? Who follows generals? Generals are very respected individuals in the military. Both active and retired. They will continue to be respected until the day they pass. And so you have a lot of loyal members of the military to these generals that surround POTUS. Good. You want to take over from here?
You're doing great. Keep going.
So, and then it mentions that there are a lot more good than bad. So have faith. I'm big on faith. I've been through.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No. I just wanted to say that I've been through enough in my life to know that even when you feel you're at your lowest point, he always comes through. And that's because I've never lost faith. Even when I was at my lowest point, I've never lost faith. So don't lose faith. There's something big coming, and it's going to happen fast. It's happening fast. If you look around you, everything's happening fast, Dave.
I just wanted to say that this was a big sentence for me, because Q is trying to reassure us that with all the bad that we're seeing, that there are more good people than bad. We sometimes forget that because of the sheer number of just nonsense people that we're seeing, the bad people, the bad players. And so I love the reaffirming that Q does throughout the drops to reinvigorate us and to assure us that, listen, not only do we got this, we're in control, but also there are a lot more good people than bad. So have faith. That was a big one for me. And when I ended with this last night, several people said that was a great way to end because it was such a pick me up. Please continue.
I want to mention, he mentioned, or they mentioned, they're more good than bad just a few times. He didn't mention it too many times, but it was very important. You have aside from Q, let's look at life in general. Hold on a second. Aside from Q, just your basic life. For me, I'm in the construction business. I'm an iron worker. And every day that we go out and start walking on that iron, it's danger. We put ourselves in very dangerous situations. And we have to, love you too, baby. Good night. We have to, be sure that the people that we're surrounded by are good people. Are there bad guys? Yes, 100%. There's bad guys in every environment, but there's more good than bad. In a life or death situation, those good people come up. You know, they show up. They show up, and you'll
Yeah.
see the bad guys immediately. They show their true colors. You know, so aside from Q, just in everyone's everyday life, there's more good than bad. I can attest to that. I can agree with that. So when I heard Q say this for the first time, I'm like, hell yeah. You know, and then you think of all the blackmail, you know, all the situations that they were put in, you know, those bad predicaments that they were not aware of. They just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. And you have people like Epstein who took advantage of them. Now, don't get me wrong. You have your outright evil people who enjoy doing evil deeds.
Yeah.
That's far and few between, in my opinion. And
Yes.
yeah, we can easily take those people out.
And Q says more good than bad 2 times in the drops, and more good people than bad 2 more times than this. So 5 total times in the drops. Q does that, and insinuates it many more times as well.
Right. Right. So in an operation, a major operation, who do you go after first? And they displayed this early on when they took out the MS-13, right?
Yeah.
Hundreds, thousands of them, and
Yeah.
that was quiet. That was kept
Big
quiet.
time. Big time.
Yeah, and El Chapo even said it. El Chapo spilled the beans immediately. He gave
Yeah.
everybody up. But that hearing was kept quiet. But you take out your hitmen because now you're forced to use other measures. You know, once you take out your army, your hitmen, right, low level guys, now it's easy to take out, you know, the high level guys, and you don't necessarily have to take them out. You can make them work with you for
Yes.
the time being. And I believe that's what has been happening, but now you're witnessing those people turn on each other. Quite literally. I believe this happened already a long time ago, but now we're seeing it in certain people demanding that Biden step down. And Biden standing in his square saying, I'm not going to step down, which is brilliant, if you ask me, right? Because he's buying time.
Yeah.
They can't force him out. They could try 25th Amendment. I don't think that's going to work. They could try it. Still, that might take some time. We're going into August now.
Well, one of the things what I said earlier tonight was that just the suggestion of him stepping out of the race was a death knell for his campaign. I mean, it's like, I'm sorry, you can't possibly rebound from, well, I'm thinking about stepping out of the race.
Right.
You can't rebound from that. It's done. It was over the minute there was any suggestion after the debate. And that's why we believe that debate was a setup.
Right. 100% sting operation.
Yeah.
Pulled them all out. The same night they all came out.
Yeah. At the same time.
Right. Mockingbird.
Choreographed.
Mockingbird.
Yeah. Yeah. They got their talking points.
So Biden, which I believe is not Biden, and I believe he's under control of the White Hats.
It's BYEDIN. I like to say that. You say BIDAN. I say BYE. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye, Dan.
Yeah. But I mean, let's think critically here, right? If he's under the control of the White Hats, then this is a brilliant operation, the way it's playing out. You got them to come out and show their true colors. You see who's who now. Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, You know, Nancy Pelosi tried to stand by his side for a little while, but even she is now. But that could be part of the plan because I think she's the same thing. She's under control. But at the end of the day, like you said, it's over. It's game over. It's checkmate. You know, even hardcore Democrats that I know are saying, "Ah, fuck him. I'm not voting for him." They haven't committed to Trump yet, but they're definitely not voting for him. You know, so
Yeah.
it's our job now to get these people to vote for Trump. You know, we have to continue to remind them of all the good he has done, and the better, or rather, the I don't know how to frame it, but we always hear the phrase "the best is yet to come,"
Yes.
right? So we look at what he has done, and then we imagine what can be, right? I feel like fucking Kamala Harris now, but anyway. But that
I
video,
hope you're not dissing that speech because that was one of the greatest speeches
it
of
was
all time.
it was amazing.
It
But
was really. I have it up on my wall. I have it.
but that video you played the other night, to me, says it all. You know, with him and Kim Jong Un.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And I showed that tonight because we went over what was that drop? I forget.
With that video.
Yeah, that was that was the boom 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 boom, the gun.
Yeah, the 1440.
Yeah, yeah. 1440, thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
1440 or 1446, one of those. But it's just, it amazes me at how that was done. What, 2018,
Yeah.
for our future. You know, and it mentions what are they going to do? You know, are they going to make our future, you know, more prosperous, you know, peaceful, you know, or are they going to fall into this, you know, negativity and fall backwards? You know, we're not going backwards. We're definitely not going backwards. We're going forward. And I've heard Trump mention,
Exactly.
I've even heard him mention creating flying cars. You ever hear him make that statement? He was talking.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he was talking about the freedom cities for the veterans, and then he mentioned flying cars. So in so many words, they're telling us, you know, he wants to, you know, build new infrastructure, but the best in the world. Okay, now you go to other places around the world, they have highways that light up. They have roads where you can charge your vehicle as you drive. You know, and he wants better than that. So I can only imagine what we have coming. And everything's going to be built here, made here. You know, there's going to be so much work for everyone. It's going to be an incredible time these next couple of years, and I'm excited. You know, I look forward to. Even though I'm at the end of my career, I know I'm going to have a place somewhere, maybe as a consultant or whatever. Doesn't matter as long as, you know, my kid's future is bright, which I
Yeah.
can definitely see. Um, you know, him coming in and changing the whole education system. You know, the
Yeah.
workforce. You know, with the no tax on tips, that's just the start. I believe he's going to do away with income tax altogether.
I agree.
Um, and we're going to get to take our whole check home, and
Yeah.
that's going to stimulate the economy in a way that it has never been stimulated before.
Yep.
So good
Yeah.
good things are coming.
I mean, the 4 months that we spend um, basically working for these private bankers, and then another couple weeks or a month doing the taxes, like spending the time and worrying about them and getting them in on time, that's got to go away. That is absolutely got to go away. That is absolutely tragic. Yeah. So if you would go ahead and finish off on this dive, and I want to take you to the next one.
Again, there are a lot more good than bad, so have faith. This was a hostile takeover from an evil, corrupt network of players, not just Democrats. Don't fool yourself. I love this part. Don't fool yourself into thinking Obama, Soros, the Rothschilds, the Clintons, etc., have more power present day than POTUS. Operation Mockingbird, Patriots are in control. Sit back and enjoy the show. So, I mean, and that was early. That was drop 4. You know, that was, what was the date on that? Was that November 1st? What date was that?
That was the 29th, day
29th
2.
October.
Day 2.
Right. So that was prior to the arrest of Alaweed.
Yes.
So they knew what was coming. And you know, if you go back to that time, I believe that was the most major move that
Absolutely.
ever made. Yeah, they took out the main guy in Saudi Arabia who controlled, you know, he had a lot of people under his control. He had a lot of information on everyone pretty much. So you go after him first. It was brilliant. You go after him first. You cut a deal with him, which they did because they released him. He paid, I believe, $5 billion fine. And then they released him the end of December. Right? So what do you think the deep state is thinking when that man was released? He gave us up. He gave us up because there's no way you're going to tell me that you know, of everything that he was being charged for, that they're going to just release him like that after paying a $5 billion fine. That's a lot of money, but that shouldn't remove you from all your crimes. You should still do time for your, especially the crimes against children.
Yep.
So I believe they you know, they made him play along because he gave them key information on the Clintons, on Obama, primarily Obama. But we know Hillary was working for him. So that was it. That changed everything. That was where everything started. Where I believe Obama and Hillary, you know, were going after, you know, against each other. I should say, not after each other.
Right.
Against each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was taken to the fore again, with this Ingersoll Lockwood post, and the prediction that I was given by that we were all given by Ingersoll on the DISEASE X by Tedros and the WHO. The date of his announcement of that at Davos was told to me by Ingersoll, and also the date when it jumped from the pig to human. The date was given to me on Ingersoll. I had to decode the picture about what it was all about, but it was in the address bar.
Right.
So I go to the address bar in some of these drops. And so I went to 4 because of the 4-minute long song. And then I went to 4794. And 4794 takes us to, what are we talking about now? We're talking about the JFK assassination. We're talking about what's going on with Trump. We're looking at the deep state. We're looking at the CIA, right?
Right.
So this link right here on 4794, this is September 30th, 2020. This link takes us to Sean Davis reported on Tucker Carlson tonight that Gina Haspel herself is standing in the way of the declassification of documents related to the Russia investigation. Right? So Haspel was personally hiding these. And then the drop, some believe the protection of agency is what matters most. Some believe the declassification, public exposure of truth, and kill brackets and rebuilding of agency is what matters most. Think, JFK, shatter the CIA into 1,000 pieces. Remember how critical Trump was of the CIA during the campaign, talking about dismantling the CIA. And then he gets into office, and his first visit was over to Langley. And he did a press conference about how important the CIA was. Did a complete flip. People were like pissed. Remember that?
Well, he was putting him in the limelight.
Yeah.
He had to, and he's doing it again now. With Israel.
Yeah.
You can't go against your enemy in the public eye. You just can't. You have to remain allies for the sake of the mission. And so he told the world pretty much that he was, in favor of CIA by stating that it's so important. But in actuality, we knew what was going on. He was putting him in the limelight. All the drops are about the CIA. It's all about the CIA.
They don't even mention, Q doesn't even mention CIA. Q mentions either the agency like they're doing right now.
Right.
Or C_A.
Right.
Apply same to FBI. Apply same to state. Right? The State Department. Any attempt to buck the system, no matter severity of crime, and they will fight back. Self-preservation. We're seeing this now. Shadow game, prevent public exposure of truth. Why? People united have the power. What have we been hearing? Unite. Bring back bring in Nikki Haley. Unite the party. Bring in JD Vance, and never Trumper, to unite the party. We must be united. And I also went from here to the crimes against children will unite all humanity.
Right.
Cross aisle, right? And so People United have the power, and it goes right into our Constitution and how it's our job to tyranny like hell is not easily conquered, yet we have this consolation with us that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph.
That's right. And you posted that logo that you had up before, the 101st. That's the 101st Infantry Regiment.
Is it? We were trying to figure out what that was.
Well, that goes back to the Civil War.
Right here? Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, that goes back to the Civil War.
Okay.
Yeah. The 9th Regiment, I believe it was out of Massachusetts.
Somebody said Kentucky.
I'm pretty sure it was Massachusetts. But another thing I want to point out in that drop that
it would have been Massachusetts if it's probably going back.
Right, because it's Kentucky.
Yeah.
Kentucky wasn't around yet, right?
Exactly. Well, it was in the South too. Here it is.
Exactly. But
Massachusetts Army National Guard.
Yeah, there you go.
American Civil War continued through the Spanish-American War.
National Guard.
Yep.
National Guard.
NG. Right there. The nation's first.
Look at that.
Yeah.
DJT. Hold up. Hold up. What's drop 34 say? My fellow Americans, over the course of the next several days, you will undoubtedly realize that we are taking back our great country, the land of the free, from the evil tyrants that wish you to do us harm and destroy the last remaining refuge of shining light. On POTUS's order, we have initiated certain fail-safes that shall safeguard the public from the primary fallout, which is slated to occur 11.3, which you believe was the other day. With the 10, you broke it down. I don't remember exactly. But
J13.
Right, J13, right.
J is the 10th letter, and
Right.
drop the 0 is 11.3.
Upon the arrest, announcement of Ms. Podesta, actionable 11.4, confirmation to the public of what is occurring will then be revealed and will not be openly accepted. Public riots are being organized in serious numbers in an effort to prevent the arrest and capture of more senior public officials. On POTUS's order, a state of temporary military control will be actioned and special ops carried out. False leaks have been made to retain several within the confines of the United States. Remember the blackout the other day where planes were down. They weren't allowing planes to leave.
Yep.
To prevent extradition and special operator necessity. Rest assured, the safety and well-being of every man, woman, and child of this country is being exhausted in full. However, the atmosphere within the country will unfortunately be divided, as so many have fallen for the corrupt and evil narrative that has so long been broadcast. We will be initiating the emergency broadcast system during this time in an effort to provide a direct message, avoiding the fake news to all citizens. Organizations and/or people that wish to do us harm during this time will be met with swift fury. Certain laws have been pre-lifted to provide our great military the necessary authority to handle and conduct these operations at home and abroad. This is interesting because, and the reason why I went to this is because that logo you put up said
Yep.
DJT on top. That's 34.
Right. Yeah.
That's 34. 41020.
41020. Yeah.
I'm gonna look into that 101st a little more.
Yeah. Good call, bro. That's really, that was a really great call. Yeah. Civil War, post-Civil War, World War One, interwar period, World War Two. Let's see. Battle of the Bulge, push to the Rhine, east of the Rhine. Interesting.
It's also 101st Airborne Division.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Romeo
amazing.
Blue with Destiny. 101st Airborne Division Air Assault is the only air assault division of the United States Army, nicknamed the Screaming Eagles. The 101st has consistently distinguished itself. Hold on, I could share this. What am I doing? Hold on, let me go back.
Which one did you pull up? Is this it?
No.
Reading here?
No, not that one. It's 101st Airborne in the Army. Home.army.military. Home.army.mil. It's 101st. It's U.S. Army garrisons.
Hold on.
U.S. Army garrisons. And then it says 101st Airborne Division Air Assault Fort Campbell. Found it?
Yeah, but it's for some reason it's frozen up here.
Yeah, that one. That one right there.
Yeah. It's not clicking through.
Let me see if I can share. Let me see. Present. Share screen. 101st. Share. Yeah, no, it's not. Oh, wait, spinning. It's spinning. Still spinning. I don't know why it's doing that. I had it open just a second ago.
We got 27 something, 2724 in the house. 2727, actually. 2727 right now. That's
That
badass.
sucks because that was a nice piece that I was reading.
I know. Let me see if let me try.
The
Let me try.
only airborne division of the Army. The only air assault division of the Army, 101st. Interesting.
That's really interesting. Here, 101st Airborne. For some reason, it's not clicking through.
Stop screen. Oh, wait, I just clicked out of yours too. I didn't mean to do that. Try it now.
It's all right. Here. About.
That's not it.
No, it's not. But every time I go back to that, here, let me refresh this actually. Here, let's just try that one. Damn, that's
It's
really.
just no.
It's this one link that's not going. Home.army.mil.
It's that one. It's that one. That's the one. It's not letting you open it.
Home.army.mil. Let me try it just directly. That site is, here we go.
Yeah,
But
it's different.
It's not giving, yeah.
Well, they don't want us to share it.
They don't, man. That they're shutting that down. It's kind of like what you were saying earlier.
That one right there. That's the one. Yep.
Which is really odd that you don't click on that. And man, that's really odd. What are you doing, buddy? No.
I'm gonna try to get it open in another window.
That's a good idea. Let me try it in Chrome and Brave.
I just want to finish reading it.
Yeah.
So I got it open. Let me see if I can share it.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah,
Should be able to.
Present.
All right, I got to take care of the dude here. I'll be right back.
Present. Share screen. Are you seeing it? Yeah, that's it. Okay. 101st Airborne Division Air Assault is the only air assault division of the United States Army, nicknamed the Screaming Eagles. The 101st has consistently distinguished itself by demonstrating the highest standards of military professionalism since its activation at 1 minute after midnight, August 16, 1942. Interesting. August 19 of that year, first commander, Major General William C. Lee, promised his new recruits that although the new division had no history, it would soon have a rendezvous with destiny. As a division, the 101st has never failed that prophecy. The 101st is recognized for its unmatched air assault capability, its ability to execute any combat or contingency mission anywhere in the world, and is still proving its mettle as tomorrow's division in today's Army. Interesting. So, I wonder if they're referring to that or if they're referring to the 101st Infantry Regiment going back to the Civil War. You're gonna have to dig
Yeah,
it.
it could be both.
Yeah.
Double meanings exist, right? Double meanings are.
This talks about, and I came across a very interesting read regarding the Civil War. It went into detail about Ulysses Grant in the Battle of Gettysburg, which I'm looking at here now on Wikipedia. But it was very interesting the way the whole thing went down. Maybe we'll do that one day. Maybe we'll go over this.
I love that. Yeah. I love that. I went to Gettysburg this summer and I did a show from there. It was brief, but it was cool. People loved it. Hey, couple things. One, the biggest aha that I'm getting from this Ingersoll is that whether it's 101st Airborne or 101st Infantry, it's military.
Right.
And 101st Brigade is or 101st is of the Army. That's National Guard, and that's huge.
Yeah.
And so that's really awesome. That's really big.
Give me a second, Dave. I'll be right back.
Sure, take your time. So, my friends, I want to take you also to Trump, I believe, is predicting the Hillary Clinton from this truth. This is thanks to Kevin Rottello. But on the House of Cards, H and C are capitalized, and the drop 804 took us into multiple connections. I don't have it still up, but multiple connections with Hillary Clinton. So I don't think that was an accident. And today are the rumors that she's stepping back into the picture, of which both Oliver and I have both predicted that Hillary would be brought in. I also predict that the Obamas are going to be involved and that they're going to come at this with the combined Bill and Hillary Clinton and Barack and Michelle Obama, because they have to. When do you expend ammunition? This is when they're expending the ammunition, literally and figuratively, because they tried to kill POTUS, Trump. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit more about this with Oliver, because it's a very important topic. But I believe they knew that they were going to try to assassinate him, and they got in the way of it. 4622, August 19th, 2020. Ask yourself a very simple question. Why is everything regarding Q being censored, banned, and attacked? When do you expend ammunition? Resources? Question mark. Well, this is their final shot at this, my friends. They're this is also, in reality, they're not after me, they're after you. I'm just in the way. That was expend ammunition. Right. Information warfare, infiltration, non-invasion. When does your enemy expend ammunition? There's a lot of these, my friends. When do you expend ammunition? HRC, direct attack regarding Q. Why? 2200 plus attack. The MSDNC articles written, published in the past 2 years, 2,200 articles, folks. That's more than anything. That should tell us Q is legit. And simply in the effort, if you didn't read one Q drop, all you need to know is the energy and time and resources that the Mockingbird media expended to attempt to discredit Q. And they don't even know how to say it. They say QAnon. That's when you know you're talking to somebody that doesn't know anything about Q. When do you expend ammunition? For what purpose? Prevent public exposure of truth. Slow limit reach. Coordinated media rollout to install fear into users. Discussing Q regarding risk of account termination. Coordinated media rollout designed to silence a conspiracy they deem to have significant potential anti-Dem ramifications regarding 2020.
I think we're going to begin to see a boomerang effect. I think the media is going to begin to speak about Q, uh, not in a positive way, but they're going to try to spin it as if they knew all along, what Q was telling us.
Right.
After denouncing it for so long. I think they're done. I think the media is pretty much done. And this incident is probably the nail in the coffin. The fact that CNN was there live, I know they've covered his rallies in the past, but never live the way they did. That they're going to take a huge blow. The next morning, Joe Scarborough and Mika, they canceled their show. Did we go?
How about that, dude? They're like the tip of the spear for this stuff.
Yeah, we went over this that night, right? In that decode that I did.
Yeah.
Let me see. I don't think I have it on this laptop, but I could go to my page and bring it up. I found it. It was very interesting how not only did they cancel their show, that's MSDNC, right? Not only did they cancel, and it's funny you mentioned tip of the spear because that's Donald Trump always gives that signal with his hands, the tip of the spear, the airborne.
Yeah. This one.
OSSOC. Yeah. But CNN knew 4 hours prior that they were going to cancel their show. How did CNN know?
And by the way, why were they all at the rally? Why was CNN at that rally? They don't cover rallies.
They don't cover them live.
Right.
They always send a correspondent out. Some low
They were
level.
covering that one live.
Right. They were covering it live. All right.
Yeah.
Menendez. That was huge.
Trying to see. I had a
here it is. I found it. So I don't know how to share this because it's in my pictures.
Okay, so
what I did.
So go to present, and then go up to
slides.
Slides, possibly.
Slides.
And go to your computer.
Your computer. Upload file. Okay. All right. Yeah, I can do it this way. I just have to find it now. Oh, this is cool. It's not letting me open it though. I'm clicking on it and nothing's happening. Options, custom files, all files. Okay. I had to click all files. Invalid file type. All right, it's no big deal. I'm just gonna read it real quick. I don't know. Maybe I'll figure it out another time. But in this decode that I did, where it says Morning Joe pulled from air because of Trump shooting, and I can't see it. I can't. I'm sorry, folks. I can't zoom in close enough to read it. Yeah. And I don't know if I posted it on my page. I wanted to look at the timestamp. One was 6:34 a.m. and the other one was 2 something. The one from 2 something was CNN. You know, how did they know at that time?
Yeah.
And the other thing is, Brzezinski's father was a former NSA to Carter, National Security Advisor to President
Oh,
Carter, and a
Brzezinski
member
of the CFR,
Right,
Bilderberg.
right.
Zbigniew Brzezinski was a protege of Kissinger. Was like it was they're one and the same. She's an absolute CIA asset without question. Not even close to being a question.
And I got this from a post from Donald Trump on July 15th, which is post assassination attempt, where he capitalized the word all twice and the word end. So those are the only three words that were capitalized in his post. So I look for the word end, and lo and behold, there's two drops that are identical to each other. And in that drop, it mentions Mika Brzezinski and the word end. It says end is near. The media cleanse / JFK. They're telling you right there. Right there, they're telling you exactly what I was saying. This is going to be the end of media because of what they did to him then. He's showing us again now.
And also there's multiple mentions of Mika, the targeted accounts on or the Twitter. No, not that, but the MSNBC right here is the layout. These reporters and networks have been named in the WikiLeaks to have colluded with the DNC or Hillary campaign during the 2016 election cycle.
Right.
And they'll all be exposed again if she comes back. John Podesta, Huma, November. Huber, recent reveal by Sessions. November start. HRC panic. Deal required December. Think Huber. Coincidence? You have more than you know. News unlocks past map. And then there's more. The Inner Circle. Mika Brzezinski. Background. Family careers. McLean, Virginia. McLean, Virginia, folks, is where the CIA is. Langley. It's right off Dolly Madison Boulevard in McLean. The age of tech has hurt their ability to hide, control. Majority today were born into the circle. Investigate those in front of the camera who scream the loudest. These people are really stupid. End is near. The media cleanse JFK.
That's it right there.
Yeah.
And they cancel their show.
And it's twice.
Yes.
The
exact same drops. And the time, remember the time I told you, one was 6:34 a.m., right? So when I look up news on the internet, I like to go to the reader format because I don't like to see all the advertisements.
Right.
I go to my reader format.
I do
my
that too.
reader format was 2:34 a.m. and the regular format was 6:34 a.m. Same article. Why would they do that? When you go to those timestamps, right? Bring up 6:34. Check this out.
Heart attacks can be deadly.
Oh, yours is not showing. It's not showing the gun.
6:34.
Yeah. Wait. Why is mine different? Hold on a second. Oh, I added it. To mine. So remember the photo of the congressman who held up the heart attack gun during the
the Church Commission.
Yes, the Church Commission.
Yeah.
When they had the CIA agent, we were questioning the CIA agent, and they held up the gun.
Yeah, they held up, and it was
there it is, right there. That's the gun in the drops.
Hmm.
Turn that gun upside down. That's the gun in the drops.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
And that's what they were talking about. They were pointing us to the fact that the CIA uses journalists, as ops.
Right.
And they admitted it in this hearing.
Yeah. That
And
was when William Colby gave up the family jewels, they called it.
Right.
And that's why they murdered him.
Right. And get this, Dave. Scavino led me to those drops. Scavino led me to the documents on those hearings and the JFK papers as well through one of his posts.
Nice. Nice.
That was after the incident. They know we're watching. They know we're going to pick up on the timestamps and all the clues and go to the drops. They knew exactly what they were doing. So why would they lead us there? I'm going to look at my decode and tell you to drop so you can bring it up, because I think this is major and people need to look at this. By the way, that was drop 1440. I added the picture to it for effect for my decode. But if you look at 1441, the very next drop, what does it say?
Singapore.
You got it up?
Start the clock.
Start
a week
the
to
clock.
remember.
That's right.
Wow.
Blackwater on guard. What are we hearing about Blackwater? Didn't that guy work for? They did a commercial with Blackwater.
No, that's Black Rock.
Was it Black Rock?
Yeah, Black Rock.
thought it
But
was
Black
Black
Rock Water is Eric Prince.
And didn't Eric Prince just come out recently?
Yeah.
He's back in the news. I forget what it was, but he's back in the news, Eric Prince.
Well, they were talking about him possibly as Trump's I think cabinet. 5 days ago, founder of the private military company Blackwater breaks down Trump assassination attempt.
I can't remember what, but he's back in the news.
He said failure to intercept Trump shooter, either malice or incompetence. They were talking about him possibly for Secretary of Defense.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah, and he's I know this is for the audience, but he is the Blackwater founder, and he is also the brother of DeVos, who was the Department of Education secretary under Trump, Betsy DeVos, who is the wife of Richard DeVos, who started Amway. And that's where they got all their money.
So that same day, Dave, that same day that Trump made that post, Scavino at 8:06, posted, I forget what it was, 9 point. Not that it's not important. I'm just going off the timestamp, 8:06 a.m. When you go to drop 8:06, that to me was major. Post incident,
JFK releases.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. He's leading us to those documents with the CIA and the journalists.
Yep.
That they colluded with them all along, and they admitted to it.
All is pointing to
I
the
don't know
CIA.
if you can open those.
Yeah, I should.
Can you open those from there?
I can't open them, but I can go to them outside.
Copy paste.
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Try it, because I want the audience to see.
It's President John F. Kennedy Assassination Records Collection.
Click the other one. That's very. I mean, come on. Why would he? Why would he want us to focus on that again?
Exactly.
What we just witnessed with the assassination attempt on Trump was what they did to Kennedy.
Yep.
And so here he is reminding us again.
CIA's use
those are
of
the full
journalists.
documents.
Yep. CIA's use of
37
journalists and clergy and
Oh, you
intelligence.
got it up?
This is the
You
other
got
one.
it? Click that. You click it so they can see the cover. Boom. Keep going.
Yeah.
Keep going. Stop. What's the date?
It looks like, well, July 17th, 1996. July 17th was
July 17th. Come
yeah.
on.
That's
Don't make this shit up.
JFK Jr. I remember this. And this was 3 years before JFK Jr., I think. Right? Wasn't Junior 99?
Yes, it's 3 years before, but just the
Yeah.
date alone, it's very significant. You know, I mean, read the articles, folks. Read them.
Yeah.
It's deep.
And that's why, journalists are not to be trusted. But folks, clergy, all these pastors in their 501c3s, how many of them told you to get to take the jab? How many of them justified the wars that we went into? Folks, this is all got to shift. They're infiltrated. They are absolutely infiltrated, especially the big ones, the big churches. Oh my God. That's why we got to challenge religion. We can't just give religion a pass in this great awakening here. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. So Scavino sent you down this path. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he did. With that 806 drop. When you look at a calendar app, doesn't it show the 17th? Any can you bring that
up? Let me see. The calendar app. It gives my calendar app gives me the date.
Actual day, yeah, but when you look at I forget how to find it. Forgive me. But when you look, all calendar apps show the 17th.
I've seen that. And I didn't challenge that, or I didn't check that.
I don't remember if it's Wednesday 17, but it's definitely 17. It shows 17.
Hey guys, and in the chat, what do you guys? What is that 17th? What are they doing with? What is the 17th thing?
With the calendar.
Calendar. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Shibby says 100% same script as Kennedy. Let me see here.
It's not important. I just thought it was, coincidence, and I've seen it before. And I've seen many people talk about it. I just can't. I can't bring it up. I don't know how to bring that up.
Now, here's what I was saying the other night. I think you'll probably remember this. Is that if you and I were Huma Abedin, and this plan, this operation wasn't taking place, the last thing we would do, knowing Q, knowing the military, knowing what they've got out there on Frasdrip and all that, and Wiener and everything, the last thing we would do is stay in the public eye. So what she do? She gets engaged to Alex Soros, who, even though he's a dork and he's got billions, he could have supermodels. What's the attraction to little Miss Boney, who's married to a pedo? you know, and has a child with a pedo, Anthony Weiner.
Right.
And so what's the attraction there exactly? To me, that's complete white hat comms, because it's Falahuma, and that side of the triangle has not collapsed yet.
Right.
Yeah, it should be the 17th was the anniversary of the plane crash of Junior, and also
Emoji. The emoji. Yeah. Susie Pollock. Susie Pollock. Hey.
hey,
Susie Pollock says calendar emoji. Yes, that's what it is. The calendar emoji says July 17th.
oh, in your emojis, like for your
Right.
texts and stuff.
Right. Right.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So of all dates, they chose July 17th.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. That's what it is. But where is the calendar emoji?
You have to like if you're gonna type a text.
Oh,
Go to
yeah.
your emojis. Yeah.
There it is. Okay.
It's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool
right there.
coincidence.
Right there.
July 17th.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. Hey, thank you, Susie. That's awesome. David Folks, John Michael Chambers just said JFK Jr. is going to show up publicly from hiding soon days away is the plan for now.
That's
Do you know
what we're
John
hoping.
Michael? Do you know John Michael Chambers?
I don't.
Me neither. Yeah, who's John Michael Chambers? I guess
Is
he's
that
big
you or
enough.
me?
What's that?
Where's that coming from?
What's what coming from?
You didn't hear that just now?
No.
Okay, never mind. That was me on my end by mistake.
No worries. Yeah, I've heard Soros is gay, but I haven't gotten confirmation of that. And also, thank you, Stephen.
They're freaks.
There was a NASCAR race won by car 17. Yeah. You guys do not know of him. Wow. What who is he? What's he do? You know, some of these junior people, by the way, have been off the rails. Like I've separated myself from a lot of the junior people.
John Michael Chambers.
Because what's I mean, Carrie Cassidy. I used to watch Carrie Cassidy all the time. Project Camelot. And she's completely discredited now because of her infatuation with Savin and imagining him to be JFK Jr., which he was pretending to do, but she went off the deep end. She jumped the shark.
Yeah.
Radio talk show host.
She had that one interview years ago. I think it was 2012, maybe. I forget the guy's name. He was wanted by U.S. Marshals. He was on the run, and she did an interview with him, and he went over the looking glass and many other things. I forget the guy's name. Woodlock, something like that. I forget his name.
Wilcock?
Who?
Wilcock? David Wilcock?
No, not him. No, she did an interview with this guy I remember this like years ago, long time ago, and he was talking. He mentioned the looking glass. Then he was saying a lot of Q stuff, and this is way before the drops. And he had a very distinctive voice, and it kind of reminded me of some voices that I heard, throughout this whole mission. I forget the guy's name. They labeled him a pedophile. They tried to destroy his character, and then they sought him out. They what do you call it? They hunted him down. And I believe they got him and then he got away, and he's still on the run now, if I'm not mistaken. If anybody remembers in the audience, please feel free to put it in the chat. But it was her. It was definitely her who interviewed him. I want to say 2012 or 2014.
Bill
I
Wood,
forget the guy's name. He went Wood.
Gunderson,
Yes,
Bill Wood,
Bill Wood.
Project
That's it.
Looking Glass.
Said that.
Yeah,
Numgard. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Yes, Bill Wood. Yep. He was talking about Q stuff a long time ago. And they made him out to be a pedophile. They went after him. They got him. And I think he got away, and he's still on the run. He did a few more videos, more recent. I mean, maybe a few years back. That's what I mean by recent. But haven't heard from him since. But he really went deep on that Looking Glass.
Okay.
Real deep.
Did you look at that video again with JFK Jr. that I showed last night?
That's him. That's the guy.
Yeah. Okay.
He's the one describing that Looking Glass. That's Bill Wood.
Perfect.
You froze up.
Yeah, perfect.
You froze up. I can't hear you, and you froze up.
Okay. I think that might be on your end. Can you hear me
I
now?
hear you now, but you're still frozen. Okay, there you go. Yeah, that's
Um,
Bill Wood.
Okay, cool. Have you seen the guy on YouTube who says he's the real JFK Jr.?
Yeah, I saw that. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just not buying it by looks alone. You got to have real receipts for me. Yeah, it should be. That is an awesome video. I did share it on X. Yes. Full Monty, good to have you in the house. Yeah, so I wanted to say a few things about Alex Jones and Q. And I couldn't find Alex on the what was it? I couldn't find the video where he says Q, and I started responding to him today, and I stopped because I wanted to do it on video, but I wrote a whole thing about it, and now I can't find the damn thing. But basically, where the heck are my drafts? That's a thing that. There we go. There's the drafts. Let's see what I got. Yeah, it's gone. But at any rate, basically what I was saying was his initial story, Jones's initial story, was that that he went to lunch with the people that started Q, but they told him that it had been intercepted, it had been corrupted, and it's no longer viable. And I said, well, when did it no longer become viable, Alex? Was it before or after they showed that Free Speech Systems LLC was Mossad? And so how convenient if they say that you're Mossad, which Free Speech Systems is InfoWars, that now you're saying that Q isn't viable. You got to say that because Q said you're not viable.
Right.
And that's also why the mainstream media had to take down Q, because no one disassembled Q, mainstream media, better than Q and Q plus. Nobody. Fake news, all the people, they pointed them out, Maggie Haberman, 3 children with Swiss bank accounts, trust funds, for spreading the bullshit, the DNC, the WikiLeaks, all this stuff. And so So Q is very, very important, and I've been angry at Alex for trying to discredit Q because he had lunch supposedly with the guys that started it, and then he just came out and said not only is Q real, but they tried to draft, or they asked him to be a part of it. And he said, no, I want to go off and do my own thing. And he kind of did it as a throwaway. And I'm like, wait a minute. So they asked you to be a part of the greatest, the plan to save the world. And you said no. And instead of, telling us this story, you went with the story that discredited them. And now you're saying Q is credible. It's just, it doesn't make any sense.
When did he say that they approached him to join?
2 days ago.
2 days ago,
and I can't find this. I cannot find it. 2 or 3 days ago.
Here's what comes to mind when I hear that.
Yeah.
I know for a fact the board was infiltrated by more than one entity. All right. I know for a fact that a certain group of people had the trip codes to post as Q. And so they may have been the ones who approached him. And I'm talking about, Jim's guys.
Okay. Jim Watkins.
Right. Not Q. Jim's guys. Code Monkey and those guys.
Yeah. Code Monkey is Ron Watkins' son.
Right. And that could have been purely for entertainment purposes to bring him on. So I don't like the guy, and I'm not advocating for him, but I'm not going to discount that someone may have approached him. Was it the real Q? No, I doubt it. I seriously doubt it, because the real Q knows he's a show.
But why discredit? Yeah, exactly. So why discredit Q? Well, he's got to, because Q discredited him, right?
Right.
Meaning Alex.
But also, Jim was talking about closing down 8chan recently, about 2 weeks ago.
8kun?
Yeah.
You mean?
Because it wasn't what it used to be, and blah blah blah. So maybe they approached him, to try to get a boost. You know what I mean? That's what came to mind when I hear you talking about that. That's the first thing that came to mind. Maybe they did approach him, but it wasn't Q, it was them. For to get the ratings back, or to get more people on the chance, because Alex Jones is back on there.
Yeah.
But I don't like the guy. I never trusted. I never liked him. He stole Bill Cooper's work early on.
Yeah.
And I'm a big Bill Cooper guy.
Same. You and I both. You and I both are big Bill Cooper guys.
He's the one that opened my eyes. Early on, 1992.
Wow.
Yeah. But I definitely don't see Alex Jones. He's going to be another one that's going to come out and start talking about what I just said a little while ago. He's going to start saying, like you just said, Q is true, Q is real. He's going to flip, like many others. They're going to begin to flip, because what Q presented is undeniable.
Yeah.
We've been able to prove it time and time again. Yeah. And still, look, I just went for ha-has. I went to Truth, and I looked at Dan Scavino's post from 1:15 p.m. Right? Drop 13:15. Guess what it is? It's a tweet from POTUS. A rigged system. They don't want to turn over documents to Congress. What are they afraid of? Why so much redacting? Why such unequal justice? At some point, I will have no choice but to use the powers granted to the presidency and get involved. And the title to the PNG is Justice.
Yeah.
That's drop 1315, the timestamp 115. It was a 31-second video. Drop 31, world stalemate. We have the goods on everyone else. That's part of the reason why some things tie back to foreign heads of state will remain classified, but not all. We are in one of the most critical times of our country. Trump and others are working to balance the "we're doing well for America" for the common person to endorse, while at the same time purify our government and remove the bad actors who are entrenched. There is so much string pulling and blackmail that we need to cut these off to truly gain the power granted to us by the patriots and hard-working people of this great country. So they're telling you right there what we're suspecting happened, right? For the common
Yep.
person to endorse, you have to keep that balance, right? You have to, the common folk have to see certain things happening with their own eyes,
Yep.
right? But at the same time, they're removing all these bad actors, which is what we're assuming because of all the clues that we're being given, i.e., Sheila Jackson Lee,
Yeah.
Menendez,
Yeah.
being found guilty, facing 20 years plus. These things are happening, and they've been happening. It's not new. But at the same time, the common folk are finally seeing with their own eyes what's
Yeah.
been going on for decades.
Here's a
That's a brilliant plan.
Here's a
Brilliant.
question for you that I've wondered. Whenever I go to a drop like this, if I see the ID at all zeros and I see a really basic number like this, sometimes even regular numbers I go in, but I go to that drop, I go to 63 and look at this. To those watching, you know who you are.
Yeah.
You have a choice to make. You were just there the other night.
We were there because with the 36, we mirrored it.
That's right.
Last week's theme was mirrors.
Yes. Yep.
Everything mirrored was spot on. And
Yeah.
this 63, that's a major drop right there.
Yeah.
With the Alice in Wonderland signature.
Yep. And it was the third drop that Q signed it. It's actually not signed Q, but Q signed 61 and 62 is Q for the first time.
For the first time, right. The first time was 61.
Yeah.
Right. And we know that DJT was prior to that.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
And we also know that DJT was on the board in 2014 or 15, I want to say, prior to the drops. He was there.
Right. You were telling me that. By the way, the House of Cards post that he did today, I haven't gone down that yet, but look at this, man.
We were just talking about that. I was part of my decode.
Yep. Yep. And by the way,
right there. Wait. Scroll back up. That one right there. That one right there. What's that drop number? 3532.
Yeah.
Right? Mirrored is 2353. That's 1153. That was that drop that Botus did on the, what was it, the night of or the 15th? I don't remember. But I did a huge decode off that post, that 1153 timestamp.
That's right. I want to say it was after.
Remember we talked about the Scaramucci model?
Yep. I think that was after. I think that was the
15th.
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly.
So and also the this was Trump accepting the Ellis Island Award for contributing to the conditions of inner city black youth, standing alongside Muhammad Ali and Rosa Parks. And yeah, just House of Cards. Panic in DC, trust Sessions, enjoy the show. But
The show.
what
The show.
what Sciatica said was in that truth post by Trump, which is this here, and he picked up on this, which I thought was awesome. Was Trump capitalized House of Cards? He capitalized the H and the C, and I think he's telling us Hillary Clinton's coming back because this timestamp. Yeah, I dropped this timestamp because at 8:04, and I did 84 and 40, and I mirrored it, and I think they were all Hillary. And also, what I've been saying is that
leave that up. Hold on. Leave that up. Leave that post up.
Okay.
I want to look at that. Yeah, no, finish what you were saying. I just want to look at this.
So, I've been saying that if the black hats are in control, there is no way Hillary or Big Mike step back into the public sphere at the level of a presidential or vice presidential run, because they know how many people are awake. They see the comments on their tweets. Okay. They have to shut them off because so many people are awake. So there's no way they would step back into the public sphere like this. I mean, you still got a dead body that hasn't been solved from the COMMS. Okay. All right. I mean, you've got.
She admitted that she said it publicly. She doesn't want to run, Michelle.
Yeah. Yeah.
She knows.
Right?
Listen, can you imagine the memes that will drop?
Dude. So what I've been saying is that because I believe it's a white hat operation and they're going to choose who runs, that they're going to choose the Clintons and the Obamas.
100%.
Because they're going to come together and they're going to be like Bill and Hillary and Barack and Mike. They're going to come 4-on-1.
Yep.
Or 4-on-2 now with Vance, but really it's 4-on-1, and they're still going to lose, but they've got to expend ammunition. And I went down the expend ammunition drops tonight. And when do you expend ammunition? And it's, all assets deployed. They have to deploy all assets, but that's also then going to take us to what you and I believe to be the first two arrests from the first arrest, which is the exact same drop, the exact same timestamp, which is the only time in all of the drops. And I think it's going to be Hillary and Obama.
And we've had 2 0 timestamps in the last week.
That's right. Okay. And here's the two.
Right.
3716 and 3717, both at the exact same timestamp, 5:03:45. Okay. Trump. And first indictment, unseal. And this is why I always said Trump is not the first arrest.
No.
Because it's an unseal.
Not even
the sealed documents, right? Will trigger mass pop awakening. First arrest will verify action and confirm future direction. They will fight, but you are ready. So if an arrest was Trump, why would that would not verify action and confirm future direction unless they went after everybody And
Right.
why would they fight if they got their way by arresting Trump?
Right.
No, the first arrest has got to be on their side. They
Right.
will fight, but you are ready. And then marker 9 in kill brackets. What do you think that marker signifies right there?
You know, I've been fighting with that for
Yeah.
a while now, because they made him remove 9 posts. Um, I don't look at the whole drop as one.
Mm-hmm.
You know, remember I said we're entering the boomerang phase now, right? We're entering the phase where the media has to tell the truth, and the deep state is going to begin to feel the effects that they've been, pretty much putting on Trump. So you see Menendez get arrested. You see,
Right. Right.
Shirley get, murdered. She died. That kind of thing is going to continue to play out. I think the first arrest was Walid, because that definitely set the tone, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that sent them scrambling. So I
That,
believe the first arrest was him.
well, here's where I'm going to challenge you on that. And I remember that now. I had forgotten that was your that you were on board that. Here's where I challenge that is it doesn't trigger a mass population awakening.
It does for them.
But mass
It's true.
pop, I don't consider just Saudi Arabia and the deep state. Mass
No.
population is the normies too.
Right. But at the same time, keep in mind, they were reading the drops just like we were, and when you take a major figure out like that, right? And you say mass pop awakening, they kept that on the hush. I mean, it was big news, but no one followed up on that. They kept it on the hush. How many people knew he was released in December? How many people knew he paid a $5 billion fine and was released in December?
Mhm.
He only did like 90 days or something like that.
Some of it was
And then he was
upside down,
released.
hanging by his heels, though.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. But my point is this, there's 2 drops that are identical. I believe the first arrest was Al Walid, and it was a mass pop awakening for them, because that went all over, their airwaves.
Yeah.
You understand? Can you
Yeah.
imagine the phone calls and emails and meetings that took place after that arrest, based off what they believe he was going to give up? And then they release him. So I'm sticking with that being the first arrest. The second arrest, that's yet to be seen. It may be, it could be, it could be Biden, it could be Obama, it could be Hillary, it could be any one of them. But whatever it is, will definitely set the future direction. Um, in that they're going to continue to go after everyone involved in the Russia hoax, Spygate,
Yeah.
you name it. It's just going to be a clean sweep across the board, and it's just a matter, in my opinion, it's just a matter of the Supreme Court coming down with a decision that will enable Donald Trump, because I don't think it's going to happen until Trump's back. That will enable him to use his presidential powers to go after him, just like they went after him.
Well, what do you think? What do you think about POTUS will not be making statements? POTUS has
Indictments. Those are indictments. Those are people getting indicted. That he's not going to talk about that. You know, he's remaining,
Yeah.
you know, partial on that, or impartial, I should say.
Yeah.
You know, that's indictments. It's not arrests. You know, remember, there's over 500,000 sealed indictments right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay?
Hey, I
So
got some.
he's been pretty quiet about it.
Yeah. Hey, do you follow Russell, Dr. Russell McGregor? He's in and on Dr. Russell McGregor. I really at Kill Deep State. Do you see this? Did I share this yet? Yeah, here it is. It's this cat here. This cat, right? He has the video of Alex, and thanks to Kevin Rotello for finding that.
He's got it.
At Mr. Sciatica. So I'm going to play this for us. Alex Jones brags that Q is real. He admits Q is an operation of the Patriots at the highest level of intelligence. He also says InfoWars initially promoted Q. This means at Real Alex Jones has knowingly demonized Anons for strategic purposes. He knows disclosure is coming. This is about the boomerang.
Amen.
Again,
Amen. Thank you.
That boomerang.
Kevin's always on his game.
Right. So here it is. It was longer than this.
Before you play that.
Yeah.
Before you play that. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me, Dave?
Yes.
Yeah. I just wanted to acknowledge. I can. I think there's a delay.
Okay.
I just want to acknowledge Kevin. You know, Kevin does a lot of, digging. He puts out a lot of good posts. You know, and I just wanted to acknowledge what he just posted prior to your video there. He's spot on. He's spot on. You're starting to see it now. Alex Jones has how many followers? And they're hearing him say this.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. It's back.
So by the way, I was talking to Kevin before the show, and I want to have him on sometime, and he'd probably love it if he was on with when I have you on again. So he's at Kevin Rotello. So guys, check him out. And he goes by Mr. Sciatica in chat. So if you're still here, I think you probably are. He's an OG Snedhead, man. He's been with me for a long time. So let me play this. This pissed me off, man.
And again, I know all the inside baseball folks. I don't try to sit up here and brag about this stuff, but I talk to Republican leadership. I talk to the Patriots that are in intelligence, the highest levels, and they tried to recruit me when Trump first got in to officially work in their operation, and I respectfully declined. I said I want to work on my own, and it's too cloak and dagger. I had to be separate from government. But I was involved in the first launching of Q. And again, I know all the inside baseball folks. I don't try to sit up here and brag about this stuff.
I don't try to sit up here and brag about this stuff while he sits up here and brags about this stuff. And
he was involved.
Yeah, I'll play it.
Did he say he was involved in the first launching of Q?
Yep. I'll play it again.
But I talked to Republican leadership. I talked to the Patriots that are in intelligence, the highest levels, and they tried to recruit me when Trump first got in to officially work in their operation, and I respectfully declined. I said I want to work on my own, and it's too cloak and dagger. I had to be separate from government. But I was involved in the first launching of Q. And again, I was involved in the first launching of Q. I was involved in the first launching of Q. And again, I know.
So see, he was the first launching of Q. That wasn't infiltrated. And so he was involved with the first launching of Q, and then they went on to discredit him. If they already knew about him, they wouldn't have asked him to be a part of it.
That's why I'm telling you, it's not the Q that we know. You understand?
The first launching of Q?
The launching of Q. Remember, they got infiltrated early on.
Like how early on?
Very early.
You said you had evidence of you knew for a fact that there was a early an infiltration. What when are you thinking?
Around the 200s or sooner, they were already infiltrating the boards, but not who I'm talking about. That may have invited Alex. That's not who I'm talking about. The entity that infiltrated the board early on was the deep state, was the CIA. And they had to move. But
what you mean when they went from 4chan to 8chan?
Right. But they had already known, but they had already known prior to that the boards were infiltrated.
Right. And that's why they had to make that. That's why they had to make that jump.
But what I'm saying with Alex, I think he's full of shit when he says he was involved with the launching.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But what I'm saying with him is, if they did approach him, it wasn't military Q. It was the people who had the trip code.
I see what you're saying. But
Q.
But he did say the early launch of Q. So like the beginning, which to completely discredits him.
No, I don't believe that.
Yeah. That was the key. If he hadn't said that, what you're saying could be very well, true. But he said, very early. So so very interesting. Man, we got so let's if we can, and how much time you got? I don't want to go too late tonight, but I do want to be able to function tomorrow. But I would like to connect with you. Oh, here it is. Wait a minute. Okay, this was my post to Alex when he and I didn't send it because I said I wanted to do it on the show. So this is when he came out and said that Hillary was coming in, and his sources tell him. Again, folks, people that say they have sources are outside comms. And they can't verify exactly who that source is with any, credibility. Alex said his source was the Hill. First of all, I said, I have not confirmed this, even though I checked one of the sources Alex sped by, meaning he just kind of went back by it really quickly. The Hill, no mention of Hillary. And even though this is what I predicted, but only if the white hats are in control, are in charge to allow a ready and waiting awake population to expose Hillary. The white hats, Q, Alex Jones finally admitted existed, by the way, with an arrogant, they wanted me to be a part of it story. Really, Alex, the greatest military operation in the history of the world to save said world, and you didn't want to be a part of it? You wanted to go it alone, right? Are you sure you were alone? After Q told us Free Speech Systems, LLC, that's you, isn't it? Is a Mossad operation. You told us that you had lunch with the people that started Q and that it had since been taken over and corrupted. To be clear, would the corrupted drops of Q be the ones that told Anons that you are a paid agent of Mossad? Why would you tell this story if Q is legitimate? Might it be because Q's validity and strategy will soon be heralded, unlike anything before it? All this time, including J6 and now J13, you've been working for the very deep state that want our enslavement. Any good human control mechanism must have a solid opposition that they control. Enter Alex.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Spot on.
Thank you, man.
Spot on. Yeah, I mean, again, you know, I think it could be that he was part of that the initial infiltration, you know, but I could definitely see the guys from the board, you know, maybe approaching him and saying, hey, you know, want to be a part of this. I don't know. You know, it can go both ways. But for Q, I remember when Q said he was Mossad. You know, so and I always stuck with that. I don't like the guy. He never sat well with me. I think.
Oh, I did. You know what? I did an audio podcast today that I haven't posted yet. That that gets into that, and I think it's really strong. And I'm going to share this out to people. I do. Have I ever shown you this before? This is my website. But if you go down to this, Shattering the Indoctrination, this is my audio podcast, and this is just like a really chill, like I'm talking to you like right now, but you know, it's just the two of us kind of thing. Meaning, like, and so I've got this, and I'm going to drop this for everybody. But you can access this on DavidSnedeker.com. But it gets into this a little bit. What did I want to just do just now? I wanted to something to do with Alex, and I know what I wanted to do. I wanted to go into Q's mention of Alex Jones, free speech systems. This is free speech systems right here. And they are on Lamar Boulevard, about 40 minutes from me. Free Speech Systems, 3005 South Lamar, Austin, Texas. Free Speech Systems. This is they exposed Corsi here, and
yeah, I was disappointed
with Corsi.
Yeah,
dude,
yeah.
I was crushed with Corsi.
Yeah,
because Corsi was the one that made me privy to Obama's birth certificate. And follow the picture. Jerome Corsi, who I outed as the Mossad agent in a 1997 sting operation in London. Corsi and Piper Jaffray broker Brad Unmanson were integral to a fraud that took Minnesota investors for $1 million that the FBI refused to properly investigate. Instead, agents sought to portray me as responsible. Corsi is named as the author of several best-selling Israeli PSYOPs books, including Unfit for Command, Atomic Iran, Minutemen, and The Abomination, Q. And then this is 2104, September 6, 2018. So this is a year that Q's been on the board, and by this point they are in 8chan, right? At this point, a year into it.
Right.
There is a lot more to this than you realize. Think collective attacks versus, and then Q. They attack Alex Jones to give him fake credibility amongst POTUS supporting patriots, thus poisoning the water and directing narrative of the opposition through an MOS supported asset, aka AJ, Alex Jones. All team effort, coordinated collective attacks with pawns and actors serving black hat agenda and attempting to control, divide the patriots. Attacks will come from all sides. Control and divide. Think Mueller. Who is testifying before Mueller tomorrow? I don't remember that. Forensic data analysis on phone and or computer. This is not about Guccifer 2.0. That was the psyop that they put out there to try to distract us from,
It was
you
Russia.
know,
The guy from Russia.
yeah, that was to
Hacker.
this, yeah, that was the that was that supposed hacker that was actually wasn't a hacker, but it was Seth Rich. What happens if Mueller proves Free Speech Systems LLC, aka InfoWars, is linked to a foreign intel agency or other non-domestic entity? How can the left use that information to divide and censor the right? Why are affiliates of InfoWars constantly attacking Q? Who is pulling the strings? I don't know. The kill brackets empty arrow to free speech systems. What's that? What do you think that means when you have an open kill brackets like that?
I don't know.
We used to try to count the positions, like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6, 5 or 6. So it could be A Jones, or it could be, whatever. But I was crushed by Corsi. I was also crushed by Alex, but by that time I had stopped listening to him. But I tell you, he was a big part of my awakening.
It could be they left that blank because they didn't want to out them just yet. And what comes to mind for me is, saving Israel for last.
Yeah.
So
and
I don't know.
and
That was
a
strange.
reason why not mentioned before on Post Online. Right.
Although there was, and I did a decode on this, Trump mentioned it. He said it when he was him and Benjamin Netanyahu did a conference where Netanyahu at the end put his hand out to shake Trump's hand, and Trump walks away from him. Trump was visibly upset with him, and he said,
With who? I'm sorry, I pulled something.
Netanyahu.
Yes, yeah.
Remember that conference, that press conference they did? That Netanyahu
Yes.
put his hand out to shake his hand. He walked away from him.
Yeah.
Gave him his back, and it took him like a few seconds to come back to where he did. And he says, "I just want to mention that I never mentioned Israel. Never once did I mention Israel."
Yep.
That to me was a direct correlation to that drop. Where
Yep.
it says never mentioned once.
Yep.
Saving Israel for last, never mentioned once. And he said, "I never mentioned the word Israel. Not once did I mention the word Israel."
Yeah. By the way, the interview of Mueller, that was Papadopoulos.
Yeah. That post of Scavino that you put up earlier, where I said keep it up there, I wanted to read it. Go to drop.
That was Trump.
Was that Trump?
Yeah.
With the Russia.
Yeah. This is we are saving Israel for last. Very specific reason, not mentioned a single time.
Right.
And it has to do with the Awan brothers, which you just went to with your dive the other day. What about Awan? Is Israel involved? They're Pakistani, but they infiltrated through the computer systems of Congress. Ah, man.
Go to drop 46 real quick.
Uranium 1. Is that yeah. Go ahead. Do you want to read it? I think you're muted.
Check out the second paragraph. The public has been given a select taste Rest assured, others have it all. Why is this relevant? Who controls the narrative? Why are left-wing organizations beginning to report on DNC-D corruption? Does the CIA have operators inside the MSM? What happens if exposed? What happens if tied back as knowing to executives? What does this have to do with the leaking? What if it can be verified, no sourced stories made up? Were in fact and approved to be published. The wormhole goes deep. So for me, that just happened. That literally just happened. And remember the post where I said Scavino led us towards that document with the CIA and the journalists, and it says right here, does the CIA have operators inside the MSM?
Right.
But the public has been given a select taste or sampling. Rest assured, others have it all. Listen, I'm convinced shit's about to get really real. I think we're going into the white squall.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I got that from that post that you put up earlier. You said it was Trump.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I still have it up. This is his, and it was, by the way, he reposted the, what we showed with the Mark Zuckerberg interview. All right. Remember that when he said that was one of the most badass things I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
You got to say that. I mean, you'd be an idiot. I mean, what did Biden say after Trump's RNC speech? What's he talking about? Like, Biden, really? We got to figure out what you're talking about. Why did I lose that? What happened? What happened to this? I lost it.
It's got to be a more recent one.
Yeah.
706, I think was a timestamp. 704. It was a 704.
804 Eastern, I think. Yeah.
No, 70. Well, I guess, yeah. Because for you, 704. Yeah.
No, yeah. So, where the hell is it? How did I lose? It's one day. It was today, right? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm underneath. No. I think I'm in the right. Hold on. Let me go. This is annoying. All right. Let me go try again. Real Donald Trump. There we go. Okay. So,
what was that Oliver Stone job?
let me see if I can find it again. Here it is. Sorry. Okay. So 7:04 p.m. my time, it should be 8:04. And you got this because of the caps. Is that how you got to 46? Nice. And I did a drop on 8:04, 84, and I mirrored both of those, and it was let's see. Like 84 was Snow White, Godfather 3, Hillary in Saudi Arabia, right? 48 was what is Q clearance? Talks about that across all the. I think I read that when you were coming on. 804 Delta 6 confirmation, comms good, operational. And then I think I went 408 and did you find the exchange 2 days ago regarding White House executive order? Today we listen, feel proud. Yep. Eric Schmidt, Google, resigned today, post EO, coincidence. And I went to the executive order, which is the, basically they're taking away all property for crimes against humanity.
13848. Oh wait, that was the 13818.
Yeah, 13818. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, dude. I mean, the best thing about all of this to me is really how much they're communicating. But I really wanted you to, if you have a handle on this, walk us through what you think happened a week ago.
Oh man. Based off his posts prior to and immediately after, not just him, but Scavino as well, they had to do this. And this is my opinion, folks, whoever's listening. They had to do this. The mainstream media, we know that they do not do any real investigating or any real journalism. They say what they're told to say. Mockingbird Media. They've switched their stories so much since. We talked about this a little while ago. Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski canceling the show. CNN knowing about it. 4 hours prior to. I think they were panicking. And they were afraid that had Scarborough gone on, he may have disclosed something, because I do think that they were planning to assassinate Trump 100%. But I also believe that he beat them to the punch. How do you take away their power?
Who beat who to the punch?
I think Trump beat them, the deep state, to the punch by producing his own scene.
Okay.
You understand?
Yes.
So,
this is what this is kind of my theory as well. Go ahead.
I know it's hard to comprehend for most because you see his bloody ear and you hear that somebody got killed and 2 other people got shot. But you're seeing all these different angles and you're hearing all these different stories and things just don't jive. You see the military run out from behind the truck like it was on cue. All right, cue the military. And they come running out from behind. It's a movie set.
Yeah.
It's a movie set. And people ask me, oh, why would he do that? Why would he do that? You got to think critically. Number one, it's waking up the masses. Everyone's paying attention now. And he's got so much more support than he's ever had. And that's going to continue to grow, which I believe was the plan. But not only that, we talked about this a little while ago. It's to remind us of what they did to JFK.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
Now you're seeing it modern day. But
I was just going to say, just to exclamate your point, that was when we lost our country completely. And that was the assassination, and they still control that narrative.
Right. For decades, they took over our government completely. Because after that happened, everyone was scared for their life. It was easy to intimidate people at that point.
Yeah.
It was easy to blackmail people at that point.
They had
Right.
three television channels, a handful of major magazines, and all the major newspapers.
Right. So fast forward to today. The mainstream media was weak, very weak prior to this incident. Now they're toast.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And they're realizing now that CNN was not supposed to be there live.
You know what else? And I just pulled this up. I just pulled this up when we were talking. And for some reason my X just disappeared. But let me go to MJ Truth. MJ Truth said, "Is this accurate?" And he did a grok. He said, let me pull this up for you. How many Trump rallies has photographer Doug Mills been to? Grok said Doug Mills had never been to a Trump rally until July 13th, 2024.
Yeah, and that's the same guy from 9/11 that interviewed Bush, or that got the shot.
Exactly.
Bush.
Exactly.
So why wouldn't they do this? I mean, to me, it's a show.
Now the question is, okay, was by the way, this is the Doug Mills shot of Bush. You guys all, it's very iconic, obviously. But this is when Andy Card whispered in Bush's ear that I believe this was the second plane. This is when they knew it was a terrorist attack, because the first one could have been an accident. This was the second, I believe. And he said, America's under attack. They just hit the second building. And then Bush, Andy Card walks away, and Bush sat there. And that was a whole setup. The kids were reading, kite, hit, steal, fire. It was like, man, was that weird. But that was Doug Mills. So my question is, did the Black Hats send Mills to capture, his head exploding, and then the White Hats knew what was going to happen, and they took over the operation in real time?
That's what I believe.
Okay.
That's what I believe. I believe that there weren't any bullets. I believe, and I say that because I studied the crowd, the initial effect of the crowd, and even Vincent Fuchsia, who just stood there like, what the hell just happened? It wasn't the type of reaction that a crowd that's being shot at would have. A crowd that's being shot at and people actually getting shot would have immediately dispersed. They would have ran in all kinds of directions. You would have seen people jumping over the bleachers. If a guy's head gets blown open, I'm sorry, you're not just going to stay there and act like nothing happened. And the only shot they have of that guy is the two state troopers carrying him by his arms and legs, removing the evidence.
Which, by the way, reminded me of, I'm sorry, who moves a wounded body like that?
You're not supposed to.
You don't move a wounded body like that. You're not. The shooting stopped. You get the medical attention to the man in the bleachers.
That's right.
You don't have a couple novices just pick him up by the feet you're dislodging all kinds of stuff, but they had to get him out of there. But and this may all come out. But
No,
here's the thing.
the doctor that was interviewed,
Yeah.
the doctor that was interviewed, and I've seen both of his interviews. The second one was even worse than the first. The second one, he actually said that that's where a sniper usually shoots for. Why would an ER doctor say that a sniper usually aims for
You
the,
mentioned that. You
yeah,
mentioned that. And I think that it's because the doctor knows that's going to cause permanent damage, and that's why they go for that. You know what I mean? It's like a doctor knows if you're going to use a knife to kill somebody, that a doctor knows where you go for. You
but
know
the
that.
way he said it, the
Okay, I
way he
haven't
said
seen
it,
those. I haven't seen those.
that's what I'm saying. If you watch
Okay.
them, you might understand where I'm going with this, because
Okay.
it seems scripted. And even the blood on his shirt. He said, "Oh, yeah, I washed it off. I had blood all over my face and my hands, and I washed it off." No, he didn't. I saw all the videos.
Mm-hmm.
You know, yeah, I saw that. I saw when the people were doing CPR, but you don't see the guy's face. You know, they zoomed in so much that you didn't see the guy's face. You never saw the guy's face. You know, and someone said that they saw a different guy being carried away than the actual guy that they're saying is Corey. Someone who was there said that it was two different people. But my point is this: in a situation like that, where someone is unalived,
Mm-hmm.
you do not carry the body away. You already know the person's dead.
Yeah.
Even the doctor confirmed that. The
Yeah.
doctor said when he walked away, he knew he was dead. He saw them trying to perform CPR on him. He went up to them and tried to assist them. Somehow got brain matter all over him, which doesn't make sense unless you lifted his body up and put his head on your lap, or you
Mm-hmm.
literally touch the brain matter on the floor with your hands. That doesn't make sense. You know, if you were in the line of fire and, you know, a guy next to you gets his head blown off, yeah, you might get some brain matter on you. But he wasn't. And he made that statement quite a few times. You know, when you get blood on you, like legit blood on your shirt like that, you know, if it's a whole lot of blood, you're not just going to be able to rinse that off so easily. You know, water's just not going to do it. And he said he had all over his face, and it wasn't there. You know, it doesn't add up. In a situation like that, you're supposed to create, set a perimeter. You're supposed to set a perimeter immediately. Remove everyone from the scene that wasn't immediately involved. If you have witnesses, people who are immediately like within his immediate vicinity, yes, you keep them and you question them. The rest you remove and you secure the
Yeah.
area to to prevent contamination of the evidence. You don't remove the body. And even the other two people that got shot, they walked away. That doesn't happen.
No.
The person gets shot, they stay where they are. The medics come to them and they treat them before they take them away.
Yeah, and you also gotta, but you got to get rid of the evidence if that's the case. By the
Exactly.
way, we did a whole breakdown on the Ashley Babbitt situation.
Same.
Same thing.
Same.
I cannot believe, and here's what's weird. I met some of the people that do the vigil at for outside the jail, and Ashley Babbitt's mom is supposedly there every night. But why would she do that if this is all part of the,
Right.
and Ashley, I mean, because it could very easily be legit that she was shot and fell back and died, but there's no blood. The way they moved her out of there, the way they waited forever to get her help, on the stretcher, walking along the stretcher, trying to do, CPR. They'd be on top of the stretcher doing that,
It just didn't add up.
and none of it added up. No.
And the thing is, Dave, in situations like this is probably the most significant event of our lifetime. Right? They try to kill Trump. That's comparable to the assassination of Kennedy. The assassination attempt of Reagan. It's comparable. It's that big, maybe bigger.
Yeah.
Aside from JFK. JFK, I think, was bigger. But my point is, you have to plan. If what I'm saying is true, or even some of it, you have to plan an escape for the people that were injured.
Yeah.
So, in other words, we're gonna say you were killed, but you're gonna have to disappear. You're gonna have to forget your family. We'll send them to you later on. Maybe a year or two from now, but you're gonna have to disappear. There's whole towns full of people like this. I know this. Okay, Sammy the Bull was one of them. Okay, he lived in an environment or in a town with people who had to disappear. And you're never going to see these people again. They give them enough money and everything they need to start all over, start a new life.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, you cannot contact any of your family members anymore. That's the, that's what you have to give up. When I look at, somebody said the world's a stage, one giant, 100%. When I look at the money that's been raised so far, and
7 million, I think 7 million now.
And at the rally, Trump said 6.3.
That's
million.
right.
And I look at the numbers. I always look at the drops whenever he says numbers. That's a very significant drop. But how? How do you raise so much money?
We were just there. Yeah, we were just there at that drop, for those of you.
Yeah. It could be part of his hush money.
Yeah.
To legally get it to the family without having to be worrying about any investigation into where the money came from. You understand? Like with the feds, if they do it, it's because you're either a whistleblower, you ratted somebody out, you have to go under a new identity, and they take care of you for the rest of your life. But this is different. This is different, but they still have to be taken care of. So this fund, it's over 7 million now, that's a nice piece of change for that family.
Yeah.
The only one that I know of that got more money than that was George Floyd. And we know that was a fucking hoax.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I don't, it's just so many things that don't add up.
We're just speculating here, trying to figure out what happened, because things don't add up, and we're not ready to just believe that this guy is dead in his funeral and the whole bit, because we've been lied to about all of these things. And this is one of those things that, here's the thing that I've been saying for a while, Oliver, is that, all these people that are in the deep state and all these people that are completely corrupted have been reading a script written for them by, maybe it's a pharmaceutical lobbyist, maybe it's a Soros guy, maybe it's a Rothschild, maybe it's a banking, maybe it's JP Morgan, BlackRock, Vanguard, whatever it is, they have the politicians, they have the musicians, they have the actors reading scripts that push forward their narrative that they want. And now, because Q has said we have it all, I believe they just have these same people reading a different script. Because these people have been reading scripts all along for the mighty dollar and for power. Now they're reading scripts for their lives. That's what I believe. What do you think about that?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, it, when you research for so long and you find that so many things have been staged in the past, including funerals, um, it's not impossible to believe that this could have been, controlled. I'll say, instead of using the word stage, I'm going to say controlled. Because again, I do believe the deep state was trying to assassinate him. They may have plotted for that day.
I think that's what happened. I think that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, but they beat them to the punch.
Yeah.
They beat them to the punch, and it's brilliant if you ask me. As far as a guy, and I'm not, trying to be cruel in any way, but the guy, it's pretty easy when you have endless resources. It's pretty easy to fake a death. As we just stated, the guy was carried away when he shouldn't have been.
Yeah.
For me, that's like, we got to get rid of this guy right now. We can't leave him here. We have to remove this body. And there was an article I read where two motorcycle policemen, who I believe were the two troopers carrying him away, were relieved of their duty for helping Trump. They didn't say that it was those two. I'm saying that it was those two. But I did read the article saying that two policemen were relieved of their duties for helping Trump. That maybe that's a way of silencing them. And making sure that they don't speak on any of it. We're gonna relieve you of your duty, but we're gonna take care of you. For the rest of your life, you'll be fine. The shooter, the sniper that allegedly killed the shooter. Why would he go on 8chan and post what he posted? Why not just go to the media? Why 8chan? You think maybe they're trying to let us know something?
Yeah.
They know we're looking there.
Hey, his fire jacket at the RNC, people say it was misspelled. But that's all mainstream media. What's that?
I did a decode on that.
Was it misspelled?
Well, because they couldn't fit the whole name on there. But that name, when you remove the A, it comes from compario, which means to discover, to find out. Hello.
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm not kidding you, bro. I'm not kidding you. It's Latin for to find out, to discover, and to find out.
Wow.
Can you? I mean, to me, it's scripted, and I know I may sound cruel to some, but keep in mind, this has happened many times over, where they pay off a family just to be quiet, and you never hear from them again. You mentioned Blasey Ford a little while ago.
Yeah.
Never heard from her again.
No.
people like that, you know, they get taken care of, and you're never going to see them again. It happens, people. It happens. You know, for
Well,
me,
look at the Challenger.
right.
Come on,
Right.
they've been lying to us all along.
Where 4 of them are still alive. You know, some of them using the exact same names.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I 100% believe it worked. You know, the majority of the people saw it for what it is. They're awake now. You know, a lot of people flipped. You know, they flipped from Democrat to Republican. I'm seeing that all over TikTok. What's this? We know McCain was a White House operation. He was the first. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. But you can't refute the fact that in a situation like that, you don't remove the body. You just
No.
don't. If someone gets shot in the head and there's brain matter, like according to witnesses, then someone standing next to him, I don't care who you are, somebody would have spazzed out and ran. That's a very disgusting sight to see. You know, and
Yeah.
for everyone to just remain calm the way they did, it just didn't make sense. You know, yeah, you saw some people drop down on multiple sides of the bleachers, but no one ran. No one tried to get away from the potential harm. You know, you're in harm's way. Somebody just got shot next to you. These two over here got shot, and no one's trying to run away from the bullets. It just, I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. I saw the one scene where the guy who got shot, what it looked like to be in his side, was just walking away. You got to be really tough to get shot in your side like that and just walk away. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen anybody get shot like that and just walk away. Besides the movies, you know, everyone I know that got shot, you know, they get down and they lay down, you know, until they're tended to. You know, unless it's a flesh wound, you know, through the arm, through the leg. You know, you get hit in the side around your torso. I don't think you're just going to walk away. You know, you see somebody's head get blown off. I don't think you're going to stay there and you know, enjoy the scenery. And if so, why didn't they? So many people had their phones. Why didn't they pull out their phones and start recording what they saw? I think we would have seen that by now. Still today, I have not seen the guy's face. Besides pictures that they put up, you know,
Yeah.
honoring him.
Right. Right. And by the way, you can fit his name on a jacket like this. I mean, it's the fact that they couldn't fit it on the jacket is that's horseshit. Look at this.
But they showed his actual jacket. That's his actual jacket, and they showed it in the firehouse. And it was
that so they misspell it in the firehouse because I see the patch. It doesn't fit.
Right. That's how they have it in the firehouse as well.
Okay. All right.
That's his actual jacket.
Okay.
You know, and in that scene, Trump pointed to the hat. He pointed to the 27.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, and we went over that, right? Drop 27.
Yep. Yeah. I was on that tonight, I think.
Yeah.
Why was I on 27 tonight?
That's my number, by the way. It's my favorite number.
Is that right? Why is that? 9-3?
No, it's personal. I was married on the 27th, but it's deeper than that.
Okay. It's very Tesla-like.
Yeah.
Because it's 9 and 3, and the Tesla said if you figure out 3, 6, and 9, you
Where you getting
unlock.
the 3? Where you getting the 3 from?
3 times 9.
What? 9? I don't get it.
So 3 times 9 is 27.
Oh,
Right.
okay, I got you now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
2 plus 7 is 9.
Right.
Um,
But
and
look at it. Look at the drop.
yeah.
Look at it. I mean, come on.
Yep. And by the way, if you're picking somebody to act in this movie, you're, hey, let's get his number. Let's get somebody who's got a number 27.
And a fire chief. Great character.
The fire
Loved-
guy.
Loved
Yeah.
by everyone.
Yep.
A hero.
Couldn't be, a hero. Exactly.
Yeah.
Look at the fireman from 9/11.
And the guy next to the doctor who was tending to the body is military. The black guy in that I was watching it. I didn't share it. I was watching it. You know what? I can share that. Let's look at that real quick. Can I
Which
play
one?
a video? on
Yeah,
here?
absolutely. Just make sure it's in the same tab that you're
What do you mean by that?
that your stream. Okay, so your StreamYard right now, you're looking at a page.
Right.
I'll give you an example. I'll show you. Well, no, I can't do that.
Let me try. Hold on. Share screen.
Okay. You see
Video file.
all my tabs open here.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's where my StreamYard is, where the arrow is.
Right.
If I'm going to use audio with a video, I go down here and I click the plus button.
Right.
The plus and I open up a new tab. These are all tabs, like tabs and
I know
file.
that. No, yeah.
folder.
Yeah.
And then when you open that, then you go back to this one, the StreamYard, and you do this, share screen and all that, and then you go back to this
Right.
one and play it.
Got it.
Okay.
I got it. So I'm sharing the screen. Now I'm going to play it.
Behind President
See it?
Trump on the left
Yes.
side, looking at the stage. I heard the shots. He was actually facing me, looking up at the jumbotron, and I heard the shots ring out. There were 3 pop, pop, pop. At first, I thought they were firecrackers, and then it was followed by a
That
3
guy
to 4
right
second
there.
pause and another
He's military.
4 pops, pop,
Here they
pop,
are
pop.
carrying the body
And
away.
I, like the audience, turned to the right where I could hear the shots being fired. I then turned back to the stage to see the Secret Service forming a human pyramid on President Trump. They so rapidly, he was entirely covered by the time I turned back, with just a matter of seconds. I then heard a woman's voice cry out, "He's been shot. He's down." And I went into muscle memory. I'm an emergency physician, and that's what we do. And all I remember is going to where he was down. Fortunately, everybody was sheltering, and so I could get to him fairly quickly. I was there within 45 seconds of the shots ringing out, and already an individual was applying pressure to his wound. Unfortunately, I found out the firefighter's name, Corey, and he was struck behind his right ear, and the wound looked quite severe. I did what I always do when I come on a scene. I'm a doctor. I got the typical response, which was, "Really? Okay." And I said, "I'm an ED doctor. This man is without pulse, and he's not breathing. Help me get him up onto the bench." Corey's body, unfortunately, was wedged between the 4th and 5th benches on that stand. And I had 2 individuals who were scared. And there was blood, and there was brain matter. at the scene. And these people were courageous enough to get up and help me get Corey back on the bench so that I could perform CPR on him. And all the while, someone assisted me by putting pressure on that wound. I performed CPR by giving him rescue respirations. I did chest compressions for about 2 minutes until I was tapped on the shoulder by a Pennsylvania State trooper. And he and his another trooper, the biggest troopers I've ever seen, picked Corey up like a rag doll and got him off that stand as quickly as I've ever seen anybody be moved in my entire medical career. They were brave, and they moved him as quickly as you could, and they got him onto a stretcher, and off he went. I looked up to see Corey's wife and daughter looking at me, and the look on their face is something I'll never forget. It was them looking at someone that they loved who was extremely sick, near death, and they had a look that they wanted something to be said, what was going on. And this was all communicated just by how they looked at me. And I blurted out to them, Corey's going to go to a place where he can get help. And I'm afraid that's all the comfort I could give them. I've not talked to that family. I hope and pray that their wounds can be healed. I know Corey's left behind daughters, and I know he will be sorely missed. I do wish to say to them, if they're listening tonight, your father died a hero.
All right. So that's the second interview that he did. He did an initial interview. I'll try to find that one too. But do you get what I'm saying with like certain keywords that he used and the way he described it? And you know, and I was CPR certified. When you begin doing CPR, by the way, he was wedged between the 4th and 5th bleacher. I don't know who would describe something like that.
Yeah, 45.
Yeah, exactly.
45.
But 45 seconds to reach him.
Yep.
You know, and that's CNN. Keep that in mind as well. Right?
Yeah.
But when you're performing CPR on someone, you're not supposed to stop. You know, you're not supposed to stop until paramedics come, not state troopers.
Yeah.
I know this for a fact. And he mentioned when he got there, people were already performing CPR on him.
Yeah, and why exactly was he a hero? They say he covered his family, right? But I
How
think
did that happen?
he was hit with the
How
first
did
or
that
second
happen?
bullet.
Exactly. If he got hit in the head, how does he cover
Yeah.
his family? So yeah, you see, you're picking up on certain. It's if you listen
Oh.
to it a few times,
Yeah.
you pick up on things. You know, they were the biggest troopers I ever seen. Like, I don't know. It's
I've
like,
never seen them move a body that quickly. Well, that can't be good.
yeah, and you're a doctor saying this.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a script. It's a script. I'm convinced. I saw that one a few times. Someone else is saying it didn't seem organic. It was scripted. Yeah. And then there was another video. I'm gonna try to find it. The initial one, and that to me was even more damning. I think that was one where he said he had brain matter on him. Maybe they scrubbed it already because they don't want us to see it. But that was the day of. Let me see if I can find it. But you get it, right, Dave? You saw.
Yeah, I mean, well, here's the thing. When you okay. So Q says, let me take us to Grok here for a minute. While you're looking for that, let me take the screen. And let me go to Grok here and ask the following. Hold on. Where's Grok? There it is. Okay. How many coincidences before mathematically impossible? Okay. It's going to be less than you think. The concept of mathematically impossible coincidence is not well defined as it depends on the specific. Let's see. It typically refers to an event with a probability of 0, meaning it cannot happen. In reality, events with extremely low probabilities do occur, and the line between extremely unlikely and mathematically impossible is not always clear. Number of coincidences required to reach a mathematically impossible level depends on the specific context and the probabilities of each individual event. Let's see. Let me see. How many coincidences before mathematically nearly impossible? Let's see if it gives me something better. The reason why I'm asking, because I think it's something like I think it's like 3. Okay. When you have one coincidence and then you have another coincidence and wait a minute, then there's a third coincidence that throws everything out of whack. And let me go to
Lower than 1 in 10.
What's that?
Lower than 1 in 10 is often considered to be effectively impossible in practical terms. This is because the universe's observable atoms number about 10 over 80, making such rare events exceedingly unlikely. So 1 in 10. I don't know. I don't understand this completely. It says
No.
1 in 10 over 50. 1 in 10 over 50. That doesn't make sense. Can you break that down in simpler terms?
What a mathematical formula can teach us about coincidence. All right, this is a deeper trip. But the reason I bring that up is because what we're, it's like the it's like the Rust shooting, Baldwin. I went live I was in Vegas and I went live and I tied in Baldwin and it was a hit. And we talked a little bit about this last night. But here's the thing. So I've worked on a set and I've been on all of those.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to cut you off.
That's right.
Quick. I'm sorry, Dave.
Did you find it?
It's 1 divided by 10 followed by 50 zeros.
1 divided by 10.
Right.
1 divided by 10.
Followed by 50 zeros. That's what they're saying. It's mathematically impossible. If an event's chance is extremely low, like 1 divided by 10 with 50 zeros, is considered practically impossible.
Well, 1 divided by 10 is 0.1.
Right, followed by 50 zeros.
But the zeros don't matter because they're after the 0.1.
This is what ChatGPT is saying.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't make any
Which
sense.
for context is much less likely than winning the lottery multiple times in a row. So, how many times before is mathematically impossible? You have better chances of winning the lottery multiple times in a row. So less than, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me either, but
Yeah.
how many coincidences before is mathematically impossible?
It's like well, it's basically they're saying, okay, let's say for example, I go to HEB, I go to the grocery store, and I run into you. And then the next time I go to HEB, or to the grocery store, I run into you as well again, and we're like, "What are you following me, man?" You know, we make a joke about it because it's a coincidence, right? What a coincidence! We're here at the same time again, right? So that's a coincidence. That's how coincidences happen. But if it happened a third time, you and I are working on restraining orders. Okay, because we're like, wait a minute, dude, this cat's following me. All right,
Right.
there's no way in hell
I
a
get what
third time
Right.
with, you know, let's say, you know, 8 million people in a city. The chances of you deciding, oh, I'm going to go back, and it's not like it's a sale between the hours of 5 and 6 on prime rib. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
that's a different story. You know, you know, hey, dude, you here for the prime rib again? Yeah, me too. Yeah, right. Hey, wasn't that awesome? Yeah, shit, I can't believe the price. Right? That's a different story. But just the randomness. The third time is mathematically impossible.
Right.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. That it's like between 2 and 3. You know what I mean? And certainly there are various circumstances, right? Like, let's say our kids go to the same school, and we're dropping off, and I'm behind you on Monday, and then on Tuesday I'm behind you. I'm right behind you, and it's like, wow, I was just behind him yesterday, honey. Look at that, you know. And then the third day, if I'm behind you, it's like, no way. You know what I mean? So it's that kind of thing. So the reason why I brought this up is because Q obviously says how many coincidences before mathematically impossible, because Oliver, that happened like in 2017.
Right.
And there was only November and December in 2017, 2 days in October, or three days in October, I think. And 2 months, November, December. That's it. And the coincidences probably happened in 27 because it was only 2 or 3, or let's call it 3 coincidences of, you know, Trump timestamps at the same time, and, you know, all the Q proofs that we used to get, you know, the tippy top, you know, things like that. Long time ago, Q proved themselves to be knowledgeable about things that most of us were not, and B, absolutely connected and coordinated with Trump and Scavino. Right. So it's not that many coincidences. We don't, when people say, oh, Q's a LARP, it's like, do you even understand mathematics and probability? It's not even close. It was proven a long time ago. So the reason why I bring this up in this situation is, if you look at the situation with Alec Baldwin, and I won't get into, I did a deep dive on this, bro. I mean, it got all the way to Ukraine, and and the city where she was born, which was the city of the Hunt for Red October, the general on that the captain of that submarine.
Right.
They were born in the same town in Russia. You know, the story, the fiction and the nonfiction. She grew up in the Ukraine, and she was a journalist in Ukraine. She was married. Her husband was a lawyer for the law firm that defended Ukraine against the 3 Cypriot countries that were suing them for $6 billion. It goes on and on. But here's where I went with that. So I've made movies. I've been a producer, which Baldwin was. I've been a director. I've been a first AD, which I think his name's David Hall, was the first AD. I've been a what do you call it? I've been both a prop master and the armorer, in the sense that the prop master deals with fake guns, the armorer deals with guns that are going to fire a blank or fire something, right? Or it's a real gun, but there's nothing in it. I've done that on a short film. So I know the protocol for how that all happens. And one of my friends was actually interviewed after that in Hollywood. And he's a prop master in Hollywood. And so the armorer has the gun and the fake bullets. The first AD sees that, has that connection, sees the fake bullets put into it, ensures that they're fake.
Right.
Then they go over to the actor and they make sure that the actor does it so that the actor knows that they're fake. It can, so you have boom, boom, boom. That's 3 connections, right? They couldn't have possibly all gone bad. That's mathematically impossible.
Right.
So the only thing that makes sense is that there was a hit out on her,
And he didn't know.
and he either knew or he didn't know, and they failed to check, and that was just that one thing.
Right.
And in that scenario, if you and I are trying to get her dead, everybody knows except Alec.
Right.
But Alec's too busy, is too much of a prima donna. He's not going to double check. He's going to trust what we tell him.
Right.
And as a producer of this movie, and he really doesn't give a fuck because they just had an issue the day before, which is probably the reason they knew they could get it past him, because he didn't give a fuck the day before and he didn't, double up the next day. And so, yeah, it's and he walks away.
Yeah, I'm leaning with that, because if I believe, had he been in on it all the way from the beginning, I don't think he would walk away from this. I really do think that he didn't know. It may have been a hit on her, which I do believe.
Yeah.
But I don't believe he knew.
Well, let's look at a similar example. Do you think that Antifa and the BLM, they knew what they were doing, but they were also told that if you're not going to get arrested,
right,
all the looters, you're not going to get arrested. We've told them all to stand down. We're in touch with all the police chiefs, and they're in our pocket. And we've told them to stand down. And not only that, but if you do get arrested, we're going to get you out the next day. and we're going to see to it that they don't draw charges against you.
Then we
That's
gotta
how they
find out-
got these
yeah,
people to do these things.
yeah, but then we got to find out like what would be the motive for Alec to do it. It can't just be, don't worry, we're gonna get you out. He's a megastar. You know,
Well,
with Antiva folks, yeah, I could see that because they're nobody. But he's a public figure. Like he's a very well known actor. You know, so
yeah.
what's the motive for him?
Well, what's the motive for so many of these actors to basically sacrifice their children? Okay, whether it be through death or whether it be through gender dysphoria. They're all now having to sacrifice their children. This is a cabal thing. This is an Illuminati satanic offering, and that's why so many people have lost their children and or have had to sacrifice them into the hands of sexual, physical, emotional abuse. And so this is to me, this is just, it's another day at the office. It's like, Alec, you have, we need you to do a sacrifice. You got to do this for us. And because the other thing is, yeah.
And he is an arrogant asshole in real life. I've met him and I've heard horrible stories about him. He's like that. But
did you get that impression from him when you met him?
He's an asshole. You can't even talk to him.
Yeah. And how much of that, by the way, is he an asshole to the people that get to call what he has to do?
Right. Yeah, no, I guess it's a thought that crossed my mind. Like, I could see them doing that to him, like him being the patsy. You know what I mean? But also what you're saying makes sense as well. So, the fact of the matter is, it's sad that that woman who was, I believe she was working on a documentary regarding sex trafficking. She was about to expose the producers of that film and many others.
Mm-hmm.
And so they took her out, and they used him to do it. I don't know. I think that's something that we will see in the future. We will know the truth about something like that. And that's not a state secret. It's not. There aren't any world leaders involved. Stuff like that will eventually get to the bottom of.
Yeah. Hoppy67 said, DaveSned's kept me sane. I remember the 8-hour show. My husband left for work at 8 a.m. and 8 hours later, I was still sitting in my pajamas watching and learning because we were at war. That was a famous show. Everybody remembers where they were for the 8-hour show. That was probably, I don't know, circa 2020 at some point or something like that.
That's funny.
Yeah. And so I think that that's very possible. And so at any rate, basically what I figured is that it was mathematically impossible for it to be an accident, is what I basically proved through this. So if that's the case, then what does make sense?
Right.
It's like, okay, I proved in one frame of video that the Biden inauguration was not shot live. Absolutely physical proof. So if that's the case, then it was not shot on that day because it had to be edited, which I proved it was edited post shot. And have you ever seen me do that?
I didn't, but I'm with you because I recall it all. As it's happening.
Well, what's really interesting is the video that I used to prove that they've pretty much eliminated off the internet.
Yeah, you got to archive. If you didn't archive it, you got to search
Oh,
for
I've got it. I've got it. But it's like I go to search it to see what
Yeah,
they've
you can't
done.
find it. You
Yeah,
can't.
and you can't find it. And it's basically there is
There was
I
no
think
one there.
one out there.
The only people there were the ones around him. There was no crowd.
Yeah, it was very
No crowd.
less than 100 people, I think. Less than
The
100.
media was not allowed
The media was like a couple hundred yards away.
on a rooftop.
Yeah, on a rooftop. It was absolutely insane. But I do remember, I do know that I found it on, I think I found it on YouTube the other day. And what's really interesting is the shot that I proved it on. They now have different angles of that shot that they've put into the
Twitterverse,
yeah,
the Webiverse.
yeah. And it's really and it's this might be it actually. Yeah, okay, check this out. All right. So this is really interesting because there was one shot of the inauguration. There was one feed. And there was
Where the
one
girl-
feed.
Where the girl disappeared.
Well, that stuff happened absolutely. Where his granddaughters, right? Were they were wearing purple and white. They stuck out like a sore thumb. But this shot,
The one of
when
Hunter, yes. The one of
Yeah.
Hunter. I remember that. Yeah.
when Hunter's coming up, right? This this is called the master shot, right? Or this could be kind of a close up from the front, but he steps down to the right, and then they do a pan down from the left. But this one and all the others that are out now, they do this shot. They reverse the shot. Meanwhile, this was all the feed was from, and this is a different angle. That when he steps down there, this is confusing because they're really confusing the whole thing. Yeah, they realized that in the edit they fucked up, but yeah, I'll and you can scroll and you can scroll and
Who
you can
was he
scroll.
waving at?
What's that?
Who was he waving at?
No,
Go back
yeah,
to that video.
exactly. Nobody
Look,
probably.
who's he waving at? He's looking up.
Yeah.
Who's up? Is he waving to a helicopter?
Well, no, because they reversed the shot, so he's now looking up the bleachers.
No,
They
watch. Play it. So that's the bleachers.
Which one was it?
The one you just had up. No, scroll up.
Here, let me go back to. No, that's not it. Was it the hill? Which one did I?
Towards the top. Keep going.
This was it, I think.
No.
I think so.
Okay,
Check it out.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So right now, the podium's in front of them. Did it end?
Okay. Yeah, this is all backwards now.
Oh, I see. He's facing the crowd. Okay.
Yeah. But this is I wonder if the hill has it. But there was just one feed. It was just one feed that all of them used.
Was that the one where Obama glitched? That video right
No,
there?
that was like a commercial. See, here's a different angle too. Let's see if here it is. Let's see what if they switch this one up too. But you know, basically what I'm getting at is that when you prove this, it's no longer about you've proven one element of the event. Okay, we never saw this angle, by the way, in any of the feeds. We never saw this angle. We saw this angle. This is when he speaks. Now I'm looking for. See, they cut out the part where he was sworn in. See this? They go from this to that because here. See, it's all stills here. It's like, what do you mean? What are you doing stills for? Right? You mean the highlight isn't him getting sworn in, and the highlight isn't him hugging his son?
Right.
So if I prove one element of this story, this event, that's all I've proven. Now after that, I haven't proven anything else. I haven't proven the rest of it is this guy playing him in a mask, or the rest of it is this, right? That's not proven, but this is proven. So then you go to the point of, well, if this is proven, then where do they go from here?
Right.
And why? Right. And then when you see them scrub it like they do, right? That's a whole nother story. Then you're like, wait a minute. Okay.
You know,
so
the evening of the attempted assassination, they began scrubbing videos. I think Yahoo.
Oh, is that right? Is that right?
Yeah, because I stood up that whole night searching, just trying to put everything together, and I realized.
Here's the granddaughters, by the way, the purple and white.
Right? There's a Chinese guy.
And the Chinese guy, yeah.
There he is.
Now that angle, see this angle, then people say his granddaughters disappeared. Well, that could be explained away because of the angle, okay, because of the way the cameras are, and that's what a lot of people did. Is that that's not proof, but mine was. I'd never seen anybody else do it, and it was absolutely unequivocally. And they're doing different angles of this. They're playing with it, and the lead up to this, and well, yeah, they're gonna do that. See right here, after he kisses his dad, and they hug, and there's even that close up. He steps down to the right side of the stage, right here, and when he steps down from the right side of the stage, they do a pan down from this upper left side, and his head is on the other side of the stage. He's on the other side of the stage, past his sister, his mom, his father, and he's over here in the same frame of video because it was a dissolve. And now they have this angle without the pan down. And all of these, they all have different feeds now. They all have different levels, and they didn't have that. It was all one feed. Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's and that was it's unbelievable. They scrubbed it completely. And leading up to this, Oliver, was Trump. Where's Hunter? Where's Hunter? Has anybody seen him? Where's Hunter? They even had T-shirts made up, Where's Hunter? And I believe that he was pointing us to this moment that the white hats were going to tell us what was going down, because if you followed Hunter, it was impossible that it was shot live.
Right.
And yeah, I'll find that video. I'll send you with a timestamp.
Okay.
It's but it's pretty badass. So
hey, I found the other video from the doctor.
Oh, awesome. Yes, please play that.
Yeah. Let me Present. Oh, I gotta stop screen. Present. Share screen.
We're still at 26, 20, almost 2,700 people.
Right there. Are you seeing it?
Yeah, and you can go a big screen with that if you want. But you got to, yeah, okay. You might have to, because it's in, you may have to start playing it, or you may have to share it. No, you've already shared it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Can you hear it?
No, no volume.
See him here, his shirt bloody on. Now to the stories of bravery emerging from yesterday's chaos. Among those who jumped into action without hesitation, ER doctor Jim Sweetland. You see him here, his shirt bloody on the right hand of your screen from performing CPR mere minutes after the attack. I spoke with him about those moments earlier today. Doctor, talk to me about that moment again of when you jumped into action. And did you think at any point you could maybe save his life, or was the wound so bad?
When I came upon him, I thought the wound was a fatal wound. It was a small bore that was right here above the ear. That's where snipers like to hit. And I'm not a ballistic specialist. I've never served in the armed forces, and I've never been on an active shooting scene. But I've seen the results when people make it to my emergency department.
You know, doctor, something that stood out to me was there were a handful of people like you that when this active shooter situation was happening, they jumped into action to help out. Why do you think that was?
I think Americans love to help. Those two individuals, I've been called a hero. I don't know that I'm a hero. Every hero needs a helper. You know, Superman is Lois Lane. Batman is Robin. I needed these two people to get this fellow up. I couldn't have done it, and they did it. And you could tell they were scared, but they did it. And other people came. There was when I got down to this gentleman, which was within 45 seconds, someone was already applying pressure to that wound. And that continued. Nobody knew CPR. I did that by myself. That's okay. But people were there and helping.
I think I saw an interview with you earlier yesterday. Were you covered in, I guess, sweat and blood?
Okay, so I misspoke when I said that he said people were performing CPR. He said somebody was applying pressure to the wound and no one else knew CPR. So he stopped to ask everyone, I guess, if they knew CPR before he began to, perform CPR on him, I guess. I don't know.
Doesn't make any sense.
My shirt out of USA.
You covered in, I guess, sweat and blood?
I was covered with blood. My face was covered. So was my shirt. I had a USA shirt on, a Trump hat on. I also had some brain matter on me. After that interview,
boom.
Brain matter on me?
I had brain matter on me. But wait, he made sure to let everyone know that he had a USA shirt and a Trump hat. His face was covered in blood, and he had brain matter on him. That doesn't jive with the other. Doesn't jive with the other interview we heard, right?
That's very odd.
How do you get brain matter on you? Like I don't get it. And his face wasn't covered in blood. He mentioned a sniper where the snipers hit. It just seems staged. I don't know. I'll play the rest of it.
I was in disbelief, to shock. I was covered with blood. My face was covered. So was my shirt. I had a USA shirt on, a Trump hat on. I also had some brain matter on me. After that interview, and I was in shock with that. I was in disbelief, to shock. And after that interview, to the left, and I got to give this guy tremendous credit, was a Army combat veteran. And excuse me. he after the interview, he came up to me and said, "Brother, there's blood on your face." I said, "Oh, okay." And he gave me his water bottle, and I washed it off. And I looked at my shirt, and I washed off as much as I could. And then I handed the bottle back. He wouldn't take it. And then he stepped into me, put his hand on his shoulder, and said, "Are you okay, brother?" And I saw the combat veteran across the brim of his hat, and I said something like, "You've seen this too." And he goes, "Yeah." I said, "I'm okay. And thank you for what you did." And we hugged.
Yeah, it's likely a moment you're never going to forget.
Never. And that guy was an American who was helping me after I tried to help Corey. And to me, that's America.
What do you think?
I mean, I don't find him believable.
Did you catch where the reporter said, "Did you have war? Were you covered in war blood or
Blood and sweat?
But
Yeah.
he almost said water first. And
I missed that.
He was asking he was asking leading questions. I don't know. It seemed staged, and like you said, he doesn't sound believable. And he puts on the little act at the end. You know, I don't know. I don't know.
You know, now listen, we want to be very respectful to possibility of us being wrong, right?
Right, 100%.
And so with that in mind, we are just performing a thought experiment, if you will, and not definitive in a direction that could be devastating to people that were actually injured or murdered on that day, or traumatized for that matter. But with as much that we've been lied to, with as many crisis actors as we've seen in these false flag scenarios, we have a much different bullshit meter than we did, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. And because the people that you just showed, CNN, all these channels, are still 50 years after JFK died, they're still talking about Lee Harvey Oswald. So we need to understand, by the way, Ren's bubble, MK.
Yeah, I grabbed that and threw that up there because I do remember that interview as well, with what seemed like an amateur reporter interviewing him on the side. It wasn't on MJ Truth's page, but if you could grab that, I don't know how to do that.
I can't get it. Unfortunately, I can't get it and copy and paste it.
You can't, right? Yeah, I didn't think so.
Ren's bubble, can you send me that to the indoctrination at protonmail.com, please? Because that's the only, I need to be able to grab it and copy and paste it, basically.
I've never seen a situation where someone takes water to try to wash off blood from their shirt. I can understand your hands, maybe your face. You got blood on your shirt. You got blood on your shirt. You're not washing that off. You take the shirt off. You discard it, or maybe they ask for it for evidence, but you're not washing blood off. Why would you do that? You're a doctor. You should know that.
Yeah. I'm just copying it. You don't have to send it to me. I'm just going to copy it. 3, 2.
My bullshit meter was way up when I first heard this. I'm like, what? This shit doesn't. Sniper is usually where a sniper hits you. Like, why would you say that? And then, oh, I'm not military. I'm not saying that I'm military, but you know, I seen the wounds coming in. So you're saying you've seen sniper wounds? It didn't make it any better, you know, by saying that you've seen the wounds coming into ER. You've seen sniper wounds. You know, they told you when they brought the bodies in that this guy was hit by a sniper. It just didn't make sense.
Right. Right. Okay. So here's I got it. Situation report. Let's see. Journalist, ER doctor.
That's exactly where I heard him come from.
What did you see, sir?
I heard the shots. I thought it was firecrackers to begin with. Somebody over there was screaming, "He's been shot! He's been shot!" So I made my way over. I said, "I'm an emergency department physician. Let me help you." The guy had spun around, was jammed between the benches. He had a headshot here. There's lots of blood.
Oh, other side of the head.
There. And so I got him. There's a helicopter coming in to get him.
Wait a minute. Did he change his story?
He pointed to the wrong side of the head. I mean, that's he could have just done that for the you know, to describe it and for the interviewer, but it was the upper side.
The guy had spun around, was jammed. Let me help you. The guy had spun around, was jammed between the benches. He had a headshot here. There's lots of blood, and he had brain matter there. And so I got him. There's a helicopter coming in to get him. I got people there really helpful. I got
Was
him
there only
up
one
on the
person
bench.
shot that you saw?
Then I did CPR, did chest compressions, as well as I breathed for him.
One person.
I was the only one that did it.
We need to evacuate everybody.
He looks really nervous.
Yeah. He's more emotionally
One person shot that you saw?
affected in the interview the next day or the days after.
Right.
You know. It's interesting. Hey, by the way, thank you all who of the 32 of you on X that have reposted this Truthcast. I really appreciate y'all reposting. And I try to follow everyone that reposts. So if I haven't, please let me know. Folks, let's I want to make sure that everyone's going and following Sir Censorlot at Sir Censorlot. That's Sir Oliver's X handle. And yeah, man. What do you think, brother? You ready for you ready to go to sleep right now, or you? What's your?
Yeah. Where did we see 117 tonight? Did we see that somewhere? Did we not go over that?
Well, we went over 107 when and that was in the drop with the gun. I don't remember 117 though.
This is a big one. This is a big one. This is one of my favorites. Scavino posted at 117 a 1-minute video. So
really?
one could be mirrored to be one, right? 1 minute could be one.
Yeah.
And drop 117 is a big one. I don't know if you want to get into it because it's deep.
Oh boy.
When I we don't have to. We'll do it next time. Remember this. I want to go over this next time because this drop shows the two ships. They're Turkish ships, and they each have a number.
Yeah, we've done this dive and gone down these numbers. Yep. Yeah.
This is a big one.
186, 981, 916, 916.
The 916 and the 981. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. We could do it next time. I know it's late. You're tired. I'm tired. But
Yeah.
remember that 9/16. I'll just leave you with this. That's the Save Israel for Last one.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I say that's a big one.
Yeah. And it's a one. A one is tied in. They're
That's right.
talking about a one here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ray.
Sleep well, Patriot. That's 981, by the way. Sleep well. I think that's a good way to end it. What do you think?
I like it. I like it. 981. You are safe. They are terrified. Sleep well, Patriot. You elected us to keep you safe. We will not fail. Georgia will change. How about that? Notification will be made. Where we go one, we go all.
Yeah,
Perfect.
and that's not even we're not even getting biblical with any of this, because this all has biblical references. Lately, these drops have all had biblical references.
Yeah.
So,
Man. Great stuff, brother. I tell you, man, I want to keep going because there's so much, and it's so important right now. And like I said earlier, I really think that it's and you're in touch with a lot more of the OG Anons than I. But I really think that we need to honor the gift of having been included in the huddle. Whoever told us about it, however we found it, however long we spent on the boards and diving and coming back with, trying to find the answers to the Socratic questions that Q was posing. I just think that it's the time, and I know there's a lot of Anons that are just worn out. They're beat tired. Most of us started this journey into a sprint because we felt like we were close, like 7 years ago. And so we were in a sprint and we just got worn out because it just went on and on and on and on. And we were being attacked. We were being deplatformed. We were being demonetized. We were, ostracized. I mean, for crying out loud, the liberal and the holier than thou, who don't even use the word retard, call us Q-tards. I mean, and it's like this persecution that many, I believe, have just said, you know what, it's not worth it. I'm estranged from my family. I'm estranged from my friends. But I think we need to reactivate, all the Anons to come back because, we know things that your average person does not. And I think that's why we were let in the huddle. Because now I think it's the fourth quarter. And I hope
I agree. I agree. It's summer. Usually in the summer, things tend to slow down for obvious reasons. People go on vacations, things of that nature. But once everyone's back, it's going to be pretty wild on the Hill. There's going to be a lot of hearings, a lot of people testifying in front of Congress, that kind of thing. It'd be interesting to see what happens in Chicago next month. I still believe they're going to bring in Hillary to be Michelle's mate or vice versa.
I think I absolutely. And I think it's a white hat operation to expose them both in a way that just can't be stopped.
Right.
It can't be stopped. It's
Yeah,
impossible.
Trump will just gain even more support.
Yep.
Yeah. Could you imagine him debating Hillary again?
Oh
my God. It should be a pay-per-view event.
Yeah, no kidding, and raise money for charity,
The
like
children.
like
For
the
the
Clinton
children.
Foundation.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
You
no,
know,
not the Clinton Foundation. No, no, for the children, man, for the children.
no, I know, but that's like we're still fucked if that shit's going on. You know what I mean? Like, but man, we played that 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 dinner. That what was it? The correspondence dinner, or was it the
The
Catholic?
roasting. Yeah. The dinner.
Oh,
Yeah.
and he
He
was
roasted him.
freaking savage, dude. He was
Yeah.
savage. And I loved seeing the reaction of Maria Bartimaroma
Yes.
behind him. That was just, oh my God, that
Did
was
you ever
just,
see the full video of that
oh, sure. Yeah. I watched it a couple times.
where they pan the whole crowd? You really see who's there?
Yeah. Yeah. And, yeah. And, I think I saw her speech too.
That's what I mean. When
Yeah.
she
Yeah.
was speaking, they panned the whole crowd.
Right.
You really get to see who's there when she's speaking. When
Yeah.
Donald Trump speaks, they cut the sides out. They kind of zoom in on him and who's immediately around him. But when she's speaking, you could see the camera going. They pan left, pan right, and it's wide zoom. They're showing everybody. I
Yeah.
guess to show like everyone who's there to support her. They weren't expecting what Trump was gonna say. Oh man.
Oh, man. Yeah. One of my favorite lines was, I ran into Hillary backstage, and she put her hand on my arm and she said, "Pardon me."
Pardon me. Oh man, that video came up in one of the clues the other day, and I put it in my decode. Remember we went over that. That came up from the 12-minute marker. Remember the 12 a.m. The 12
Yes.
minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was the zero drop.
Yes.
So there was 2 0 drops, or I should say, 1,200-hour drops. DJT did one, and I forget who the other one was. I think it was CNN. I think it was CNN that did it.
Yeah. It was CNN because we did that last night.
All right. So that's coming. And now Scavino just did a 1. I think it's coming. And I think they know.
What's coming?
Hillary.
Yeah.
Hillary.
Oh yeah, because the 0 and the 1. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think Trump knows, and that's why they're kind of like talking to us and letting us know.
And then this one that Kevin just caught with the House of Cards H&C capitalized.
Right.
Elon deletes CrowdStrike from all systems.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Man.
CrowdStrike. The crowd was struck. And then all of a sudden you hear about CrowdStrike. That completes that drop with the blackout necessary. Right? You had your boom, 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 a week to remember.
Yeah.
Dark to light, and then dark blackout necessary.
Yeah.
That completed the week pretty much. The blackout.
Yep. Absolutely.
That completed the drop, I should say. It completed the drop.
Yeah.
So everything in that drop happened this week, pretty much.
You know where I went with the comparator? I want to show you real quick. Because they took the A out, right? So I went to the A's and kill brackets. And it goes to closing act, CIA, dismantled, impossible to clean, operations, revert to no such agency. Thought that was significant.
Yeah. And the Post had mentioned that they misspelled his name. I forget the timestamp on that post that they put out. But I thought that was relevant, and it's good that you mentioned this, because why would the Post be saying that if the Post knew that they did that to fit his name on the jacket? Why would they stick their
Right.
necks out and say that unless
Right.
they wanted us to pay attention to the A? So that's a good point there. Closing act.
Yep. Yep. Exactly. Thank you, Navy vet. Appreciate you, brother.
Oh,
Dude, this is great stuff, man. Thank you for your time tonight.
yeah. I
And
apologize for not coming on early. I was having issues, and
no worries, man. None at all. None at all. And we'll do it again. And hit me up if you like have a just a dasting dive that you want to do, and we'll jump on.
yeah, every now and then I get some of those where I go diving and it just never ends.
I know, man. It's like, and people are like, how can you do shows that are, I mean, I'm in 7 hours and six minutes right now. And it's like, have you ever gone into the cue boards and just, gone from one to the next, to the next, to the next? Yeah, I mean, it's intense. I asked you, do you ever, just before we go, do you ever go into the blue numbers? Remember I asked you that?
No, I don't usually do that. No.
I find it very interesting. And I've always done it. And like, here's one, 790, Snowden, John Perry Barlow, John 3:16, the day of reckoning is upon us. And next thing you know, you go into 104, and it's something. Now's the time to pray. We're operational. God bless the United States of America. It's just something that connected.
Right.
And then we'll go into more numbers, and we'll find, numbers in the timestamp of it. Yeah. I mean, it's, I found that to be very interesting. Epic show again. Thank you both so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Oliver. We'll do it again, guys. Please enjoy what's left of, Saturday's gone. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, your Sunday. Don't forget, in all of this madness, to just freaking find joy in your life. Find moments with your children, with your pets, with yourself, where you're just feeling joy. Because if there's one thing that lowers our frequency more than anything, is when they throw all this nonsense at us, and it just lowers our frequency. And I will tell you that if it thanks to Q, I have always at least been able to end the show on a positive. We just ended with where we go one, we go all, God bless the United States of America. Now is the time to pray. We're operational. Things like that. It's like, it's uplifting when you're getting hit day in and day out with all this negative bullshit. So much love to you, everybody. Thanks for spending the time with us tonight, and we'll see you very, very soon. All right. Good night.
Sleep well, Patriots.
Absolutely. Thanks, brother.
Good night, bro.
Good night. Thank you.
Anytime.